Hey guys, welcome back to the channel. This is part 1 of our story. If you like this what if story and want to see part 2, let me know in the comments below. Before we start, don't forget to like, subscribe, and share this video with your friends. Also, check the description for more great content and my playlist. This story was posted by 𝗧𝗵𝗃𝗁𝗍97 on Wattpad. Now let's start. The doors of an apartment slammed shut as a young boy named Izuku Midoriya marched over to his room, ignoring his mother's calls from the kitchen. He reached his room, dropped his bag, and expressed his frustration by kicking the floor, sending dust flying. Izuku felt a surge of determination as he thought to himself that he was not useless and could be better. Just because he was quirkless didn't mean he couldn't achieve anything. He rushed to his desk, where his computer awaited him. Being quirkless meant he was born without any superpowers, a fact that subjected him to various forms of discrimination at school from both teachers and classmates. Unfortunately, it was common for those without quirks to be treated as weak or worthless in a society that idolized heroes. Many quirkless individuals faced mockery and pity, leading some to despair and isolation. Izuku hoped his online friends were available to talk after the difficult day he had experienced. He logged onto a forum he created called Quirkless Unite, a space for quirkless individuals in Japan to support one another against the injustices they faced. The forum had grown to hundreds of thousands of members worldwide, providing a lifeline for many. Here, Izuku had found his true friends. His username, 𝗵𝗃𝗵𝗃, appeared on the screen as he typed a message. His friends quickly responded, eager to engage in their usual discussions. One friend joked about dealing with problems at school, while another reminded everyone to stay focused on their shared frustrations against those who discriminated against them. Izuku felt a mix of emotions as he prepared to share his own experiences. He hesitated to mention his bully, Bakugo, realizing that he had come to see him as nothing more than a tormentor. The anger bubbled within him as he clenched his fists, but he was pulled back to the conversation when his friends checked in on him. He took a deep breath and typed the word bully, acknowledging the reality of his situation. He shared how Bakugo had mocked his intelligence and destroyed his sketches, a painful reminder of the challenges he faced. His friends rallied around him, expressing their shared frustrations and encouraging him to keep fighting against the negativity. As the conversation continued, Izuku felt a sense of camaraderie with his friends. They all understood the struggles of being quirkless in a society that often overlooked them. Just as he was getting lost in the banter, a knock at his door interrupted him. Expecting his mother, he was surprised to see his father, 𝗧𝗵𝗃𝗁𝗍 Midoriya, enter the room. 𝗧𝗵𝗃, known as Jack outside of Japan, was a half-American, half-Japanese man with long black hair and light blue eyes. He wore a suit with the blazer absent, looking relaxed as he leaned over Izuku's desk to see what his son was doing. A smile spread across his face as he noticed Izuku on the forum he had created. Jack noticed his son talking to his friends and commented on how supportive they were, especially given Izuku's struggles with being quirkless. He reflected on how fortunate Izuku's mother was to have found people who cared for her, unlike his son's friend Bakugo, who seemed to lack that understanding. Jack pointed out the troubling messages in the chats, indicating that Izuku's friends were once again facing discrimination. He could sense the anger in Izuku's expression and pressed him for the truth about his experiences at school. Izuku reluctantly admitted that Bakugo often belittled his inventions and intelligence, which Jack found frustrating. He regretted not addressing Bakugo's behavior sooner to protect his son. The growing hatred towards the quirkless in Japan troubled Jack, especially since he and Inko had not faced such animosity in their youth. Jack expressed his belief that Bakugo didn't understand the value of inventors, who were essential for creating the support gear that heroes would rely on. He reassured Izuku that the opinions of others were irrelevant and encouraged him to focus on proving them wrong, acknowledging the long journey ahead. Jack placed a comforting hand on Izuku's shoulder, eliciting a smile from his son. Feeling inspired, Jack proposed an idea to Izuku. He suggested they visit Island, hinting at something that would greatly benefit him. Intrigued, Izuku eagerly awaited more information. Island was an artificial, mobile island designed for scientists to collaborate peacefully. It housed thousands of scientists and their families, primarily focused on researching the Quirk phenomenon and developing tools for pro-heroes. However, a significant portion of the island served as a safe haven for the Quirkless, established in response to the rising discrimination they faced. The Quirkless high-class families who managed the island provided a home for those without quirks, although this information was kept confidential to avoid stirring controversy. As Jack and Izuku arrived in one of the Quirkless cities on Island, Jack led his son to a surprise location. Izuku marveled at the peaceful environment, knowing that the citizens here lived without the fear of discrimination. Jack and 𝗵𝗃𝗃 had played a significant role in advocating for the Quirkless, leveraging their connections and resources to create a better life for their community. They chose to live modestly in Japan to avoid attracting unwanted attention from those who held prejudices against the Quirkless. Curious about the safety of Island compared to Japan, Izuku asked Jack if any incidents had occurred there. Jack reassured him that they had ensured a peaceful environment, unlike the discrimination they experienced back home. He expressed his annoyance at the pitying looks they received, which reminded him of their struggles. As they walked toward a large facility, Izuku noticed a logo that piqued his curiosity. Jack led them to a park area in front of the facility, where a fountain featuring a statue of a planet stood. There, Jack approached a young woman seated on a bench, focused on her laptop. She was a pale-skinned young woman with wavy blonde hair and striking aqua-blue eyes. Her attire was smart, featuring a white dress shirt, a raspberry pink waistcoat, and heeled boots. Upon noticing Jack, she paused her typing and expressed surprise at his presence. Jack clarified that he was there for business and introduced Izuku to her, explaining that her father and he were good friends. Jack encouraged Izuku to shake hands with 𝗵𝗃𝗃𝗃𝗃, who reciprocated the gesture warmly. Jack noted that in America, people often used first names, fostering a friendly atmosphere. Izuku nodded as he and Melissa exchanged smiles. However, he noticed her focused on her laptop, and he could tell she was on a website. What caught his attention was that it was the Quirkless forum. Melissa looked over at Izuku as he released her hand and leaned closer to her screen. She assumed he was new to the Quirkless forum, which wasn't surprising since one wouldn't know about it unless they searched for it. She explained that the site was called Quirkless Unite, a place for people like them to connect. Suddenly, Izuku's shocked exclamation startled both Jack and Melissa. He pointed at her, demanding an explanation. Jack was confused by Izuku's reaction, while Melissa raised an eyebrow, unfazed by his outburst. She asked if she had done something wrong, noting that she had only just met him. The word illogical struck a chord with Izuku, as he had seen it frequently in their forum discussions, especially from a certain user. Realization dawned on him as he exclaimed that she was its 𝗧𝗵𝗃𝗃𝗃. Melissa stared at him, processing the information, and then giggled. It was clear to her that Izuku was a member of the forum, and she was curious about his identity there. She asked for his username, and Izuku proudly declared that he was the creator of the forum. All Might #. He was astonished to learn that its 𝗧𝗵𝗃𝗃𝗃 was actually a female, and he had thought she was a very sexist man. They had even considered removing her from the forum due to her remarks. He pointed out that the blonde girlfriend its 𝗧𝗵𝗃𝗃𝗃 had bragged about was actually Melissa, who smiled at his accusation. She admitted her guilt, and Izuku remembered he needed to share this information with others. Wasting no time, he pulled out his phone, and Melissa did the same upon seeing his actions. They both focused on their screens, with Izuku sending a message to the group. He informed them that he had just learned its 𝗧𝗵𝗃𝗃𝗃 was a female and that she had been bragging about herself, which had fooled everyone. The responses from the group were immediate and filled with disbelief and anger. As the chat erupted with messages, Izuku turned to see Melissa giggling as she typed on her phone, clearly enjoying the chaos she had caused. Jack, watching from the sidelines with a smile, cleared his throat to get their attention, noting the time. He mentioned that they had matters to attend to, and Melissa decided to join them since she had an access card. Jack welcomed her, and they headed inside the facility, chatting about finally meeting after their online interactions. As they walked through the lobby, Jack handed Izuku an access card he had prepared for him. Izuku looked around at the bustling halls filled with workers, scientists, and security guards. Melissa informed him that everyone there was Quirkless, which made Izuku smile, knowing they were achieving great things without facing mockery or insults. They continued walking until Jack led them to a set of metal doors that looked like they belonged to a top-secret facility. They encountered a man speaking with a soldier, and Izuku recognized him as 𝗵𝗃𝗲, who wore military attire. When 𝗵𝗃 noticed Jack, he stopped his conversation and turned his attention to them, acknowledging Melissa's presence. He asked if Izuku was Jack's son, to which Jack confirmed, stating that Izuku was there to learn the truth about their work over the years. He assured 𝗵𝗃 that the higher-ups had approved Izuku's visit, recognizing his potential. 𝗵𝗃 agreed with Jack's assessment and approached Izuku, placing a hand on his shoulder as he pointed toward the metal doors. He explained that what lay beyond was classified. Jack then used his access card and a key to unlock the control panel, which lit up green. The doors hissed open to reveal an elevator. 𝗵𝗃 gestured for them to enter, and as they did, Jack pointed out that the back of the elevator would soon become windows showing the underground facility. As the doors closed and the elevator descended, 𝗵𝗃 summarized their organization. He explained that they were called Sector 7, a secret world government agency run by the Quirkless, established to prevent heroes and villains from causing chaos. Their job was to deal with extraterrestrial technology or threats. They had existed for quite some time, even before quirks came to be, and the organization had grown ever since. As 𝗵𝗃 finished his explanation, Izuku focused on two key points. He was astonished to learn that aliens had been a reality for decades, hidden from the public by agencies skilled at maintaining the secrecy. Melissa had learned about this from her father a year ago and had only recently joined the group, much like Izuku. Izuku's expression reflected his awe as he gazed out the elevator windows, witnessing a hangar bay brimming with alien technology. It was evident to him that this was not something crafted on Earth. He moved closer to the window, captivated by the sight, while 𝗵𝗃 whispered to Jack, noting that Izuku's reaction was typical and never ceased to amaze. When Izuku learned that no pro-hero was aware of this alien technology, he was taken aback. 𝗵𝗃 confirmed that they wouldn't want someone like the Hero Commission getting involved. As the elevator doors opened, the group stepped into a hallway, with 𝗵𝗃 leading them toward the main attraction of the tour, the R&D labs. Both Jack and 𝗵𝗃 knew Izuku would be thrilled to see it. After a short journey, 𝗵𝗃 entered an access code, and the doors to the R&D lab opened. Izuku was astonished by the sheer size of the underground facility. The labs were filled with sections dedicated to repurposing alien technology, each area marked with a number on a tower beside it. As he walked around, following 𝗵𝗃 and the others, he noticed cargo containers next to numerous tables, where scientists and engineers were busy offloading alien technology. Cases filled with more alien tech lined the facility, but Izuku's curiosity was piqued by the areas at the back, cordoned off from the rest. 𝗵𝗃 explained that what lay before them was decades of work aimed at preventing this technology from falling into the wrong hands. Thanks to advancements in technology, repurposing these items had become easier, avoiding catastrophic scenarios. Izuku asked if this technology was used for pro-heroes, such as support items, to which Jack replied that it was intended to repel any potential alien invasion. Files indicated that such invasions had occurred before the dawn of quirks, and Sector 7 was preparing for the day it might happen again. 𝗵𝗃 mentioned that they also had other uses for this technology in the ongoing hero versus villain dynamic, pointing to the area that had caught Izuku's attention earlier. Jack revealed that he had been working on it for years, and as they approached, Izuku observed that the area was secured by a wall and tinted windows, ensuring privacy. The presence of soldiers added to the atmosphere of secrecy. After 𝗵𝗃 spoke with the soldiers about Izuku and Melissa's clearance, they were allowed inside, where they were met with a remarkable sight. Towering mechanoid beings stood before them, either being repaired or repurposed, with dozens of scientists and engineers working tirelessly around them. Jack guided Izuku to a specific mech, and Izuku rushed forward, captivated by the sight. In front of him stood a tall, regal mech finished in deep violet with crisp gold edging. Its broad shoulder plates framed a boxy chest and a narrow abdomen, while its head featured a small crown motif and a blue visor that gave it a commanding presence. The mech gripped a long trident in its right hand, while its left forearm housed a cannon. Izuku was curious about what he was seeing, and Jack explained that these were Cybertronians, autonomous robotic organisms from the planet Cybertron. The technology surrounding them belonged to these beings. Izuku nodded, but when he turned to Melissa, he noticed her awe at the Cybertronian bodies, realizing she had not known about this place either. Melissa admitted that she had only heard about it from her father, who had worked on a project before her mother passed away. She had never imagined seeing a Cybertronian up close. Simmons clarified that what they were looking at was not a true Cybertronian anymore, but rather remnants of one. He recounted how, after the Cybertronians left Earth, following their war, their technology had been scattered and left to collect dust. The higher-ups decided to repurpose this technology to create opportunities for those without quirks to become heroes. Izuku expressed concern about using their body parts to create new mechanisms, finding it unsettling. Simmons reassured him that these beings had not been active for centuries, and Jack added that one Cybertronian had even fused itself with a deceased one. If they ever returned, they would be fine. Izuku then asked Jack if this was what he had been working on and whether his mother was aware of it. Jack confirmed that she did know and had even visited the place a couple of times. A thought crossed his mind about her interest in creating one herself, recalling the unique ideas she had shared. He knew his wife harbored a deep resentment towards those with quirks due to the discrimination she had faced, despite her hard work to achieve her own success. In a society that valued quirks above all, proving oneself was a constant struggle. God, he was so close to tearing those Quirkless apart when they insulted his wife. Izuku pondered what Mr. Simmons had said about a Quirkless person being able to become a hero. Was that why he was here? Jack confirmed that it was true for both him and Melissa. Izuku looked at Melissa with curiosity, and she laughed, anticipating his question. She didn't need to hear him ask. It was logical to know what he was thinking. Melissa shared her dream of becoming a hero, but she acknowledged the common belief that a quirkless person couldn't be a hero and that it was best not to consider becoming a pro-hero at all. She found it amusing that All Might was so close to her father that she referred to him as Uncle Might. She believed people would think twice before insulting her if they saw her connection to All Might. Fortunately, she had faced less discrimination compared to others in their online group. When Melissa mentioned her nickname for All Might, Izuku decided to ask her about it later to avoid embarrassing himself in front of everyone. He understood the challenges they faced but still held on to hope. Melissa expressed that what they were experiencing might be their first step toward fulfilling their dreams. Izuku turned to his father, seeking more information. Jack explained that they used a specific design as a basis to create the suit, pointing to the Cybertronians that had a skeletal-like body structure. The darker shade of the design contrasted with others Izuku had seen, particularly the one his father had showcased. The parts appeared sharp and jagged, almost predatory in formation, with plating that resembled shards of blackened steel and exposed joints that seemed more organic than engineered. The limbs were long and angular, every edge capable of cutting through armor, while the chest plates twisted like ribs, concealing mechanisms within. The movements of the mech echoed like grinding metal and broken stone. Jack informed Izuku that these were known as protoforms. Once the design was ready, they would work on building the body's frame and ensure its inner workings were set. Jack noted that it took a few months to complete, not a year, since they had the technology to speed things up and knew what they were doing. Each of these Cybertronian mechs, as they called them, stood around 13 to 15 feet tall, significantly taller than some of the heroes. Simmons added that they outfitted the mechs with the same weapons used by the Cybertronians, emphasizing their power. Melissa warned Izuku that she had seen a few of them and that they were quite dangerous and deadly. Izuku noted this and asked another important question about the power source. Jack and Simmons exchanged smiles as Simmons approached a case on the floor. He lifted it onto the table and opened it, revealing a blue glowing cube. Simmons explained that this was called Energon, the lifeblood of the Cybertronians. According to the databanks at their base, it served as fuel, a main substance, and a valued resource used by all Cybertronians for food, medicine, and their biology. It was the essence that kept them alive for billions of years, and now they could do the same for their technology. Jack added that they had an infinite supply of it, as the Cybertronians had left a lot of their tech behind. 𝗵𝗵𝗃 encouraged Izuku, stating it was now his turn to make use of this technology. Izuku reflected on what he had learned, glancing at the Cybertronian mech before him. The power it held could certainly help him, but he needed to understand its inner workings and see if he could achieve the same as the others. However, he realized he had to return home to finish his studies. This opportunity had come abruptly, and he hadn't thought of a future plan. He voiced his concern about school, worried that they wanted him to stay in I-Island instead of going back to Japan. Jack reassured him that he knew Izuku still wanted to attend his dream school. He explained that he and Izuku's mother had already secured approval for him to attend a school in I-Island to complete his middle school years, conveniently located near the facility. Once that was done, he could return to Japan to take the entrance exam. Another thought crossed Jack's mind as he observed Izuku contemplating his choice. He doubted anyone at 𝗎𝗪𝗓 would care if Izuku was gone. To them, he was just useless filth. At least he wouldn't have to deal with Katsuki anymore. Jack hoped that when Izuku returned, he would be different, much different. Izuku weighed the pros and cons of this decision. The pros were clear: he would have a place he could call home, surrounded by people who appreciated him and where he could make a difference. He could use his intelligence to create whatever he wanted, with the tools provided. He wouldn't face discrimination from Quirkists or have to deal with people destroying his work or sketches. He could finally find peace and work without problems. On the other hand, the cons included leaving Japan and adjusting to a new life, possibly leaving Bakugo without saying a word. Izuku questioned whether Bakugo was truly his friend and if anyone in 𝗎𝗪𝗓 genuinely cared for him aside from his online friends. He realized that he had no one when they discovered he was Quirkless. He lost his childhood friend, manipulated and gaslighted by those around him who praised Bakugo's quirk as the best. This led Bakugo to believe he was invincible, a so-called god among men. Izuku wondered how things would change if Bakugo's quirk wasn't as strong as everyone thought. Would he be treated differently? But in Izuku's eyes, he decided he didn't care. Bakugo was gone, and he wouldn't step foot here. Bakugo could live his days in peace until Izuku returned to Japan for you. Until then, from what Izuku could see, he would make the most of it and build the tools he needed to achieve his dream, a dream he wouldn't let anyone take away from him. He was eager to start, and his enthusiasm was met with smiles from Jack and 𝗵𝗵𝗃. Melissa, not wanting to be left out, expressed her determination to join him. She suggested they work together to achieve their dreams, leaning closer to Izuku with a smile, which he returned, grateful to have a friend by his side. Jack couldn't help but smile, seeing his son gaining true friends. He wondered if he could bring those in Izuku's forum community to I-Island and how that would go. Jack encouraged Izuku, recalling the pride he felt when he first saw his creation come to life. He remembered the hard work that went into it and how rewarding it was. Izuku hoped to have a similar reaction from others one day. Melissa then invited Izuku to her lab, excited to show him what she had been working on. Izuku agreed, suggesting they include their friends in the conversation, knowing they would be interested in their plans. As they left the underground facility, Jack and 𝗵𝗵𝗃 continued their conversation. 𝗵𝗵𝗃 expressed concern about how Japan would react to a quirkless hero and a group of them at that. He feared their dreams would be crushed by the very people many looked up to, and even the commission would intervene. Jack shared his worries about how much Izuku could handle, knowing that discrimination against their kind would only intensify in Japan. He and 𝗍𝗀𝗄 understood that one mistake could unleash Izuku's pent-up anger, and he wondered who might trigger it. Jack observed his son's eyes, knowing they revealed more than Izuku let on. He acknowledged the anger brewing within him, stemming not only from his own experiences but also from what his friends had endured. Jack feared that a single event could set Izuku off, and he was uncertain about the consequences. 𝗵𝗵𝗃 questioned whether Jack would continue to support his son, regardless of what he became. Jack affirmed his commitment, even as he contemplated the brewing conflict within the corrupt system. He recognized that Izuku's charisma could attract followers, reminiscent of his own past. Jack noted that while 𝗍𝗄𝗃 excelled at rallying people, his strengths lay in intelligence and quick thinking. He agreed that a war was on the horizon and that they needed to be prepared for it, as the Quirkless had suffered long enough and deserved recognition. 2 months later, Melissa expressed concern that she might have gone overboard with her design for their project. A month into Izuku's new life on Island, his parents had used their connections to establish a lab for him and Melissa to conduct their experiments, primarily focused on building Cybertronian mechs. The lab was a chaotic but vibrant space, filled with equipment and tools provided by Sector 7. Izuku had taken some time to adjust to his new surroundings, which were significantly larger than his apartment in Japan. He was surprised to discover the extent of his parents' influence on Island, particularly his mother's impressive career as a lawyer and executive. As Izuku settled into his new school, he was relieved to find no discrimination against him, as the student body was primarily Quirkless. He embraced the opportunity to utilize the tools at his disposal to create his masterpiece. The lab, larger than Melissa's original one, was filled with tables housing various devices and technology they used to develop their inventions. In the center of the lab stood the Cybertronian mechs they had been diligently working on for months. Melissa's mech was a stocky purple robot with forward-tilted shoulders and a compact head featuring a single yellow eye. Its thick shoulder housings were adorned with silver panels and vented details, while cables snaked from the back into the torso. The forearms ended in blaster muzzles, and twin barrels were positioned near the ankles, contrasting with the gray hips and thighs. Izuku reassured Melissa that her design made sense, given the potential threats they would face in the future. Sitting at his desk, he reviewed data related to their Cybertronian mechs and a detailed report on various quirks they had encountered. He marveled at how Sector 7's Research and Development Department had tested Cybertronian technology against numerous quirks, finding it remarkably resilient until overwhelmed. He was also impressed by the firepower of their weapons and how they had gained access to the Quirk registry for their research, which, in a sense, is illegal, so to speak. However, Sector 7 has authorization far higher than that of the Hero Commission. Melissa planned to use all these tips and tricks when she headed over to you. Izuku found it obvious that he would. Another point to note about the two is that Izuku and Melissa had grown very close since his arrival, to the point where they called each other nicknames. Melissa acknowledged that while it was true, Izuku's work was not yet finished compared to what she had accomplished. She gestured to her mech as Izuku sighed, feeling stuck at a roadblock in advancing the next phases of his own mech. When he first started, Izuku had spent most of his time on the design phase, turning in multiple drafts to see what worked and what didn't. He had access to Cybertronian technology from the beginning and made sure to study its inner workings down to the last detail. He even tested the technology to ensure the suit was stable and would function properly when he used it fully. After testing it himself, he managed to work out a few minor issues, eventually reaching the Mark 6 version of the suit. However, he still faced a significant problem regarding the transformers. Izuku brought out a device on the table, which was related to the Cybertronians, given its intricate design and the material used to create it. What he placed on the table was a smaller version of the transformation cog, or T-cog. Melissa recognized it immediately, noting that it was the means for a Cybertronian to transform into their vehicular form. She expressed her surprise that they had managed to re-engineer it to fit the suits, but Izuku quickly pointed out the challenge they faced: how to incorporate the transformation sequence without causing harm to the user. Silence fell as Izuku pondered, tapping his finger on the desk and twirling his pen while browsing through various files regarding the technology and energy sources of the Cybertronians. While Melissa worked on her own project related to the Cybertronian mech, Izuku discovered a file that piqued his interest and began to take notes. Suddenly, he exclaimed that he had figured it out, startling Melissa. She asked him not to yell, curious about what he had found. Izuku revealed that he had discovered a way to solve the T-cog problem. He moved the computer screen to show her, and Melissa leaned in to see what he had uncovered. She recognized the concept of mass shifting. Izuku explained that he still didn't fully understand how such a feat was possible, as the files indicated that scientists were still trying to figure out its scientific basis. However, he proposed that they could use the very mechanism that allowed the Cybertronians to mass shift and implement it into their mechs. Melissa inquired about his plan. Izuku explained that the Cybertronians could somehow transform and shrink down to minuscule sizes, with examples like a radio or a gun. He had even seen them pilot vehicles, which seemed impossible from a certain perspective. He continued, detailing how they could have the parts of the suit combine and increase in size until they formed the vehicle of their choosing. To protect the user, the cockpit would be shielded by a force field to ensure safety during the transformation. He acknowledged that it would require a lot of trial and error to get it right, but he had faith in both of them. With newfound confidence, Izuku stood ready to take on the challenge, encouraging Melissa to prepare for a breakthrough. Time passed, and Izuku was right. It took a lot of trial and error to perfect the transformation sequence. Both of them spent about a month ensuring everything was ready. Now they were about to see if all their hard work had paid off. In a moment that would have concerned Inko if she were present, Izuku volunteered himself as the test subject for the transformation sequence. He stood in the middle of a platform in one of the hangar bays of the underground facility. The two had their own private area to avoid distractions. Izuku now donned the Mark 8 of his Cybertronian mech, a sleek armored suit that combined bone white and gunmetal with small violet lights. A vivid red scarf wrapped around the neck, spilling over one pauldron, matched by a deep purple cape that trailed from his shoulders. Compact greaves and segmented thigh plates gave him the appearance of a high-tech knight or caster. At the console located in front of the platform, Melissa typed on the keyboard, multiple screens displaying the schematics of Izuku's Cybertronian mech as well as vital signs, monitoring both Izuku and the suit. She noted that all systems were stable with the 𝗧𝗃 functioning properly, and gave a nod to Izuku, asking if he was ready. Izuku affirmed that he was, declaring that he was going plus ultra and eager to see if it would pay off. His voice came through the speakers clearly as he did a few stretches to acclimate to the suit, taking a deep breath. He knew that if this failed, it could lead to serious consequences. With determination, he closed his eyes and focused. He recalled what Simmons had said about how Cybertronians concentrate their minds to transform into their vehicle modes. Izuku wasn't sure if that was entirely true, but he was willing to give it a try. As he concentrated, Melissa glanced at the screen, her eyes widening in surprise as the scans indicated that the 𝗧𝗃 was working, albeit slowly. She turned her attention back to Izuku, watching as the parts around his Cybertronian body began to grow in size. Excitement filled the air as Melissa exclaimed that it was working, and Izuku felt the inner workings of the mech transforming him into his vehicle mode. A spark of inspiration ignited in his mind, and Melissa, noticing his body language, stepped back to allow him to proceed with his idea. Izuku got into a running stance. The area in front of him cleared out thanks to Melissa. As he sprinted forward, the parts around his body began to grow larger, connecting to form pieces of the vehicle. He jumped into the air, executing a front flip. In mid-air, the parts on his body transformed into vehicle mode, propelled by the activation of the force field. Inside, the components moved rhythmically, a sound echoing as the transformation completed. Izuku landed heavily on the ground, sparks flying from the impact. Now in the cockpit, just as the force field shut off, he laughed in triumph, celebrating their hard work. He had transformed into a futuristic tank, reminiscent of military vehicles. The tank was metallic gray with black accents, giving it a sleek appearance, and numerous LED panels lit up in purple, enhancing its sci-fi aesthetic. Melissa rushed over, excitement evident as she held her datapad, ready to take notes. Izuku assured her that everything felt stable and that he had no issues maneuvering the tank. He felt as though he was controlling it with his mind rather than driving it traditionally, confirming that the 𝗧𝗃 had worked. Melissa noted that it had worked perfectly and inquired about the other systems. Izuku confirmed they were in perfect condition, and as he activated the weapon systems, the barrel of the cannon slowly aimed at a target they had set up earlier. Using the energon flowing within the mech, he fired a shot, which struck the target with a resounding boom, creating a significant impact that drew the attention of scientists, engineers, technicians, and guards, who quickly returned to their tasks, accustomed to the duo's experiments. Melissa remarked on the power of the tank, making a note of it as Izuku transformed back into his mech mode. The parts shrank down, and he stumbled slightly before regaining his balance. He needed to adjust to this new form and looked at his hands, noticing a purple HUD. Clenching his fist, he heard a faint metallic sound with each movement. This was it. His path was finally set. Melissa asked if something was wrong, to which Izuku replied that he was simply reflecting on their hard work over the past months. He had never expected to achieve this so soon, thinking it would take years, but they had gone above and beyond. With everything sorted out, they could accomplish much more and prove to others how wrong they were about their potential in an unjust society. Izuku acknowledged that their journey toward becoming heroes had taken a significant step forward. However, unbeknownst to them, the path ahead would lead to greater obstacles that would change everything. As night fell over Island, the facility remained bustling. In his room, Izuku was engrossed in reading the history of the Cybertronians, particularly fascinated by Megatron, a Cybertronian who had taken the name of one of the 13 primes. He read about Megatron's ambitions for their home planet, Cybertron, and how the longing for change had spiraled into chaos and destruction with the formation of the Decepticons. The goal of achieving peace through tyranny had led to a bloody war that lasted billions of years. Izuku clenched his fists, empathizing with the Cybertronians and recognizing the parallels with how the Quirkless were treated in his own world. He reflected on how the feats of his kind were overshadowed by those with powerful quirks, leaving the Quirkless forgotten and disregarded. The hierarchy on Cybertron mirrored this, with the weak seen as inferior and the strong considered superior, devoid of any sense of equality. A lingering thought troubled Izuku. Even if he became a Quirkless hero, would his efforts be acknowledged? Would people respect him and his kind? Deep down, he feared that such a feat was impossible, knowing that many would obstruct his path, as the strong would never allow the weak to surpass them. He recalled Bakugo's words, that the Quirkless were merely pebbles beneath their pedestals. A voice in his mind echoed a simple statement: equality for the Quirkless at any cost. His thoughts were interrupted when Melissa entered his room, bringing refreshments. Izuku welcomed the distraction, needing something to calm his mind. She handed him a glass of juice, knowing that coffee would keep him up all night. He decided to initiate the conversation on a lighter topic before addressing his deeper concerns. He mentioned the surprising similarities between the names of Cybertronians and usernames in their forum, pointing out that Melissa's username was akin to a Cybertronian named Shockwave. Melissa attributed it to plot convenience, and Izuku expressed his eagerness to share this with their friends if given permission. After a brief silence, Izuku sighed and broached the topic that weighed on his mind, asking Melissa if she truly believed their plan could work. She acknowledged the potential repercussions they would face once they revealed themselves, expressing her shared concerns. Izuku felt a deep concern that the commission might turn against them, or that the board members would deny them entry simply because they lacked a quirk. Despite their connections, he knew that those who valued quirks would stop at nothing to remind them of their place. The venom in her voice as she mentioned quirkists reflected the frustration they all felt. Izuku shared her displeasure, feeling sickened by the thought that many of their friends were still suffering. He wanted to help them, to bring them to Island and show them what they had created, to demonstrate that they could be heroes and make a difference for those who couldn't stand up for themselves. Clenching his fists in anger, he recalled how many of his friends in the forum had stated that discrimination was worsening in Japan, particularly from those with powerful quirks and followers of Destro. Izuku resolved to look into who Destro was. A thought crossed his mind, reminiscent of a story he had read about Megatron, who vowed to challenge his planet's leadership and sought equality for his people. Izuku recognized the parallels but was determined to avoid a path of destruction. He aimed to challenge hero society as a whole, to prove that the Quirkless could stand on equal footing with everyone else. His years managing the forum and engaging with the Quirkless had slowly built a following. However, he worried that others might misinterpret his intentions. He thought to himself that these ideas could be seen as rallying an army. But it didn't matter. If they were to make a difference and stand up for themselves, their voices needed to be heard. Heading to 𝗬𝗧𝗍 was just the beginning, but he also thought of his friends from the forum. With their support, perhaps they could accelerate the process of being heard. Melissa, noticing his distress, expressed her concern for him. Izuku admitted that he was not all right. They both understood that they wished to challenge hero society and prove their worth, potentially gathering their friends to join their cause. However, he acknowledged that their adversaries would view their group as an army. Melissa calculated that Quirkless would likely organize protests, demanding their removal as heroes and viewing them as liabilities. She was determined not to let that happen, and she knew Izuku felt the same way. She reminded him that they had a significant fight ahead of them and questioned how they would face it. Izuku resolved to confront these challenges head-on, regardless of who stood in their way, as long as they sent a message. That was what mattered most. Their voices needed to be heard, and they would achieve that by any means necessary. Melissa confessed that she had almost given up on her dream of becoming a hero until Izuku arrived. His determination reignited a spark within her, pushing her to pursue her dream despite the consequences. She vowed to stand by him until the end, and Izuku smiled back, appreciating her loyalty. As their conversation came to a close, Melissa decided to head to bed to prepare for the next day, excited about their project regarding the 𝗵𝘃𝗃 for their forum friends. Izuku felt a surge of excitement at the thought of revealing their work to his friends. After she left, Izuku turned his chair to face his desk, reviewing his notes about his projects and plans for his future as a hero. He glanced at a file regarding Megatron, contemplating the potential path of the Quirkless. He reminded himself that he would never follow a path of destruction. He would find a way to give a voice to the Quirkless without resorting to violence. Yet, he acknowledged that with the current state of hero society, violence sometimes seemed like an option. He stared at his phone, the screen displaying the group chat he used in the forum. His peers always lent an ear whenever he faced discrimination, and he did the same for them. He had gained the followers he needed to stand up against injustice, as they had endured it long enough. It was time to fight back, but he intended to use his title as a means to achieve a voice, to be seen as worthy without leading to violence. The group name Quirkless Anonymous was changed to Decepticons. Izuku wondered how long it would last before they had enough. He decided to change his username to something that reflected his aspirations for the future, a leader who would inspire others to rise against oppression for an equal world. He changed his username to Megatronus. Thus began Izuku's journey as a hero. What kind of path he would walk in the future remained to be seen. Izuku reflected on how a year had passed since he last stood in Japan, preparing for the entrance exam at 𝗬𝗎. The Midoriyas had moved from their small apartment to a more upscale home on the outskirts of the city, a change prompted by Izuku's lab and the longing to avoid the graffiti and hostility that Quirkless individuals often faced. They had endured messages telling them to get out of our city, and you don't belong here. Izuku had already encountered discrimination, being denied entry to a convenience store simply for being Quirkless. He could only scowl as he drank from a vending machine bottle, messaging his friends online. Megatronus expressed his frustration about being back in the city, recounting his recent experience of being kicked out of a store due to his lack of a quirk. His friends responded, sharing their own tales of discrimination and frustration. They all felt the weight of their circumstances, but Megatronus assured them he had a plan to prove their worth and fight back, urging them to be patient. Just as he was about to elaborate, a familiar voice called out to him. Izuku sighed, knowing what was coming. He sidestepped with precision as an explosive attack from 𝗵𝗃𝗃 narrowly missed him, sending 𝗵𝗃𝗃 crashing to the ground. 𝗵𝗃𝗃, surprised by Izuku's agility, quickly regained his footing and glared at him, breathing heavily. 𝗵𝗃𝗃, filled with his usual bravado, demanded Izuku wipe the smirk off his face. Despite the time apart, 𝗵𝗃𝗃 noticed a change in Izuku. He had gained muscle and confidence, thanks to training and a proper diet. Yet, 𝗵𝗃𝗃 remained the same arrogant bully, boasting about his future as the #1 hero. Izuku, unimpressed, remarked on 𝗵𝗃𝗃's unchanged demeanor. He felt no need to engage with 𝗵𝗃𝗃's bravado and chose to walk away, ignoring 𝗵𝗃𝗃's attempts to provoke him. 𝗵𝗃𝗃, furious at being dismissed, shouted after him, insisting that nothing had changed and that Izuku was still worthless. Izuku, however, had changed. No longer afraid of 𝗵𝗃𝗃's outbursts, he saw him as a misguided child, bolstered by the praise of those around him. As he walked away, he noticed a sticker on his leather jacket, resembling the Decepticon logo, a reminder of his father's influence and the path he had chosen. This symbol represented his determination to stand up for himself and move forward, leaving the past behind. To change himself for the better, Izuku brushed past it with his fingers and took a deep breath. It was time to finally stand up to Bakugo, and he wouldn't care about the consequences, even if it meant facing Bakugo's fury. He wouldn't be afraid anymore. Izuku reflected on Bakugo's prideful nature, realizing that if they were still children, he could dismiss Bakugo's childish proclamations as mere aspirations to become the greatest hero. But they were no longer children, and Izuku was no longer the foolish boy who failed to see the truth of who Bakugo really was. Even now, Bakugo acted like a child, believing that his power justified his actions, while others praised him for it, not realizing that their admiration was misplaced. In reality, those who celebrated Bakugo's reputation would soon find that it was all for naught, as no one would care about a pro-hero who merely sought the top spot without making a real change in society. Izuku continued, expressing that all the praise Bakugo received was nothing more than deception, allowing those around him to feel a sense of pride in their otherwise miserable lives. Bakugo, enraged by Izuku's words, unleashed his quirk, propelling himself upward to attack. However, he severely underestimated Izuku, who had endured similar attacks far too many times. Without wasting any time, Izuku got into a stance, unnoticed by Bakugo, and when he got close, he executed a powerful uppercut. The impact sent Bakugo flying, a metallic sound echoing as Izuku's hand transformed into a metal fist, a feature he had added during his time on Island. The strength of the blow demonstrated the power of his suit's enhancements, raising the question of how much more powerful he would be when fully suited up. Izuku observed Bakugo, who was being checked on by his friends, remaining silent during the confrontation. He noticed Bakugo stirring in and out of consciousness and spoke, unsure if Bakugo could hear him. He expressed that finally standing up for himself and delivering a punch felt good, something he wished he had done long ago. Despite his kindness, Izuku had learned that not everyone deserved it, especially those who had hurt him. With that, he left, indifferent to Bakugo's glare as he disappeared from sight. Walking through the streets of Mustafa, Izuku felt a sense of relief, believing that Bakugo had received his comeuppance. It felt like justice in his eyes, but he knew that despite no longer being part of 𝗬𝗪𝗏 and not dealing with Bakugo's villainous acts, he would eventually encounter him again at 𝗬𝗪𝗏. Izuku was aware that Bakugo would pass. It was obvious given his quirk. Shaking off the thought, he decided to message his friends in the forum. Before he could do so, Izuku received a concerning message from one of his friends, a distress call. The message read that a group of villains, mainly thugs, had attacked them because they were easy prey, being quirkless. They had managed to fend off the attackers and sought refuge in an alleyway, but the thugs were still pursuing them. Izuku's friends quickly asked for their location and assured him they would come to help. After a brief silence, Izuku jogged through the streets, scanning the alleyways for any signs of trouble. He looked back at his phone to see a map with a marker indicating their location. As he sprinted toward the alleyway, he nearly stumbled as he turned the corner and rushed inside. The faint sounds of rustling confirmed he was in the right place. He quickened his pace and rounded another corner, entering a more open area where he found 5 kids defending themselves against a group of thugs. One thug, holding a boy by the collar, taunted Izuku, thinking he had come to join the fight. The thugs turned their attention to him, and Izuku confidently declared that they would regret facing him. His forearms transformed into gauntlets resembling those of his mech, the fingers lighting up with energy, ready for action. He issued a fair warning to the thugs, prepared to defend his friends. Izuku, confident in his abilities despite being quirkless, faced off against a group of thugs. The leader had sent 4 of his men to confront him. As they charged, Izuku entered a fighting stance, his shins transforming into glowing purple cybernetic limbs, surprising both groups. Taking a deep breath, he smirked and dashed forward in an instant, kneeing the first thug he encountered. The impact was powerful, sending the thug crashing into another, both groaning in pain. Izuku swiftly blocked an attack from a thug wielding a sword made of liquid metal. He countered with a punch to the thug's gut, knocking the wind out of him. Following up with an uppercut, he sent the thug tumbling to the ground. He then back-kicked another thug, staggering him before grabbing his hair and throwing him into his lackeys, causing them all to crash together. The leader, furious, charged at Izuku along with the last 3 thugs. Izuku, still finishing off the first group, used his mechanical forearms to block their strikes. He sidestepped a punch from a thug with brass knuckles and caught him in an arm lock. Without hesitation, he struck the thug's elbow, causing him to cry out in pain. Izuku pushed the thug away and dodged another attack, delivering a kick to the stomach of yet another thug who lunged at him. The first thug, recovering, attempted to attack again, but Izuku countered with a kick to the knee, staggering him. He then grabbed the thug's head and pulled it down to his knee, breaking the thug's nose. The cries of pain echoed as Izuku delivered a final punch, knocking him out and leaving only a few thugs, including the leader. Determined, Izuku focused on his hands, where a vein-like outline glowed purple. He unleashed purple projectiles from his palms, stunning the remaining thugs. They were taken by surprise, not expecting him to attack from a distance. The projectiles incapacitated 4 thugs without causing serious harm, and Izuku increased his power, ensuring it was non-lethal. One thug, bewildered, questioned how Izuku could do this if he was quirkless. Izuku affirmed his status and swiftly punched the first thug he targeted, knocking him down hard. He fired 2 more projectiles, hitting the thug to his right, then followed up with a right hook, leaving only the leader standing. The leader, enraged, unleashed his spike-based quirk, shooting wooden spikes like bullets. Izuku reacted quickly, summoning a hard light shield that shattered the spikes upon impact. With the shield in hand, Izuku charged forward, stunning the leader with a powerful hit to the face. Seizing the opportunity, he deactivated the shield and struck the leader in the stomach, staggering him. Izuku followed up with a flurry of punches to the leader's chest and multiple hooks to his cheek, culminating in an uppercut that sent the thug flying into the air before crashing to the ground, knocked out. Witnesses, amazed by Izuku's display of skill, expressed their astonishment. Izuku, having deactivated the cybernetic armor on his arms and legs, approached the group he had saved and extended his hand to the first person in front of him. He asked if they were okay, and the young boy he helped up responded affirmatively. Izuku observed the group, noting they were all around his age. He introduced himself, pointing out that they might recognize him from a forum where they had discussed their projects. Goro, a boy with medium-length dark blue hair and light blue eyes, stepped forward, introducing himself as this thunderous cracking, revealing his real name. Sora, with black hair and purple streaks, introduced himself as the 𝗧𝗵𝗲. Jetto, with slicked-back red and black hair, followed suit as 𝗵𝘃𝗃. Ranji, with green hair and yellow eyes, introduced himself as 𝗧𝗵𝗵𝗃, clarifying that he didn't mean it literally. Finally, Aika, a girl with a bob-cut blue hairstyle and yellow eyes, introduced herself as 𝗎𝗪𝙢𝗃, humorously noting that her identity might surprise them. Izuku, acknowledging their introductions, inquired if they knew 𝗧𝗵𝗃𝗏's full name. They all shook their heads, and he confirmed that they recognized him due to the armor he had used. Goro affirmed their recognition, calling him Megatronus. The one who created the forum and brought them together was none other than Izuku, who introduced himself with a smile that could brighten anyone's day. Aika expressed her surprise at meeting the maker of the forum, noting that she never expected the user with a username related to the word deranged to be a girl. Izuku, still smiling, introduced himself as Izuku Midoriya, inviting them to call him simply Izuku. As they stood together, the group heard sounds coming from the same path Izuku had taken to rescue them. He readied his gauntlets for another confrontation, anticipating more thugs. To their surprise, a group of young kids, around the same age as them, appeared, all out of breath and holding bats in their hands. Jetto wondered who these newcomers were, while Ranji speculated that they might be the ones who had mentioned they were also headed there. One of the kids stepped forward, raising their hands in surrender and dropping the bat to show they meant no harm. Teo, with medium-length orange hair and yellow eyes, assured them they were all friends and not there to cause trouble. He pointed out the unconscious thugs on the ground and explained that they were there to help. Introducing himself as 𝗬𝗧𝗎𝗪𝗧, known in the forum as the Son of Storms, he shocked the group, confirming that he was indeed the one who had messaged them about coming to their aid. Izuku welcomed the help, expressing gratitude that the forum was willing to assist them in their time of danger. He approached 𝗬𝗬, and they shook hands. Izuku introduced himself as 𝗵𝗃𝗃 and inquired about the rest of 𝗬𝗬's group. 𝗬𝗬 explained that 3 of them were family: his twin sister 𝗵𝗃𝗃𝗪𝗧, known as 𝗬𝗵𝗃𝗲, and his cousin 𝗬𝗵𝗃𝗪𝗧, or acid rain, and 𝗬𝗪𝗠𝗪𝗃𝗪, known as 𝗳𝗍𝗪𝗪𝗪. He also pointed out 𝗂𝗃𝗁𝗃 Tsubasa, who went by Red Chicken Wings, as the only one they had encountered on their way there. 𝗵𝗃, a young girl with medium-length orange hair and yellow eyes, expressed her eagerness to confront its 𝗬𝗪𝗍𝗪, which drew laughter from the group. Izuku enjoyed the moment, noting the usernames of his friends and realizing that they resembled half of the Seekers from the Cybertronian lore he had read. He pondered whether meeting them was a coincidence or simply plot convenience, as Melissa would say. Suddenly, an authoritative voice interrupted their thoughts, causing everyone to jump. A police officer approached, a tall man with yellow eyes and slicked-back black hair. He surveyed the scene, taking in the group of kids and the thugs on the ground. Izuku quickly formulated a plan for what to say to the officer, crafting a cover story. He explained that they had been targeted by a group of villains because they were quirkless and had sought refuge in the alleyway. They had been about to defend themselves when a vigilante had come to their rescue. The officer, skeptical, asked if what Izuku said was true. The group confirmed his story, supporting him without revealing their savior's identity. Fortunately, the officers seemed to accept their explanation and decided to let them go with a warning, advising them to leave the area. Relieved, Izuku led the group out of the alleyway, the officer watching them as they exited onto the street. Once clear, they all let out sighs of relief, grateful to have escaped the situation. Izuku thought that the officer would take them to the station and follow the usual procedures for dealing with those without quirks. Ranji noted that this usually meant the officers wouldn't be on their side, depending on which one they encountered. 𝗬𝗬 remarked that they had gotten lucky this time. As the group talked and introduced themselves, something they hadn't been able to do properly in the alleyway, Goro decided to approach Izuku, who was distracted by his phone before turning his attention to his friend. Goro asked if Izuku was busy and suggested they hang out to get to know each other better. Izuku felt tempted to join them, but the situation felt sudden, especially after just rescuing his friends. He still had errands to run related to his plans for you. Even though he hated to decline, he knew he had to prioritize his responsibilities. After all, he could meet them another day since he now knew they lived nearby. Izuku expressed his interest in hanging out but explained that he had other matters to attend to. He asked for their numbers, mentioning that Melissa, whose real name was 𝗬𝗪𝗍𝗪𝗪𝗧, would introduce herself properly next time. He hinted at something big planned that involved all of them, asking for a little time before revealing the surprise. After exchanging numbers for about 5 minutes, the group said their goodbyes. Izuku remained behind, watching his friends leave with a smile on his face, wondering who else from the forum he might meet in person. Suddenly, a voice interrupted his thoughts, commenting on the show he had put on. Izuku turned to see a slim man with pale skin, yellowed teeth, and numerous wrinkles around his eyes. The man had messy grayish-blue hair and wore a black jacket with the hood up, obscuring his face. Izuku felt a surge of caution, ready to defend himself if necessary, aware that he was in public and didn't want to cause a scene. The man claimed to be just a spectator and expressed surprise at Izuku's situation, noting that he had expected him to be a pro-hero or vigilante, only to learn he was quirkless. This made Izuku narrow his eyes in suspicion. The man continued, stating that he had experienced discrimination as well. Curious, Izuku asked for more details, assuring the man he had time. The man hummed for a moment before sitting on a nearby bench, prompting Izuku to take a seat as well, ensuring he was ready for anything. He questioned whether someone with a quirk could truly understand the discrimination faced by those without. The man remained silent for a moment before responding, indicating that he understood Izuku's struggles. He asked if a hero had ever reached out to Izuku for help or hope. Izuku replied that no hero had ever offered him assistance when he needed it, expressing his disappointment in the heroes he admired. He shared his feelings about how society often overlooked those without powers, leaving them to rely on each other. The man listened intently, urging Izuku to continue. Izuku spoke about the taunts and mockery faced by those like him, expressing his longing to meet the number one hero, All Might, to ask if someone without a quirk could still be a hero. He was determined to seek that answer, confident that All Might would inspire him. The man questioned what Izuku would do if All Might said otherwise. Izuku admitted he didn't know but remained hopeful that All Might would not disappoint him. He believed that the symbol of peace would not look down on those without powers. The man's skepticism was apparent, but Izuku remained undeterred in his faith. He doesn't even know the man to begin with. The stranger remarked that it was Izuku's choice, expressing disbelief that someone like him wished to be a hero despite the world turning its back on him. The stranger had experienced similar rejection and questioned where Izuku would be if he waited for a hero to save him. Izuku reflected on this, acknowledging that he had chosen a different path. He was determined to do things his own way, regardless of society's disdain. With friends by his side, he was ready to challenge the system and prove how wrong it was. They wanted to be heard and were committed to fighting for what they deserved. Izuku was resolute in his mission to help those who needed it, vowing to take the hand of anyone who sought assistance when no one else would. Though it would take years to achieve their dream, he believed that every small step was significant. The stranger inquired if Izuku had help with his ambitions. Izuku affirmed that he did, but he had also learned the importance of taking initiative to realize his dreams. No one would hold his hand in the end, it was up to them to make decisions moving forward. He acknowledged that it was beneficial to have people supporting him from time to time. As Izuku observed the man, he noticed a contemplative expression on his face and decided to wait for a response. The stranger then asked if Izuku, being quirkless, had ever considered the possibility of removing someone's quirk. This question caught Izuku off guard. He had heard of people who disliked their quirks, but rarely did anyone express a longing to rid themselves of them entirely. He recalled a conversation with 𝗵𝗵𝗃, who had hinted that Sector 7 had the means to remove quirks, though the specifics were unclear. Izuku pressed the stranger for his reasons for wanting to rid himself of his quirk, sensing the man's disdain. The stranger explained that while others viewed his quirk as a blessing, he saw it as a curse that had led him to his current predicament. He expressed his hatred for heroes, believing they had shaped him into someone he despised, and warned Izuku that he might end up the same way, pushed to the brink by a society that failed to understand his longing to be a hero. Izuku was taken aback by this perspective. He had never hated heroes, rather he resented how those with powerful quirks could act without consequence, especially towards the weak. He understood, in a way, why this man felt such animosity, as he too had experienced the lack of support when it mattered most. Izuku pondered that many others might share this man's feelings, which could explain their turn towards villainy. He proposed a theory: what if he could help the stranger rid himself of his quirk and bring him into their fold, unlike the heroes? To his surprise, the stranger agreed. Before Izuku could respond further, he glanced at his phone and noted the time. He realized he had to leave, but he expressed pleasure in meeting the stranger and introduced himself as Izuku Midoriya, asking for the man's name. The stranger, looking down for a moment, finally revealed his name as 𝗃𝗄𝗄𝗵𝗃. Izuku hoped to see him again and departed, leaving 𝗃𝗄 to reflect on their encounter. 𝗃𝗄 thought to himself that Izuku seemed like a decent kid and resolved to spare him if he didn't get in his way during their plans against you. He then turned his attention to his phone, browsing the Quirkless forum with the intent of uncovering the truth about the treatment of the Quirkless. As time passed, Izuku walked through the streets, contemplating the day's events. He had met his friends from the forum for the first time, a surprising turn of events he hadn't anticipated. Although he had previously met Melissa on Island, meeting Goro, Teo, and the others was unexpected, especially after saving them from a group of thugs. Izuku knew that meeting them in person would take some adjustment. While he found it easy to connect with Melissa, interacting with a group was a different challenge. He wondered who else from the forum he might encounter that day. Additionally, since his forum friends were around his age, Izuku felt that their plans could progress rapidly. He and Melissa had begun constructing Cybertronian 𝗵𝘃𝗍 for their friends, a project that required approval but was now underway. Alongside preparing for the entrance exams, this project aimed to help a Quirkless group defy expectations and succeed at UA. However, he needed a total of 20 students and had only found a few so far. This meant he would have to seek out more without appearing overly eager or relying on sheer luck to meet someone from the forum in the city. Lastly, he reflected on his encounter with 𝗵𝗃𝗁𝗍. Izuku had always been aware of how hero society viewed those with villainous quirks and those who were mutants. He never really knew who faced the worst, considering he also endured the harsh realities of society. In some cases, those without quirks never experienced a massacre where people killed them. Instead, they faced mockery and constant beatdowns that pushed them to despair. This brought Izuku into a new perspective on just how corrupt hero society really is. They weren't the only ones who had never received a helping hand when they called for assistance. Yet, Izuku still wished to focus on his kind. Those with villainous quirks still had the means to fit into society. They had to work hard to prove they could become heroes. But for the Quirkless, there would never be a way to be part of hero society, not even a thought given to them. They tried to work hard for acceptance but received nothing in return, and it was painful to realize that this was the truth of the world. Izuku decided he needed to schedule a talk with Melissa about this, hoping for her logical input on the topic. His mind was still trying to process all this information. As he walked toward a tunnel under the bridge, a voice called out to him. A figure emerged, claiming to have found a fitting host for a skin suit. The sludge villain lunged at Izuku, engulfing him in a mud-like substance, slowly attempting to take over his body. Despite the situation, Izuku remained calm and had a plan. He thought to himself that the villain would not succeed because he had something up his sleeve. With his free arm, he reached for a device on his belt, revealing a multi-purpose Cybertronian grenade. He pressed the button in the middle, changing the light to a lighter blue, indicating a different setting. He then plunged it into the sludge villain's body, letting it go once he knew it was inside. The act surprised the villain. The grenade detonated, revealing itself to be a stun grenade. The sludge villain screamed as electricity coursed through him, forcing the mud-like substance to release its grip on Izuku. He coughed out the last remnants of sludge from his mouth and looked at the incapacitated villain on the ground. He remarked to himself about the effectiveness of alien technology as he removed the last of the sludge from his legs. Izuku then noticed a bottle nearby and decided to scoop up whatever remained of the sludge villain, ensuring nothing was left behind. He conjured a heads-up display in the form of a visor, scanning the area to confirm all traces of the villain were contained in the bottle. Just as he was about to leave, intending to discreetly drop it off at the police station, a loud voice boomed behind him. A gust of wind swept through, forcing him to shield himself. When the wind died down, he looked up in shock to see All Might, the #1 hero and the symbol of peace, standing before him. Izuku was overwhelmed with excitement, trying to calm himself to avoid looking foolish in front of his hero. All Might asked if Izuku had seen a villain in the area, as he was searching for one. Izuku eagerly presented the bottle containing the sludge villain, explaining how he had found it moving frantically and had intended to take it to the police. Despite being in the presence of All Might, he still felt the need to cover up details to avoid drawing ire from pro-heroes or anyone else. All Might expressed gratitude for doing the right thing by handing it over to the authorities, acknowledging the potential danger of opening it. He took the bottle and placed it in his pocket, which Izuku worried might not hold it securely. Izuku then asked if he could have something, but All Might interrupted, assuring him that it was already taken care of. He showcased Izuku's notebook, now signed by All Might, which had once been used for heroes but was now dedicated to his Cybertronian 𝗵𝘃𝗍𝗍. Izuku was impressed by how quickly it had all happened. All Might thanked him for his help and prepared to turn the villain over to the police, bidding farewell and counting on Izuku's continued support. Just as All Might was about to leave, Izuku remembered his conversation with 𝗵𝗃𝗁𝗍 and realized this was the perfect moment to ask All Might a question. However, he didn't get the chance as All Might leaped into the air, creating a powerful gust of wind. Izuku called out to All Might and wasted no time chasing after him, using the boosters on his legs to gain speed. As he shouted All Might's name, the hero turned back, surprised to see Izuku flying. Izuku insisted he needed to ask a question, but All Might cautioned that it wasn't a good moment for that. Undeterred, Izuku pleaded for just one question, determined to get his answer. In that moment, Izuku had his visor on and his eyes narrowed, noticing a hint of distress in All Might's demeanor. Something was off. Izuku realized that All Might had led him to a rooftop, and as he landed safely on the ground using his boosters, he stared at All Might with concern. Before any words could be exchanged, Izuku noticed smoke emanating from All Might's body. As the smoke cleared, he was met with a smaller version of All Might, and he stared in silence, which made All Might worry that Izuku might think he was an imposter. All Might felt compelled to explain the situation. He began to speak, but Izuku interrupted with an unexpected observation, leaving All Might surprised. This was not the reaction he had anticipated. As Izuku approached, All Might noticed multiple screens appearing on his visor, indicating that Izuku was scanning him to understand why he had changed. His time on Island had made him more composed and analytical, allowing him to formulate theories and plans in situations where others might panic. Izuku's visor focused on something in All Might's abdomen, and he quickly pieced together the situation. He acknowledged All Might's presence but admitted he had been distracted. He explained that his visor had detected an injury in All Might's stomach and indicated that the damage was severe. He speculated that All Might had undergone multiple surgeries that had not gone well. All Might was taken aback. This young boy had managed to uncover details about his injury through that device when no one else had. He quickly masked his surprise and confirmed Izuku's deduction. He explained that the injury had destroyed half of his respiratory organs and caused him to lose his entire stomach, leaving him weakened from repeated surgeries and their aftermath. Izuku pondered if a certain organization had the means to help All Might. All Might then asked Izuku if he would keep this information private, to which Izuku nodded in agreement. All Might expressed concern that if the public learned of his condition, it would lead to problems and diminish the image of someone they looked up to in a vulnerable state. Izuku understood the gravity of the situation. He had always been told that All Might represented the pillar of society, a protective wall. If people saw cracks in that wall, it could sow seeds of doubt and lead to disastrous consequences. All Might then inquired about the question Izuku had intended to ask him. Izuku felt a wave of nervousness wash over him, realizing he had to muster the courage to ask his hero something important. Taking a deep breath, Izuku finally posed his question about whether someone like him, who was quirkless, could become a hero. All Might was taken aback, noting that Izuku had been flying and using scanning technology, which he assumed were quirks. Izuku clarified that those were support items he had created to give him an advantage against villains, emphasizing that even without a quirk, he had proven his usefulness in times of need. Izuku looked to All Might, hoping for encouragement, but he could sense All Might's hesitation as he pondered the weight of Izuku's question. After a moment, All Might sighed and delivered his answer. He expressed regret, explaining that given the current state of the world and the dangers faced by pro-heroes, he couldn't simply say that anyone could become a hero without power. He cautioned that there were greater threats out there, and without proper tools, Izuku would be at a disadvantage. All Might suggested that if Izuku truly wanted to help others, he could consider becoming a police officer, even though quirkless officers face challenges. He reiterated that while it was admirable to dream, the reality was harsh, and he couldn't encourage Izuku to pursue a path that could lead to danger without the means to protect himself. Izuku stood still, absorbing All Might's words, feeling a deep sense of disappointment. All Might decided to leave, not wanting to worsen the situation, but he offered parting words as he moved toward the rooftop door. He reminded Izuku that dreaming was not bad, but realism was essential. As the door shut behind All Might, Izuku was left alone on the rooftop, grappling with the weight of the conversation. He couldn't believe what he had just heard. All Might, the hero he idolized, had told him he couldn't be a hero. Despite showing his potential and the tools he had developed, he felt as though he had been denied the hope he so desperately sought. All Might had always said that anyone could be a hero, but now, those words felt like a distant echo. But it seems it only matters to those who have power, to those who are strong, while the weak mean nothing. Unknowingly, Izuku clenched his fists and gritted his teeth in anger, recalling Tenko's question about how he would react if he didn't get the answer he sought. All Izuku could feel was anger. He had thought All Might would give him the hope he needed, the motivation to push forward to become a hero. But now, all he felt was disappointment. He realized All Might was just like the other pro-heroes in society, lacking faith that people like him could be heroes, that they could stand as equals. To them, he and his kind were nothing more than ants, while they were the boot that crushed them. Izuku resolved to forget All Might and everyone else. He didn't need them anymore. He would forge his own path and prove them wrong, that a quirkless person like him could be a hero, even if the world was against it. He had people with him who shared the same dream, and he wouldn't let anyone tell him otherwise. Suddenly, an explosion erupted in the distance, drawing Izuku's attention. He rushed to the edge of the roof and used his visor to assess the situation, hacking into any nearby cameras. As he gathered information, his eyes widened in shock. Oh no! In the Tetouan shopping district, where the explosion had originated, the sludge villain had been freed. The villain was causing chaos in the streets, flames engulfing the buildings around him, and he had taken a hostage, 𝗵𝘃𝗲. 𝗵𝘃𝗲 had stumbled upon a bottle that had fallen from All Might's pocket, and upon opening it he found himself in the clutches of the sludge villain. Izuku was among the crowd, his thoughts racing as he observed the scene unfold. Damn it, I knew something was off when I saw an object moving at high speed while chasing All Might. It was the sludge villain. He moved closer, watching 𝗵𝘃𝗲 struggle to free himself using his quirk, only to make matters worse as the sludge villain unleashed more mud-like substances into the streets, pushing many heroes back. Izuku stood at the front, noting how the police had cordoned off the area to prevent anyone from entering. He saw that 𝗵𝘃𝗲 was unable to act due to the nature of her quirk, 𝗵𝘃𝗲 couldn't approach because of the fire, and Backdraft was too busy extinguishing flames. Izuku's frustration grew as he recalled what 𝗳𝗪𝗲 and the other pro-heroes had said. They needed to wait for a pro-hero with a suitable quirk to handle the situation. The thought made him angry. Don't just stand there. Formulate a plan and try to do something. Anything. Waiting for another hero with a suitable quirk can be a better option, but time is a problem you cannot ignore. At any moment, 𝗵𝘃𝗲 could die if you don't act. Surround him and attack from all sides. If you find an opening, take it and rescue him. He clenched his fists, watching helplessly as 𝗵𝘃𝗲 faced danger right before their eyes. A voice urged Izuku to seize this opportunity to show what a quirkless person could do. Another voice reminded him that he needed to save 𝗵𝘃𝗲, proving that someone like him could become a hero without power. I'm going to regret this. With a sigh, Izuku knew a storm was about to brew from his actions, but it was a start. He ran forward without a second thought, ignoring 𝗳𝗪𝗲's calling out to him, and pressed a device on his chest as his Cybertronian mech formed around him. Compared to the first suit he had made, the upgraded design felt heavier, more imposing, and far more regal. The previous iteration focused on sleek mobility and combat versatility, while this one projected depth and authority. The new suit incorporated reinforced, angular plating with a near-mechanical bulk, showcasing durability against physical and ranged quirks while maintaining flexible articulation points for precision strikes. The helmet was knightly and sinister, featuring narrow, glowing optics and a faceplate resembling a warlord's helm. The upgraded suit was now bulkier than its predecessor, with reinforced gauntlets and greaves that gave Izuku a gladiatorial presence. As Izuku donned his armor, shocked expressions spread among the onlookers. Many commented on how a kid could summon such a tall suit, standing at 15 feet. The pro-heroes initially thought Izuku was a rookie, but it was quickly noted that he was still in a middle school uniform. An officer holding back the crowd narrowed his eyes at Izuku. The sludge villain recognized him. Wait that brat. I recognize your face. Izuku stopped in front of the sludge villain, glancing back at the crowd watching. He didn't bother with theatrics or words. He got straight to business. A weapon appeared on his arm, completing its formation and shocking everyone, including the sludge villain, as he faced the fusion cannon. Aiming it at the sludge villain, Izuku sensed the fear among the pro-heroes, worried he might do something reckless and harm 𝗵𝘃𝗲 in the process. However, Izuku's HUD selected the most suitable setting for the situation, and the barrel of the fusion cannon began charging with purple energy. The sludge villain shouted, determined not to let Izuku gain the upper hand. "I won't let you get the upper hand this time, brat." But Izuku was resolute. "Oh, I'm not so sure about that." With a decisive action, he prepared to strike. Then at that very moment, Izuku fired a blast from his fusion cannon. The purple projectile of energy struck the sludge villain, and in a surprising turn of events, the sludge villain let out a slow, anguished scream as it became ensnared in a net-like dome. The dome gradually separated Bakugo from the sludge villain, freeing him from its grasp. As for the sludge villain, the dome slowly shrank until it formed a cube that dropped to the ground, containing the villain within. Izuku walked over to the cube and picked it up, staring at it before turning to Bakugo, who was on the ground, watching him in silence. Bakugo wouldn't admit it, but the imposing figure of the Cybertronian mech made Izuku appear intimidating in the eyes of many. Izuku felt compelled to address the crowd, wanting to remind the Quirkless that all hope wasn't lost. He raised his fusion cannon and his arm high into the air. He declared that he was a man without power, for he was Quirkless. This revelation was met with murmurs and whispers among the crowd, processing the fact that the person who had saved Bakugo was Quirkless. Izuku continued, stating that despite what many considered a weakness, he had rescued Bakugo when the heroes had failed to act, watching as the boy's life hung in the balance. He expressed his disappointment in the heroes who waited for someone with a suitable quirk to intervene. Izuku emphasized that he was simply a quirkless individual who had managed to accomplish what a hero should have done. He wanted everyone to remember that someone like him, deemed useless by society, could rise to the occasion and be a hero. Many had labeled them as failures and weaklings, yet he stood before them as proof that they could be more than that. As he spoke, All Might, in his smaller form, watched from the crowd, noticing that many were smiling in support of Izuku's message. In their eyes, he was finally someone stepping up to show that they mattered. Izuku introduced himself as Izuku Midoriya and declared his ambition to become the first quirkless hero in an unjust society. He wanted to demonstrate that those without power could achieve greatness. He recalled how his hero had told him he couldn't be a hero, but he was determined to prove otherwise, as long as he had people believing in him. He encouraged the quirkless to believe in themselves, asserting that he was a prime example of what they could achieve. With a powerful shot from his fusion cannon, he ignited a wave of support among the quirkless. They cheered for him, raising their arms in solidarity. Even the police officers present joined in the applause, chanting his name. Bakugo managed to get back on his feet, feeling the energy of the crowd around him. He looked at Izuku, sensing a change within him, though he couldn't quite determine if it was a good or bad thing, especially as the red eyes of the mech glowed brighter. Izuku knew he might face consequences for his actions, but fortunately, a police officer came to his aid. Upon closer inspection, Izuku recognized him as the same officer he and his friends had encountered in the alleyway. The officer explained that they couldn't arrest Izuku because the law specifically stated that any illegal quirk usage was subject to arrest. However, since the person who had taken down the villain was quirkless, the actions he had displayed were a result of his support gear, which was legally obtained. The officer pointed out that the laws were designed for those with quirks, and no one would have expected a quirkless individual to act as a vigilante. The pro-heroes expressed their frustration, questioning why Izuku was being allowed to walk free. The officer defended his stance, stating that he upheld the law but had seen many officers let kids with quirks go for similar heroic acts. He challenged the heroes, asking why they were willing to praise one boy for using his quirk while scolding another who had done more good than any of them. The officer's words left the pro-heroes speechless, as they recognized the truth in his argument. He concluded by telling them to leave, expressing his irritation at their presence. His last comment annoyed some of the pro-heroes as they took their leave, casting glares at the officer, who remained unfazed. The officer watched them disappear from view and turned to see Izuku approaching him, now dressed in civilian attire. The officer remarked that he could tell those heroes would go online to verify his claims, which were true, but they would likely find ways to put Izuku behind bars. Izuku expressed his gratitude for the officer's help, noting that he was surprised the heroes actually listened to the police, as they usually ignored them unless it involved a higher-ranking official. He tossed a cube to the officer, who caught it and handed it to one of his men, instructing them to keep it secure to avoid a repeat of the earlier incident. The officer admitted he was quirkless, preferring not to disclose that detail, as people often dismissed him when they learned the truth. Izuku was intrigued and asked if the officer was the only one from the police force on the forum. The officer, introducing himself as Second Lieutenant 𝗬𝗄𝗄𝗵, revealed that he was known as barricading 𝗬𝗏 online. He explained that he was the youngest lieutenant in the precinct and had worked hard to gain recognition. Izuku asked if there were others from the police force in the forum, to which 𝗬𝗄𝗄 replied that he knew a few others whose usernames Izuku might recognize. 𝗬𝗄𝗄 sensed Izuku's disappointment at their age difference, but Izuku brushed it off, joking that 𝗬𝗄𝗄 was old. 𝗬𝗄𝗄 feigned offense at the comment, revealing he was 24 and preferred to keep that information to himself. 𝗬𝗄𝗄 acknowledged the importance of supporting each other as quirkless individuals and mentioned hearing about Izuku's plan in the group chat to take the entrance exam at U. Izuku confirmed that 𝗧𝗵𝗃𝗄𝗵 had connections to help them secure spots for the exam, and the armor he wore earlier would be replicated for the others. 𝗬𝗄𝗄 asked if he would also receive a suit, and Izuku assured him that while he hadn't completed it yet, the others were ready to go. 𝗬𝗄𝗄 expressed excitement for what was to come, noting that Izuku had made a name for himself among the quirkless, though not much for the quirk users. 𝗬𝗄𝗄 handed Izuku a card with his contact information, advising him to reach out if he found himself in a tough situation. He emphasized the importance of not taking advantage of the offer. Izuku promised he wouldn't. 𝗬𝗄𝗄 liked the nickname 𝗵𝗃𝗄𝗃 and urged Izuku to leave before any other pro heroes arrived, warning that he might not be so lucky next time. They exchanged farewells before parting ways. As the sun set, Izuku made his way home, waiting for his mother to pick him up at their usual spot since there was no transportation available. He was soon met by Bakugo's voice calling out to him. Bakugo approached, out of breath, and demanded to know what had happened earlier. He expressed his frustration at Izuku's interference and his belief that the quirkless would never be seen as heroes. Izuku remained stoic, allowing Bakugo to continue. Bakugo questioned the changes in Izuku since he had returned, accusing him of acting superior and hiding something from him. Izuku firmly stated that he wasn't hiding anything and was not obligated to share his life with Bakugo. He warned Bakugo to walk away before things escalated, asserting that he could no longer be hurt by him. The two stood face to face, anger evident in their expressions, until Bakugo stepped back with a huff and left without another word. Izuku watched him go and muttered a single word under his breath. As he resumed his walk, Izuku was surprised to see All Might appear suddenly from the pathway to his left. All Might greeted him enthusiastically, but Izuku responded with a deadpan expression, asking what he wanted since it was late and his mother was on her way. All Might flinched at Izuku's tone, sensing that he might still be upset about their previous conversation on the rooftop, and hoped to change his mind with what he had to say next. Although he changed back to Small Might while feeling unwell, Izuku looked at the man with a sense of disgust. All Might coughed, almost choking as he spoke to Izuku about his purpose for being there. He expressed surprise at how Izuku had managed to subdue the sludge villain and, more importantly, how he had rallied the people around him. That showed true heart. Izuku believed someone needed to be the voice for the quirkless, giving them the push they needed. What he had done was an example of that and the hope it could inspire, especially since All Might had failed to do so for him. Still, he acknowledged that All Might had been realistic in his approach. All Might recognized many heroic traits in Izuku's actions, noting his willingness to rush into danger without fear for his own life. He admired how Izuku had captured the hearts of the people with his words. All Might admitted he had been wrong about Izuku on the rooftop. He could indeed be a hero. This revelation made Izuku raise an eyebrow, unsure why All Might had changed his mind so quickly. It felt rushed to him, as if one act had suddenly defined him as a hero. He questioned whether he had truly proven All Might wrong or if there was something more at play. All Might explained that when he came to Japan, he had many reasons, but the truth was that he was searching for a successor. He believed Izuku had the potential to inherit his quirk. Izuku was taken aback, unsure of what he had just heard. The idea of inheriting a quirk was foreign to him. He questioned All Might's intentions, wondering why he would want him to inherit his quirk when his main goal was to be quirkless. Did All Might forget what he had just said, or was this an attempt to turn Izuku into someone who valued quirks? Izuku firmly stated that he intended to be a quirkless hero, regardless of what others thought. He did not want any quirk transfer, as accepting one would betray his promise to his friends. This surprised All Might, who hadn't expected Izuku to reject his offer so readily. All Might realized he had made a mistake, forgetting Izuku's aspirations. Before he could explain himself, Izuku walked past him, dismissing the hero entirely. He declared that All Might should give his offer to someone who deserved it, perhaps a quirkist, but not to the quirkless. They would find their own ways to achieve their dreams, and he would continue to prove All Might wrong. With a sad and disappointed look, Izuku acknowledged that All Might was no longer his hero. He transformed into a Cybertronian mech, leaping into the air and becoming a sleek Cybertronian jet. The jet, metallic silver and gray with purple accents, was armed with advanced weaponry. All Might could only watch in astonishment as Izuku soared into the sky, leaving him behind. A sigh escaped All Might's lips. He believed Izuku was a worthy successor, but ultimately, the choice was Izuku's. Perhaps he should consider Nitai's offer to become an apprentice. As Izuku flew through the skies, he reflected on the incident with the sludge villain and his encounters with All Might. He dismissed the thought of inheriting All Might's quirk. He didn't need it. He had the tools to become a hero without a quirk. The time for listening to pro-heroes telling him how to live his life was over. It was his own choices that would lead him down the path he sought, and he would bring his newfound friends along to face the challenges ahead together. He pressed play on the screen as a tab popped up, showing live footage of Melissa speaking to the camera. Melissa, identifying herself as Shockwave, caught Izuku's attention. He raised an eyebrow, realizing she had adopted the name of the one-eyed Decepticon, a scientist like herself. At least Melissa still showed emotion. Melissa, as Shockwave, explained her inspiration drawn from the Cybertronian mechs, stating her intention to create upgrades for her personal arsenal. She picked up a weapon from the table, showcasing a large cannon designed to attach to her left arm. The cannon featured power coils leading into a rectangular barrel. She confidently claimed that once finished, the weapon could generate power rivaling even Izuku's own abilities. Izuku scoffed at her bold statement, doubting her claim. As if on cue, Izuku noticed another screen indicating that Melissa wanted to video call him. He accepted, and she appeared on the screen, looking as if she were on a private jet. He was about to comment on the jet, but she anticipated him. Melissa informed him that the jet was courtesy of 𝗬𝗏, and she was en route to Japan with a cargo plane bringing in the mechs. She mentioned she had brought nearly all the mechs they had created, and the higher-ups approved of the plan. Izuku acknowledged that this was a good start, noting they needed to find more candidates to complete their roster. Melissa showed him a screen displaying social media posts related to his speech during the sludge villain incident. She noted that he had made headlines, receiving a mixed reception, with a lot of support from the Quirkless community. She assured him that they would stick together, especially given the increasing discrimination against them. However, she also revealed the bad news. Some pro-heroes were calling for his arrest and changes to the law regarding vigilante acts by the Quirkless. She warned him that repeating such stunts would be ill-advised. Although there was no word from the Hero Public Safety Commission, she advised him to stay alert, given what Simmons and his father had suggested. Izuku had another thought on his mind and asked if she had contacted All Might after his comments. Melissa admitted she hadn't and didn't plan to. When Izuku inquired why, she expressed her anger. She felt betrayed by All Might, someone she had considered family, for not choosing her despite knowing her dreams of becoming a hero. She found his reasoning illogical, especially since she was risking everything for this moment. Izuku suggested that All Might have acted to keep her safe, but Melissa was more upset about what he had said to Izuku. She felt All Might's contradictory statements had given her false hope, and she couldn't accept that he had lied to her for her happiness. She expressed her fury over his words directed at Izuku, emphasizing their friendship. Izuku then asked if they had the means to prove All Might wrong, to show that the Quirkless could indeed be heroes. Melissa clarified that she didn't just believe, she hypothesized, and their hypothesis had reached a conclusion with Izuku proving all might wrong. They needed to focus on hero society, recognizing that while many would be swayed by the number one hero's words, others would not. Izuku agreed, noting that they had recruits ready. Melissa reminded him of the list of potential candidates for the entrance exam, which appeared on their screens. Izuku acknowledged the invasion of privacy but justified it as necessary for national security. Melissa noted that their friends were mostly around their age, with a few older individuals, which made sense given their shared experiences. She suggested scheduling a meeting with their friends to inform them of their plans. Izuku encouraged her to proceed and ensure the Cybertronian 𝗵𝘃𝗄 were ready, not wanting to embarrass themselves in front of their crew. Melissa laughed at the thought of any mistakes during their presentation, assuring him everything was set. The only challenge they faced was finding a temporary base, as Izuku's home would be too obvious if the HPSC investigated. Melissa was met with Izuku's smile, knowing he had the perfect place in mind. 2 months later, they found themselves at 𝗳𝗏𝗄𝗏 Municipal Beach Park, once an appealing public spot now marred by pollution. Despite the junkyard-like appearance, the beach park had a pier with a small gazebo where people could gather. This was where Izuku and Melissa had established their temporary base, utilizing their connections to build it amidst the beach park's remnants. To ensure their base remained undetected, Melissa proposed using parts of a plane to construct it around the junkyard, suggesting that people would assume it was just a company disposing of old equipment. To Izuku's surprise, the plan worked flawlessly. Once the layout was established, they set up a command center and a bay area for their Cybertronian 𝗵𝘃𝗄𝗏, along with a gathering space for their friends and a testing area for their suits, primarily near the more cluttered sections of the beach. Izuku borrowed some illusion technology from 𝗬𝗏 to mask the sounds of explosions and blaster fire from bystanders at the beach park. Izuku expressed his surprise that no one seemed to care about the equipment being loaded onto box trucks, noting that it seemed suspicious. Melissa calculated that people believed it was just civilians dumping garbage on the beach, which worked in their favor. Izuku agreed, noting that the construction of the base went unnoticed by passers-by, who only seemed to pay attention when it came to garbage disposal. Melissa, with her datapad in hand, checked the systems to ensure everything was ready. Izuku noticed she received a text message and went to reply to it. He speculated that it was another delivery of equipment, as that had been the trend for the past few days. Melissa confirmed that it was indeed a delivery related to some equipment she found online, assuring him that the contact was trustworthy and part of their group chat in the Quirkless forum. Just then, a young man around their age approached them, his dark blonde hair slicked back and glinting in the light. His green eyes sparkled with charm, and his smile hinted at a cleverness that made Izuku cautious. Izuku inferred from the number of duffel bags the young man carried that he was the contact Melissa had mentioned. The young man introduced himself as 𝗧𝗵𝗃𝗃, or Swindle, and dropped the duffel bags to the ground before extending a hand for a handshake. Izuku accepted it after a moment of hesitation, acknowledging that he was aware of Swindle's reputation. Swindle noted Izuku's rise to fame after the incident with the sludge villain, mentioning that while Quirkists might not recognize him, the Quirkless certainly did. He expressed excitement about the prospect of Izuku becoming a high-paying customer for his services. Curious, Izuku asked if Swindle had any issues getting to them. Swindle replied that he knew his way around and managed to avoid detection by the Quirkists, but he expressed frustration about the armband he wore, which labeled him as Quirkless. Izuku felt anger rise within him at the mention of the segregation imposed on the Quirkless, recalling how the Hero Public Safety Commission had enacted laws to prevent vigilantism among them. This law required all Quirkless individuals in Japan, including foreigners, to wear armbands, leading to increased discrimination and violence against them. Melissa emphasized that this injustice only fueled their determination to become heroes and challenge the system. She expressed confidence that other countries would not tolerate such actions, suggesting that Japan was reverting to its imperialistic ways. Swindle agreed, noting that the HPSC seemed to relish the power they held, even if it meant harming others to maintain their clean society. Izuku pondered ways to keep the 𝗵𝗃𝗃 and authorities off their backs and turned his attention back to Swindle, asking for a list of his products. The thought of potential profit seemed to spark excitement in Swindle, confirming Izuku's intuition that he would indeed be a valuable customer. 𝗎𝗪𝗐 wasted no time and brought out his laptop, which Izuku noticed had several devices attached to it. This gave Izuku an idea of what he could acquire as 𝗎𝗪𝗐 handed his laptop to him. 𝗎𝗪𝗐 explained that he had a variety of items available: radios, jamming devices, spare parts, computers, phones, weapons, and even ammunition. He emphasized that the cost would depend on what Izuku wanted, all while wearing a businesslike smile. Izuku found the selection impressive, realizing he had a way to obtain the equipment he needed. He acknowledged that they were indeed doing business. 4 months later, at Takoba Beach Park, a place typically quiet, was now bustling with small groups of civilians slowly making their way into the junkyard, careful to avoid drawing attention. In one section, a group navigated a maze-like pathway, ensuring that if they were being followed, they could handle any intruders appropriately. After a few minutes, they encountered the gatekeeper, whose role was to monitor anyone approaching the junkyard's entrance. To identify themselves, the gatekeeper asked for a code phrase. The group responded with the countersign, and the gatekeeper nodded, allowing them entry. As the doors opened, they stepped into the base that Izuku, Melissa, and 𝗎𝗪𝗐 had constructed. The area was filled with Quirkless individuals, all wearing black and yellow armbands. This was the moment Izuku contacted selected members from the forum, particularly those in the group chat, to present their plan for the entrance exam and reveal the Cybertronian 𝗵𝗃𝗃. Chatter filled the base as many members met for the first time. Izuku was at the main console area with Melissa, discussing the dire situation for Quirkless individuals in the police force with Kido. He learned that the 𝗵𝗃𝗃 had managed to control society to the extent that all Quirkless police officers had been demoted and reassigned to desk work. They were deemed untrustworthy to patrol the streets, with similar actions taken against firefighters, doctors, and nurses. Kido expressed his frustration, noting that the 𝗵𝗃𝗃 was even planning to build a containment zone for the Quirkless, effectively segregating them from society. Melissa confirmed this alarming information, revealing that their hacking had uncovered plans to confine Quirkless individuals to a designated area reminiscent of historical injustices. Kido's anger grew as he realized the implications of such segregation. While Izuku stared at the screen displaying the 𝗵𝗃𝗃's plans, his eyes filled with fury. Kido urged Izuku to share their plan, emphasizing the need for awareness. Izuku assured him they had a strategy in place, although it would take time to execute. They needed individuals willing to join their cause. Kido questioned the viability of their plan regarding you, and Melissa expressed confidence that it would work, albeit with some uncertainty. As they moved to the center of the base, 𝗎𝗪𝗐 had constructed a platform with a podium for Izuku to address the group. When he appeared, everyone quieted down, focusing their attention on him. After a brief cough, Izuku began his speech, introducing himself as Megatronus in the Quirkless forum and recounting his recent headline-making stunt involving the sludge villain. He acknowledged the consequences of his actions and the ongoing challenges faced by Quirkless individuals. Despite the obstacles, Izuku declared his determination to attend and take the entrance exam, regardless of opposition. He also mentioned that some members of the group would join him in this endeavor. This announcement sparked murmurs among the crowd, prompting Goro to raise his hand and ask if this was the surprise Izuku had hinted at earlier. Izuku confirmed that it was indeed the case. What Izuku wore was a ticket to joining you, known as Cybertronian 𝗵𝗃𝗃. He refrained from explaining the details of the materials and power sources used to create such a masterpiece, but most of the 𝗵𝗃𝗃s were built on Island. This revelation left many in the audience shocked, as they wondered about the connections Izuku and Melissa had to facilitate the construction of these 𝗵𝗃𝗃s. Melissa, known as Shockwave, announced that they were there to showcase the capabilities of the 𝗵𝗃𝗃s, emphasizing that a volunteer would demonstrate their safety. Sora, referred to as Sky Warp, expressed skepticism about the safety of these machines. Melissa assured him that she and Izuku developed the Cybertronian 𝗵𝗃𝗃s from scratch and were familiar with their intricacies, her tone carrying an edge that unnerved Sora. Izuku then shifted the focus back to the reveal, addressing the audience with enthusiasm. He activated the illusion tech that concealed the Cybertronian mech, unveiling a towering, imposing figure. The mech's armor was a sleek, glossy black, accented with sharp metallic purple streaks that ran along its shoulders, chest, and legs. Silver and steel gray plating reinforced its chest and collar, featuring fang-like arcs that gave the appearance of jagged teeth. Its head was angular and helmet-like, with pointed extensions resembling dark horns, illuminated by a pair of glowing eyes. The mech's broad, mechanical arms were layered in jagged armor, and its clawed metallic fingers extended like talons. Its legs, covered in thick plating, tapered into blade-like edges, while its feet resembled sharpened anchors. The crowd was in awe, having never seen anything like it. Some even remarked that this mech surpassed the full-body armored suits worn by pro heroes. Many wondered about the materials used to create such a weapon, whether these mechs could stand up to quirks, and if they could pilot one immediately. The excitement was palpable, especially since some had witnessed the power Izuku displayed against the sludge villain. Izuku introduced the pilot of the mech as 𝗬𝗄, known in the community as 𝗵𝗃𝗄𝗏, but while in the armor, he would be referred to as 𝗵𝗃𝗄𝗏. A young boy in the crowd, known as 𝗧𝗵𝗲, inquired if this new name was a code name. Izuku confirmed that they could call it their hero names. He then continued explaining the Cybertronian mechs, noting that their heights ranged from 13 to 20 feet and that they were sleek and quick in movement. The materials used could withstand several quirks before being compromised, making them very durable. He demonstrated this by knocking on 𝗬𝗄𝗏's barricade's foot, producing a loud clanging sound. Izuku then spoke about the mech's weapons, withholding details about the energy sources due to clearance issues, but assured the audience that they were powerful. He instructed 𝗵𝗃𝗄𝗏 to showcase the weapon's capabilities. 𝗬𝗄𝗏 nodded and aimed his plasma cannon at a wrecked car, the sound of metal shifting echoing as he prepared to fire. Upon pulling the trigger, an explosion erupted, obliterating the car and leaving the crowd stunned by the weapon's power. 𝗬𝗄𝗏 noted that this was just the lowest setting, which further astonished the audience. A young boy, known as 𝗵𝗃𝗄𝗏, expressed his eagerness to try it out, while another boy, 𝗵𝗃𝗄𝗏, echoed his excitement about using the mech against villains. A slightly older man, 𝗵𝗃𝗄𝗏, cautioned them not to rush things, reminding them that patience was essential. Izuku then hinted at a special ability the mechs possessed, prompting curiosity from the crowd. He gestured for 𝗬𝗄𝗏 to reveal a surprise. With a confident smirk, 𝗬𝗄𝗏 transformed into a police car, leaving the audience in disbelief. Sora and Aika were particularly astonished, questioning the mechanics of such a transformation. Izuku explained that the transformation involved a force field that would protect the pilot, ensuring they would not be crushed during the process. After finishing his explanation, Izuku outlined their plans regarding 𝗬𝗄𝗏. They needed 18 volunteers for the exam, with 2 additional spots for backup. The challenge lay in selecting volunteers, as the crowd was divided between older individuals and those closer to Izuku's age. He emphasized the importance of choosing willing participants, reminding them that once word got out, the HPSC would target them, and by extension, the volunteers. Melissa reassured everyone that they need not worry about being forced into containment zones once preparations were complete. But there was a plan to bring all the Quirkless of Japan to a safe place. Like with the HPSC, negotiations were still ongoing. This announcement was met with murmurs and whispers from the crowd. Melissa, known as Shockwave, reassured those eager to get their hands on a Cybertronian mech that more was in store, but they wished to limit its usage until they had the necessary authorization to create an army. Izuku and Melissa had contacts across the globe that could provide the means to achieve this. Izuku urged everyone to spread the word throughout Japan. They wanted everyone to prepare for what was to come, as the society would stop at nothing to hinder them from becoming heroes, and it was time to start fighting back. The crowd responded with cheers for Izuku, his biggest fan showing unwavering praise and loyalty. This fan, a muscular man in his early 20s with a shaven head and gray eyes, was known in the forum as Lugnuts, but his real name was Natsu Ragunato. Natsu expressed his admiration for Izuku, vowing to show the Quirkists what they were truly made of. Mo, known as Onslaught, made a sarcastic remark about Natsu's enthusiasm, while Banku, known as Blackout, raised a concern about the HPSC potentially being suspicious of the mass gathering of quirkless individuals, given their access to the network. Izuku reassured them that with Swindle's help, they would each receive phones equipped with jamming devices to block any means of tracing. Their communication would rely on a singular network, rendering them invisible to the HPSC. Banku questioned how they had their own network, jokingly asking if they had a satellite. Izuku simply smiled, leaving Banku surprised by the implication. Melissa then took the floor, announcing that those willing to join the exam at 𝗬𝗧𝗐 should step forward, while Kido, known as Barricade, would distribute the phones. The base became crowded as Melissa noted who was eligible for the entrance exam and Kido handed out the phones, with Shugoto, known as Swindle, deciding to assist. Izuku watched with a smile, pleased to see everything coming together, but was interrupted by a radio call from one of the boys stationed outside the base. Roku informed Izuku of a situation outside the base, mentioning a girl near the entrance of the beach who seemed harmless but might have information regarding you. Intrigued, Izuku decided to check it out and asked Roku for his location. After receiving the message, Izuku glanced at Melissa, who was busy with the crowd, and took his leave, promising to message back if anyone came looking for him. As Izuku approached the designated area near the beach park, he met Roku, whose real name was Roku Shato. Known as 𝗧𝗵𝗃𝗃 in the forum, Roku was a young boy with layered dark hair cut unevenly and silver eyes. He pointed to a girl sitting by the hood of a wrecked car. The girl had layered light pink hair that reached her shoulders, with straight bangs tucked behind her ear. Her round gray eyes, framed by long eyelashes and dark eye makeup, appeared to be filled with tears. Izuku and Roku exchanged nods as they approached the girl, who was visibly upset. Izuku noticed her tear-streaked face, reminiscent of the pain he had seen in his friends when their lives felt shattered. Concerned, he asked if she was okay and if she needed help. The girl quickly wiped her tears and attempted to compose herself, apologizing for her appearance and explaining that she had broken down on her way there. Roku, eager to help, offered to fix her car, but Izuku elbowed him gently, signaling him to be more sensitive. Roku rubbed the back of his neck in embarrassment as Izuku sat beside the girl on the hood of the car, encouraging her to share what had happened. He assured her that it was okay to vent and that it might help to get it off her chest. The girl hesitated, unsure if she should confide in strangers, but as she looked closely at Izuku, she recognized him. Surprised, she acknowledged his popularity on social media, both good and bad, and asked if he had faced discrimination due to his heroic actions. Izuku confirmed that he had learned to stay in the shadows, as those in power would stop at nothing to remind him of his place. He then encouraged her to share her story, assuring her that he was not there to harm her. The girl flinched at his tone but ultimately decided to open up, bluntly revealing that she had been expelled from 𝗬𝗧𝗐 on her first day. This caught the attention of both Izuku and Roku, sparking their interest. Izuku wondered about the expulsion, while Roku, known as 𝗧𝗵𝗃𝗃, expressed disbelief that it happened on the first day. They heard a tired sigh from a girl nearby, who explained that their teacher had conducted a quirk assessment test on the first day to evaluate their abilities. To their shock, he expelled the entire class without hesitation or regret. Izuku questioned how the teacher could allow such a thing and what his reasoning was. The girl continued, revealing that the teacher believed they lacked potential and that it was illogical to treat their training lightly. She expressed frustration that they were only in their first year and had just begun their journey. The teacher insisted they should already have a handle on their quirks, despite the fact that they were there to learn how to use them properly. She felt that the assessment favored those with powerful quirks and that the teacher seemed intent on proving a point, dismissing them because he thought they were unprepared for the challenges ahead. As she broke down in tears, Izuku instinctively hugged her, feeling it was the right thing to do despite just meeting her. He glanced at Roku, who nodded knowingly. They realized they needed to investigate the situation further to understand what they might face at 𝗬𝗧𝗐. Something felt off, and it could hinder their progress. Izuku asked if the consequences of the expulsion were severe. The girl pulled back slightly, wiping her tears as she explained that the stigma of being expelled from such a prestigious school would follow them forever. Many of her classmates had been disowned by their families due to their failures, and she herself had come from a humble background, where her family's sacrifices had gone to waste. She shared that some of her former classmates had ended up homeless or even turned to villainy because they felt they had no other options. The teacher claimed he was acting in their best interests, but she argued that his actions led many to despair and worse fates. Izuku and Roku were taken aback by her revelations. Izuku pondered why a teacher would expel students with quirks on the first day, finding it illogical. He resolved to ask Melissa to look into the matter, hoping to gain insight that could help them navigate their future at U. Roku, still focused on the girl, asked Izuku what they should do about her. Izuku, reflecting on the harsh realities of hero society, recognized the discrimination against those with certain quirks and the unfairness of the teacher's actions. He felt a strong longing to change the system, no matter the cost, and thought about bringing others with quirks into his fold, starting with this girl. He asked for her name, to which she replied, 𝗵𝗃𝗲. Izuku then proposed that she and her classmates join them in challenging the hero society as a whole, smiling as he did so. 𝗵𝗃 raised an eyebrow, intrigued by his offer, while Roku sensed that this could lead to an interesting development. 7 months later, Izuku found himself back on Island, in an office surrounded by a mountain of paperwork. His father, Jack, inquired about the progress of Izuku's growing group, referring to them as an army. Izuku sighed, acknowledging the truth in his father's words. He had indeed gathered a significant number of allies. After taking a sip of his energy drink, he stood and walked to the window, admiring a new training facility built on Island, where his friends could train and learn to use their Cybertronian mechs. Each part of the facility caters to the type of Cybertronian mech being used, including a gun range, a racetrack, a flying range where jets fly through rings to test their aerial skills, and arenas to assess combat abilities. There is also a repair bay to ensure the mechs are intact and fully operational. Jack approaches Izuku and comments on their new additions. He expresses surprise that Izuku took in the former U students under his wing, noting that they seem to fit in well with his group. He points out the expelled students of U who are also being trained in the facility, with 𝗵𝗃 standing out in her imposing Cybertronian mech. 𝗵𝗃's mech is a formidable robotic warrior, featuring deep cobalt blue armor with metallic gray and crimson highlights. The chest plate is outlined with orange trim, enhancing its angular plating. The head design is sharp and helmet-like, complete with pointed ear-like fins and glowing red visor eyes. Both shoulders are broad and armored, tapering into blade-like shapes, while the arms end in bulky forearms with circular red energy nodes embedded in them. A rotating cannon is mounted on the right shoulder, and the legs are thick and mechanical, painted in lighter silver gray with jagged plating, complemented by a sharp red V-shaped panel at the waist. Izuku acknowledges the challenges of integrating 𝗵𝗃𝗲 and her group into their ranks, explaining that it took time for them to be accepted after sharing her story. He reflects on the difficulties faced by 𝗵𝗃𝗲's classmates, many of whom had nowhere to go after being expelled from U for trivial reasons. Jack comments on the cultural pressures faced by families in Japan, emphasizing the stigma of failure and the lengths to which individuals go to uphold their family's reputation. Izuku agrees, noting that this was the case for 𝗵𝗃𝗲 and the others. Jack praises Izuku for allowing those who have suffered under a corrupt society to join their cause, recognizing the bravery it takes to challenge the established order. However, Jack also mentions 𝗵𝗃's loyalty to Izuku, teasing him about the nature of their relationship. Izuku rolls his eyes, dismissing the notion of romance as he focuses on their mission for the future of the Quirkless. He explains that it took considerable effort to rally 𝗵𝗃𝗲's classmates, convincing them that a group of quirkless individuals would accept them despite society's rejection. He finds it ironic that they are fighting for a place in a society that has cast them aside. Izuku details the challenges they face in locating all of Aizawa's expelled students, many of whom have met unfortunate fates. Those who have joined them are eager to confront Aizawa, determined to hold him accountable for his mistakes. Jack reflects on Aizawa's mindset, questioning whether he believes he was justified in his actions. Izuku expresses his longing to confront Aizawa directly when he returns to you. Jack, concerned for his son's safety, asks if he is sure about this path. Izuku reassures him that their decision is firm, emphasizing their commitment to fight against societal injustices. He declares that they will not back down, even if it means being labeled as villains. Jack sighs, recognizing Izuku's stubbornness, which he inherited from his mother. Ultimately, he resolves to support his son through this endeavor, promising to help manage the fallout and handle any challenges that arise. Izuku nods, turning his focus back to the facility, closing his eyes in silent prayer for the success of their plans. 10 months later, Izuku stands at the landing pad in Ai Island, ready to embark on their journey back to Japan for the entrance exams. Alongside him and Melissa are Goro, Sora, and the newly added Hansha triplets, all named Reflector 1, Reflector 2, and Reflector 3, handpicked by Melissa. Their real names were Kotaro, Bowen, and Fane Hansha. As triplets, they shared an uneven appearance with gray hair that fell across their faces, a long strand often slipping over their left eyes, and pale, washed-out eyes. Then there were Jetto Ramjet, Ranji Move, and 𝗳𝗏𝗏. Among the more group-oriented crews were Emo Onslaught, Shugoto Swindle, Ranto Brawl, and Hatsasuru Roke, also known as 321 Blastoff. He was a young boy with long black hair tied into a high ponytail, every strand neat and sharp, and had violet eyes. Uzumaki Kaze, or Flying Toad Vortex, was a boy with wild, windswept black hair and sharp orange eyes. The last crew was led by Sakura Appa, known as 𝗵𝗵𝗃𝗏. She had short, curly brown hair and bright hazel eyes. Banku Bone Crusher was another member, a boy with stringy dark hair that hung limply across his forehead and pale blue eyes. Next was Miku Cemento, or Master of Mixing, a girl with long, bright silver hair that spiked upward at odd angles and glowing yellow eyes. Koji Fuku, known as Hooker, had glossy dark green hair styled in a perfectly measured bob cut and pale green eyes. Finally, there was Nagase Chalk, or the Long Haul, a boy with medium-length black hair that hung over his face in strands and dull amber eyes. Melissa felt a sense of accomplishment, knowing that their connections had secured them a spot in the entrance exams. However, she was aware that some details about their information had to be altered. She anticipated that some staff members might try to prevent them from taking the exam, believing it too dangerous for individuals like them. Izuku acknowledged that there were quirks unsuitable for combat that were still allowed to take the test. From a different perspective, those who were quirkless had their own unique abilities, which allowed them to participate. Melissa decided to head over to the staff to finalize everything, not wanting to leave anything behind. As she walked away, Izuku was left alone with his thoughts, observing the crew as they loaded the Cybertronian mechs onto the cargo plane while the rest of his friends entered the private jet. His contemplation was interrupted when he heard someone call his name. Moada approached him, expressing her intention to see them off and wish them good luck. A brief silence fell between them as they watched the crews at work on the landing pad. Moada then asked Izuku if he was certain about what awaited them upon arrival, voicing her concerns about potentially facing the same challenges they had encountered. Izuku shared his uncertainty about who their teacher would be once they passed you, and whether any of the staff would deny them entry despite their success. He emphasized the importance of all of them aiming for the top ranks in the leaderboard to demonstrate their capabilities. Moada smiled at Izuku's forward-thinking nature, feeling grateful for his acceptance. Initially hesitant due to the discrimination against quirkless individuals, she had found trust and loyalty in Izuku, who stood by her side when others had not. Despite her feelings of uncertainty, she resolved to take a leap of faith, inspired by her classmates' encouragement. However, as she attempted to express her thoughts, words failed her, leaving her feeling frustrated. She managed to convey her good luck wishes and her hope to hear back from him after the exam, quickly departing before Izuku could respond. He watched her leave, puzzled by the interaction and wondering about its significance. As the entrance exams approached, Izuku knew they needed to strategize and prepare for the challenges ahead. The the top-ranked high school for heroics, students from various schools gathered for the entrance exams. In the midst of it all stood Izuku and his crew of quirkless individuals. Melissa looked at the school with a smile, excited to begin her journey as a quirkless hero. Izuku felt a mix of happiness and apprehension, aware of the obstacles they would face but confident that his friends would support him as they navigated this difficult path together. After a rigorous journey, Melissa announced their arrival at their destination. Izuku agreed, noting that the real test was about to begin and expressing his faith in their readiness. Sora, feeling annoyed by the attention from other students, pointed out the numerous quirkists watching them. Some students had varying reactions, expressing anger and annoyance at the sight of the quirkless daring to take the exams. The armbands gave them away, and they believed the quirkless would be liabilities the moment the test began. Whispers and murmurs filled the air, but Izuku chose to ignore them. Nothing would deter him. 𝗵𝗃 reminded Sora to take it easy and avoid causing a scene, suggesting they wouldn't want any problems before the test. Sakura voiced concerns about what might happen if they were cornered and attacked simply for being quirkless. Melissa proposed that they let any aggression happen but gather evidence, confident that you wouldn't want to cause issues right before the exam. She believed that the right words could sway opinions in their favor, as long as they were careful in their approach. As the group made their way inside the building, they were interrupted when a voice called out to Izuku. Bakugo approached, and Izuku sighed, turning to face him. There was a tense silence as they stared at each other. Izuku noted that Bakugo's expression was different. It lacked the usual anger. However, before any words could be exchanged, Bakugo walked past him, heading toward the building. Melissa commented on Bakugo, and Izuku confirmed her observation. 𝗵𝗃 remarked that Bakugo seemed like the type of bully who flaunted his power. Izuku recognized the truth in Mo's statement but gestured for them to drop the subject, hoping Bakugo wouldn't be a problem. Still, uncertainty lingered in Izuku's mind. The look he had seen moments ago was not the Bakugo he knew. He had distanced himself from Bakugo the moment he found friends who supported him. He didn't need Bakugo, and Bakugo needed to learn he didn't need him either. Yet, Izuku often wondered why Bakugo fixated on him when he clearly disliked him. There were plenty of others to target. Shaking off the thought, Izuku rejoined his friends as they entered 𝗎𝗄. In the auditorium, the written portion of the entrance exam had concluded, and the group felt confident about their performance. Now, they awaited the practical portion. Izuku found himself seated next to Bakugo due to the seating arrangement by school. Bakugo hadn't spoken a word, and Izuku, as he had promised himself, didn't care. He focused on waiting for the exam to begin. The moment arrived as Present Mike took the stage, greeting the candidates with his signature loudness. His enthusiastic welcome was met with silence, and Izuku remained unfazed by the presence of a pro hero, having lost interest in the spectacle. Bakugo glanced at Izuku, noticing his lack of reaction, which only deepened his frown. Present Mike explained the practical test, detailing that candidates would participate in a 10-minute mock battle and could bring any item. After his speech, they were to head to their respective arenas. Izuku checked his exam pamphlet, noting he was assigned to Battle Center B. Bakugo, sitting beside him, remained silent, and while he noticed Izuku looking at his phone, he couldn't see the screen due to the tech Izuku had. With a transparent visor and earpieces, Izuku was communicating with his crew, who were all in the same battle area. Present Mike continued, describing the 3 types of villain bots that would be present, explaining how points would be awarded based on their difficulty. He emphasized that anti-hero behavior, such as attacking other candidates, was forbidden. As he spoke, silhouettes of the villain bots appeared on the screen, illustrating the points they could earn for defeating them. Suddenly, a voice interrupted from the audience, asking a question. Present Mike acknowledged the student, a blue-haired boy with glasses, but Izuku ignored the inquiry, focusing instead on strategizing for the upcoming test. Izuku contemplated how the destruction of the villain bots could work to their advantage. The blaster cannons they possessed were capable of taking down these bots in a single shot. He recalled the details 𝗵𝗃 had shared about the exam, particularly the importance of rescue points, which Present Mike had not mentioned. Most students would focus on the bots, but some could earn points by helping others. Izuku planned to relay this information to his crew once they reached the battle center. As he gathered his thoughts, he heard Present Mic resume his explanation, specifically addressing the fourth villain bot, which would yield no points but serve only as a distraction. Each arena would have one, capable of appearing anywhere. While it could be defeated, it would bring no benefit. Izuku suggested that they avoid unnecessary conflict. He reminded his team that they could earn rescue points by saving those who needed help. Present Mic concluded the presentation with the school motto, emphasizing true heroism as rising above misfortune and striving to go beyond limits, proclaiming, plus ultra. Izuku agreed, feeling determined to embody that spirit. At 𝗬𝗧𝗏, a high school's ground beta entrance exam area, Izuku and his crew stood proudly in their impressive Cybertronian mechs. Their towering presence, ranging from 15 to 17 feet tall, caught the attention of other students. Many recognized Izuku from social media, recalling his speech during the sludge villain incident. While some admired him, others dismissed him as a quirkless underdog trying to be a hero. Now, he led a group of similarly quirkless individuals, all clad in the same striking armor they had seen online. Ranto, known as 𝗵𝗃, expressed frustration at being underestimated by the other students. Izuku advised him to ignore the negativity, assuring him it wouldn't matter in the long run. Melissa, or Shockwave, inquired about the plan Izuku had mentioned earlier. He glanced around to ensure they weren't overheard before sharing his strategy. He explained that their primary goal was to accumulate as many points as possible, and their vehicle forms would aid in that. Uzumaki, known as Vortex, found the plan straightforward. Izuku added that while gaining points was essential, they should also focus on earning rescue points, which he felt should come naturally to heroes. Melissa agreed, noting that many students would prioritize points over helping others, giving them an advantage to assist those in need while also scoring points. 𝗵𝗃, or Onslaught, chimed in with a suggestion for a perfect opportunity to earn rescue points, prompting Izuku to acknowledge his teammates' insight. Just then, Present Mic appeared on the platform above the entrance, signaling the start of the practical portion of the exams. As the gates opened to reveal the mock city, Izuku and his crew prepared to transform into their vehicle forms. The moment the opportunity arose, the sound of their Cybertronian mechs transforming echoed through the area, causing some students to glance in their direction. With a sudden rush, they zoomed forward, creating a small shockwave that pushed back nearby students. Izuku, now in jet mode, led the charge, followed closely by Melissa, Hatsuru, and Uzumaki in their own aerial forms. The rest of the crew followed in their ground-based vehicles, navigating through the entrance and forcing other students to leap aside to avoid being run over. As they entered the mock city, shouts of anger erupted from the other students, accusing them of cheating for not waiting for a signal to start. Present Mic countered their complaints, emphasizing that battles don't have countdowns and encouraging them to move quickly to score points. With explosions marking their progress, Izuku and his crew began racking up points, leaving the other students scrambling to catch up. The streets of the mock city were littered with the remnants of villain bots, their destruction evident in the scorch marks and debris scattered everywhere. Goro, now in his Cybertronian mech known as Thundercracker, soared above the chaos. His mech, with its sharp, angular frame and striking blue and gray color scheme, was ready for action. Spotting villain bots lurking in the alleyways, he targeted them with precision, firing his blaster cannons and watching as they exploded into fragments. Sora, known as Sky Warp, prepared to test his new abilities. Engulfed in light purple energy, he vanished from sight, utilizing a teleportation ability inspired by Izuku and Melissa. Reappearing above the villain bots, he unleashed a barrage of shots from his blaster cannon, leaving only smoke and debris in his wake. Sora hoped he wouldn't find himself stuck in a wall during the fray. Sora glanced over to see a group of villain bots charging at him. With a smirk, he used his teleportation ability to appear above them, aiming his blaster cannon. He fired a shot into the center of the group, and a massive explosion erupted, obliterating all the villain bots in a brilliant display of power. Sora then transformed and flew away, joining Goro. Meanwhile, in a dimly lit room inside 𝗬𝗧𝗏, The only illumination came from numerous TV screens displaying live footage of the practical exam. The U.E. staff watched intently, commenting on the students' progress in the mock city. Among them was Nizu, the principal of U.E., who focused intently on one particular screen. He pressed a button on the console of his chair, zooming in on a video that showed Izuku firing shots with his fusion cannon, taking down a group of villain bots before swiftly dispatching one with a precise kick. Izuku was soon joined by Melissa, who unleashed a barrage of fire from her cannons, creating a series of explosions as they both made their escape. Nizu noted that Izuku Midoriya had arrived at U.E. and was participating in the entrance exam, accompanied by a group of Quirkless students dressed in matching suits. Noticing All Might to his left, Nizu pressed another button to display a screen listing the names of the Quirkless participants, separating them from the rest of the group. He found this development particularly intriguing, especially to show All Might who was taking the test. All Might was aware of Izuku due to their previous encounter during the sludge villain incident, where Izuku had denied his quirk. While he wasn't surprised to see Izuku at the test, he was taken aback by Melissa's presence. He thought about reaching out to David later to discuss this unexpected turn of events. As the staff exchanged their thoughts, 𝗧𝗵𝗃 mentioned that he had heard of Izuku through social media and news, expressing curiosity about how he managed to gather so many quirkless individuals for the test. Midnight speculated that Izuku's speech had attracted considerable attention, while 𝗬𝗏 raised concerns about the advanced technology and weaponry the students were using, which seemed more military-grade than what one would expect from a garage project or even a support company. Power Loader agreed, expressing his fascination with the group and their technology, which appeared far more advanced than anything a support company had produced. He lamented that they hadn't applied for the support course, as their tech could have been invaluable. Nizu remained silent, already aware of the origins of such technology, likely from Island, home to the greatest scientists. All Might pondered his earlier words to Izuku and watched the screen as the crew continued to take down more villain bots, realizing that Izuku and his friends were proving that even without quirks, they could still be heroes. He sighed, hoping to have a proper conversation with Izuku after the test to apologize for his previous misconceptions. Back in the mock city, Izuku tore the head off a villain bot and turned to see the Honsha triplets approaching him. These three shared the same body type, with minor differences, and were identical in appearance, sporting dark purple and gray armor accented by green chest panels. Their design was simple yet uniform, with blocky limbs, angular heads, and glowing red optics. While Bowen and Fane had taken on the names Spyglass and Spectro, 𝗬𝗏 was now known as Viewfinder and had a circular piece in the middle of his chest, with red LED accents on his shins. 𝗬𝗏 informed Izuku that the students had arrived in the mock city, but most were struggling to defeat the villain bots after the trio had taken down the majority. He pointed behind Izuku, who turned to see students scouring the area for any remaining villain bots, shouting in frustration at Izuku and his crew, which they ignored. Bowen remarked on the students' expressions, noting their anger at losing points too. The trio, while Fane mentioned capturing it all on camera. Izuku acknowledged their comments but instructed them to relay a message to the others. They should destroy any remaining villain bots and offer help to the students who might accept it. He reminded them that saving others from the bots could potentially earn them rescue points. 𝗬𝗏 agreed, and the three nodded to each other. Unlike the others, they could transform into a singular vehicle, resembling a futuristic camera or artillery device, but here they appeared as a compact armored vehicle. Their tank-like configuration featured thick treads, a large central lens-like cannon, and angular armor plating, maintaining their purple and green color scheme. When combined, they liked to refer to themselves as Reflector. The three were present in the cockpit, with 𝗬𝗏 in the middle and Bowen and Fane positioned at the front on the left and right. 𝗬𝗏 accelerated, and the tank surged ahead, firing a shot of plasma energy at a small group of villain bots, obliterating them. A few students shouted insults at the triplets for stealing their points. Izuku noted that it had been a while since they had started, and he had 𝗵𝗃 time it. The exam had reached its halfway mark, and given the number of students panicking to find the remnants of their onslaught, they should have enough points to secure a pass. As they neared the end, he realized that it only meant more challenges ahead. Suddenly, a heavy earthquake shook the mock city, causing everyone to stop in their tracks. Those in the air transformed and hovered midair using their boosters, trying to discern the cause of the disturbance. Their answer came when explosions of dust engulfed the city, followed by more explosions as all the candidates stared at something enormous approaching, the zero-pointer. Izuku glanced to his right to see 𝗵𝗃 arriving in his vehicle form, a mobile anti-aircraft truck, transforming beside him. 𝗵𝗃𝗃 Cybertronian mech, now known as Onslaught, towered over most of his teammates, exuding a commanding presence with his dark blue armor and large dual cannons extending from his back. His blocky chest and angular head gave him a methodical and disciplined appearance. 𝗵𝗃 inquired about the plan, and Izuku explained that with the zero-pointer now revealing itself, the students would flee. Destroying it would be pointless since it offered no points. Instead, they could gain rescue points by having teams distract the zero-pointer while others evacuated any students still in its vicinity. 𝗵𝗃 nodded and relayed the plan to the rest of the crew. Looking up, 𝗵𝗃 saw Melissa in her vehicle form soaring past them. She transformed into a heavily armored Cybertronian artillery craft, her vehicle mode a deep metallic purple, adorned with sharp angles and layered armor plating. The front was elongated and cannon-like, with her signature eye doubling as the central targeting lens. Mounted turrets, side cannons, and thruster wings reinforced her war machine aesthetic. Melissa announced her arrival, instructing the coneheads to head to the rooftops for support while the rest focused on evacuating people and distracting the zero-pointer if possible. As she flew alongside the coneheads, they spotted the zero-pointer wreaking havoc in the mock city, debris from the buildings crashing to the ground. Ignoring the chaos, Melissa directed the coneheads to aim their targeting systems at the zero-pointer's weak points, primarily where its joints connected. She fired beams of energy while the coneheads unleashed a flurry of rockets, all striking the zero-pointer and resulting in a significant explosion. Melissa lamented that most of their power was set to the lowest setting, as they couldn't reveal just how powerful their technology truly was. She maneuvered around the zero-pointer, smoke and sparks erupting from its hull as she observed the coneheads transforming into their robot modes. Like Goro and Sora, they shared the same body type but had one distinct feature, a cone on their heads. First was Ranji, known in this form as 𝗵𝗃. His mech was maroon and gray, featuring large vertical turbine fans built into his wings. Next was Jetto or Ramjet, whose design was dominated by his cone-shaped head, with a body primarily white with deep black and maroon accents. Finally, there was Aika, who called herself 𝗎𝙪𝙢, with a darker color palette of navy blue, gray, and gold, her downward-angled wings and tall cone-head design giving her a sharp and menacing outline. The coneheads aimed their blaster cannons at the zero-pointer's right arm, charging up their cannons before firing a beam of purple energy that struck the main joint. A large explosion erupted, severing the right arm from the zero-pointer's body as it collapsed to the ground, narrowly missing a building where 𝗪𝗪𝗎 was located. 𝗪𝗪𝗎's Cybertronian mech, now named Blast Off, had a dark, muted color scheme of brown and purple. His design was lean yet angular, showcasing his space shuttle alternate form with squared forearms and thruster-like legs, complemented by a purple visor. He shouted at the coneheads, warning them about the danger of their actions and expressing relief that no one had been beneath the falling debris. Uzumaki, known as Vortex, echoed 𝗪𝗪𝗎's concerns from the air, reminding the coneheads to be cautious with their fire. He transformed from his vehicle mode, a Sikorsky UH-60 Black Hawk, revealing his Cybertronian mech with a gray and blue scheme, rotor blades mounted on his back marking his alternate form. His design was sharp and efficient, with squared shoulders and red optics. 𝗵𝗃, as Onslaught, intervened, urging both of his teammates to quiet down. He then turned his attention to another group in their crew assisting with the situation involving the zero-pointer. First was 𝗫𝗍𝗂, known as Long Haul, with a bulky frame and heavy limbs, his green and purple body reflecting his dump truck alternate form. Next was Benja, or Scavenger, who had a leaner build with long, angular arms and a curved chest, his design emphasizing his excavator alternate mode. Finally, there was Sakura, known as Scrapper, whose form featured a square chest and clean lines, ready to contribute to the unfolding chaos. Her green armor was accented with purple, and the hints of her alternate mode as a front-end loader were evident in her broad shoulders and reinforced legs. Next was Koji, also known as Hook, who stood taller and more angular than the others, with sharp lines. He had a purple chest adorned with crane arm details and a red visor. Finally, there was Banku or Bone Crusher, who possessed a square, rugged build with broad shoulders and a wide chest. His green and purple plating was broken up by angular edges, and his bulldozer alternate mode was reflected in the heavy tread-like designs on his limbs. Last was Miku or Mixmaster, who was shorter and stockier, with a rounded chest and strong arms. Her head featured a sharp visor and mouthplate, and her cement mixer alternate mode was evident in the barrel-like details on her back and shoulders. 𝗵𝗃, known as Onslaught, inquired about the situation. Sakura, or Scrapper, reported that both Hook and Scavenger were assisting in clearing the rubble by loading it onto Long Haul. They needed to ensure that none of the debris could crush or trap them in case of a collapse. She pointed out Benja and Koji, who were carrying debris from a few of the collapsed buildings and loading it onto Nagase, who had transformed into his vehicle form, a Hitachi DH321 dump truck. Once it was full, Nagase drove away to unload it on the sidewalk. Sakura continued, explaining that Bone Crusher was drilling holes around the building while Mixmaster was fusing the rubble that Hook and Scavenger found, preventing any further collapses. They observed Banku in his vehicle mode, a Komatsu D155A bulldozer with a drill attached, bursting through the walls of the building to help a couple of students trapped inside when the zero-pointer attacked. Benja rushed to the building to help keep it steady while Koji placed debris to form a pillar, allowing Miku to shoot out liquid from her vehicle form, a Nissan diesel mixer truck. The liquid hit the pillars and the building where the cracks met, heating it up until it sealed shut. Sakura mentioned that Swindle was bringing the last of the students who had been trapped by the zero-pointer. A military jeep, specifically a 𝗵𝘃𝗲 311 combat support vehicle, drove past and stopped in the middle of the road. Inside were students, including a brown-haired girl, who were instructed to hop off the vehicle. Once clear, 𝗎𝗪𝗔 transformed into his Cybertronian mech, Swindle, instantly recognizable with his bright yellow and purple body. His chest resembled a Jeep front grille, while his limbs were slim yet sturdy, giving him an agile appearance. 𝗎𝗪𝗔 watched the students leave and was approached by both 𝗵𝗃 and Sakura. 𝗵𝗃 confirmed that the area was clear, and 𝗎𝗪𝗔 echoed the sentiment. 𝗵𝗃 then instructed Brawl and Reflector to unleash their firepower on the zero-pointer. Ranto, now known as Brawl, enthusiastically expressed his eagerness to blast things. He cracked his metal knuckles, producing a clanking sound, and transformed into a green leopard 1 main battle tank. The tank moved forward, joined by the triplets, Reflector, as they positioned themselves in front of the zero-pointer, which still bore visible damage from previous attacks. The two tanks unleashed their cannons, creating a large explosion that struck the zero-pointer in the chest, causing it to stumble and collide with a building, sending debris crashing to the ground. However, despite the impact, the zero-pointer remained standing. Ranto was shocked, questioning why it was still upright. 𝗵𝗃 explained that it was part of the plan, reminding Ranto that they were instructed to use their lowest setting. 𝗵𝗃 then contacted Izuku, urging him to take his opening and finish the fight. As 𝗵𝗃 spoke, a large shadow loomed over the crew. They looked up to see Izuku soaring through the skies in his new vehicle mode, transformed into a monstrous mechanized dragon. His body was covered in jagged black and silver armor plates, adorned with razor-edged ridges and spines. His vast wings resembled a fusion of metal and bone, with blade-like edges that glinted ominously. His head was a terrifying blend of steel and beastly design, crowned with twisted horns and lined with serrated fangs that gleamed like forged daggers. His eyes burned with a deep crimson glow, radiating a fierce hunger for destruction. The entire Mach City was filled with a menacing roar that could be heard from afar. Izuku flew in front of the zero-pointer, which slowly stood up as Izuku's wings flapped to keep him aloft. In the cockpit, Izuku targeted the head of the zero-pointer, preparing his weapon system. He was determined to finish the fight. The mouth of the dragon began to coat itself with energy, forming an orb that gradually built up. Then, with a powerful blast, a beam of purple energy and flames shot out, striking the zero-pointer directly in the head. The force of the attack was overwhelming, causing parts of the zero-pointer to explode, culminating in a massive detonation that sent debris flying everywhere. The zero-pointer collapsed to the ground, engulfed in purple fire. Izuku let out another roar, signifying his victory as he descended to where his friends were. Transforming back into robot mode, he landed but fell to his knees from the exertion of using so much power. Melissa approached him, concerned about his condition. Izuku reassured her that he was still standing and that it would take much more to bring him down. As his friends gathered around to celebrate their victory, the students who had witnessed the battle expressed their disbelief at the spectacle they had just seen, questioning the nature of the heroes and their incredible abilities. The blue-haired boy felt a surge of determination as he thought about the challenges ahead. He recognized that even those without quirks had proven their worth by standing alongside them. They had successfully defeated the bots and saved others, something he and his peers had struggled to accomplish. As the alarm sounded, signaling the end of the exam, President Mick's voice boomed through the loudspeaker, capturing everyone's attention. Izuku watched as Recovery Girl arrived, healing the injured and distributing gummies. He glanced at his friends, relieved to see they were unharmed, but a shiver ran down his spine as he recalled how often he had imagined Recovery Girl healing him. With the test concluded, Goro wondered what their next steps would be. Izuku explained that they needed to wait for the results, emphasizing the importance of preparing contingency plans for both passing and failing. He mentioned that some board members might not react positively to their situation, which led him to have Mel and Moada discreetly access 𝗬𝗲 network for the results. They needed to show the public that even if they passed, their quirkless status might lead to a perceived failure, which could stir up significant controversy. Sakura inquired about their course of action if they did not succeed, to which Izuku remained tight-lipped, keeping his plans to himself. Sakura accepted this, stating they would await his orders when the time came. As they departed the mock city, Melissa approached Izuku, sharing her thoughts on All Might's likely observation of the exam. Izuku acknowledged that All Might would probably want to discuss specific topics with them, but he wasn't keen on the idea. Melissa, feeling uncertain about speaking to All Might after their previous conversation, decided she would wait until they received their results before deciding whether to engage with him. As they left, they hoped to learn their results in a week's time. In a different setting, Nizu expressed his surprise at the exam results while the staff gathered around a large screen displaying the leaderboard. The top positions were dominated by quirkless students, which was unprecedented in 𝗬𝗲's history. 𝗬𝗵𝗃 noted that for the first time, the top leaderboard featured only quirkless individuals, while ectoplasm raised concerns about how the board might react, given their discriminatory tendencies. Nizu understood the potential uproar that could arise if the quirkless population learned about the results. He recognized that the students had passed the exam fairly, and any backlash from the board could lead to significant consequences for you. He contemplated the influence of Izuku's family and how it might be leveraged to secure allies. 𝗬𝗵𝗃 pointed out the implications of having one class filled with quirkless students and another with quirk users, predicting public discontent. Nizu pondered how to navigate the impending backlash, aware that both the board and the Hero Public Safety Commission would likely intervene. Just then, Aizawa called out to Nizu, indicating he had a plan to address the situation. Nizu listened intently, intrigued by Aizawa's strategy for managing the new batch of students, unaware of the potential repercussions that could follow. 1 week later, Aika burst through the doors of the lounge, excitement radiating from her. The crew from the Quirkless Forum had made Island their home, and in the months leading up to the entrance exam, many families had moved to the island, thanks to the support of Sector 7 and the higher-ups of Island. Izuku had initiated a movement to bring in quirkless families from Japan, and the city was now bustling with life. As Aika entered, she held a large package that contained the results of their entrance exam. The moment everyone saw what she had, they knew it was significant. Sora, filled with anticipation, exclaimed his eagerness, while Izuku sat calmly in a chair, smiling at the scene unfolding before him. Aika, feeling overwhelmed by the crowd, shouted for everyone to back off so she could open the package. Once they stepped back, she tore it open, but to their surprise, only one envelope fell out. The envelope was addressed to the first Quirkless students of 𝗬𝗄𝗄, leaving some feeling disappointed. One of the onlookers, a handsome young man named 𝗬𝗄𝗄, expressed his disappointment sarcastically. He was known as Knockout and had an air of confidence about him. 𝗵𝗃𝗃, another member of the group, echoed 𝗬𝗄𝗄's sentiments, expecting more envelopes. 𝗬𝗃𝗃, a tall young man with a commanding presence, suggested that 𝗧𝗃𝗃 should open the envelope to see what it contained. 𝗧𝗃𝗃 complied, tearing the envelope apart, while 𝗵𝗃𝗃 made a playful comment about her manners. As the contents spilled out, a small circular device and a letter were revealed. 𝗬𝗃 pointed out that the letter might hold more answers. 𝗬𝗃𝗃, tasked with supervising the group, picked up the letter and began to read it aloud. The letter explained that instead of sending individual envelopes, the principal had chosen to send one to avoid interference from the board members and the HPSC. It reassured the students that they were safe, having formed an alliance with the Midoriya family. To find out their results, they simply needed to click the button on the device inside the envelope. The group reacted with shock, processing the information. 𝗬𝗃𝗃 noted that the 𝗬𝗃𝗃 board would likely be displeased that the Quirkless had outperformed those with quirks in the exam. Goro expressed concern about public reception, while 𝗬𝗄𝗃 acknowledged the potential challenges ahead. As they discussed the implications, Melissa approached Izuku, holding the letter. She demanded an explanation, and Izuku sighed, knowing the complexities of their situation. He explained that his father had informed him of Nizu's contact with the Quirkists, suggesting they were trying to maintain a neutral alliance. Melissa wanted to know why this information hadn't been shared earlier, and Izuku clarified that his father advised waiting for solid evidence of Nizu's intentions. 𝗬𝗄𝗃 added that the Quirkists were hesitant to choose sides, fearing the consequences of doing so. Izuku agreed, emphasizing that Nizu's priority was to keep you stable, especially with the rising tensions among the Quirkless. The group understood the delicate balance they had to maintain as they navigated their new reality. All they needed was a simple push. Izuku grabbed a marble from one of the decorative plates on the table and pushed it toward a group of marbles he had arranged. The marble hit the others, causing them to tumble off the table, but Izuku caught them in his hand. He expressed that this was to ignite the fires hidden within them, which the Quirkists and the HPSC were certainly afraid of. Sakura, known as Scrapper, suggested they should take the alliance with caution. Izuku affirmed that if push came to shove, they should only listen to him, as he was the de facto leader of the group. Natsu, also known as Lugnut, eagerly agreed, calling them his humble servants. 𝗵𝗄𝗃, known as Onslaught, pinched the bridge of his nose in annoyance, relieved that Natsu was older, knowing the other boys would not want to deal with him if he were in 𝗬𝗄𝗃. Izuku then instructed everyone to press the button on the device to see who among them had passed. Moata and the others were eager to know. One of the group, a tall, wiry girl named 𝗬𝗄𝗃, now known as Astrotrain, made a teasing remark about Izuku's girlfriend wanting to know if he had passed, which annoyed him. He insisted she was not his girlfriend, to which 𝗬𝗄𝗃 retorted with a sarcastic comment. Izuku rolled his eyes and had 𝗧𝗃𝗃 press the device's circular button. A video projection appeared, revealing Nizu, who greeted them warmly. Nizu informed them that they should have received the envelope delivered to Island and gathered after discussing with Izuku how he knew about this beforehand. He hoped there hadn't been any infighting. Sakura remarked that Nizu was toying with them, while Melissa, known as Shockwave, reminded everyone that All Might had said the principal could be terrifying and was very smart. Nizu continued, stating that they had read the contents of the letter he sent and should understand why only one envelope was sent. He confidently announced that all of them had passed the entrance exam, specifically all 21 Quirkless students. The room fell silent as they processed this information. Izuku anticipated the excitement that would follow once the video ended. Nizu explained that 𝗬𝗄𝗃 was surprised by the group of Quirkless students who had passed with flying colors, even beating All Might's record. Due to circumstances, they had decided to create an entire class of Quirkless students to prevent tensions with other students who had quirks. However, one of them, Izuku, would be placed in Class 1A with the other students with quirks. As the video concluded, silence lingered for a moment before Sora, known as Skywarp, shouted in excitement that they had passed. This ignited a chain reaction, and soon everyone was cheering for their success and celebrating their friends who would join the hero course. Izuku raised his cup of tea in celebration but noticed Melissa approaching him. She sat across from him and asked if he had known they would pass. Izuku admitted he had a feeling but was surprised about being transferred to Class 1A and being part of the first class of Quirkless students. He suggested they focus on celebrating for now. As the celebration continued, Kido attempted to calm the group, which was quite a challenge, especially with Natsu enthusiastically proclaiming their victory. The atmosphere was filled with joy as party poppers released confetti in a large room where Izuku's family had prepared food and drinks for the group. Everyone enjoyed their time together, excited about what lay ahead. Some students even shared the news with their families, who responded with smiles. Melissa reminded them not to brag about their success on social media to avoid any public backlash. Melissa was thrilled about her own success, and her father, 𝗵𝗲𝗄𝗧𝗵, was overjoyed to see his daughter's dream come true. There was talk of sharing the news with all might, but Melissa decided to focus on her friends and her journey to becoming a hero, postponing that conversation for later. Izuku, feeling exhausted from talking to everyone, took a break on the balcony with a glass of soda, enjoying the view of the city. He let out a breath of relief, grateful for passing, thanks to all the people around him. His thoughts were interrupted when he heard a voice behind him. Not joining the festivities. 𝗵𝗃 turned around and smiled at Izuku, waving at him. Izuku thought about how attending would mean the boys and girls would thank him for giving them this opportunity, but he would end up exhausted without a moment of rest. 𝗵𝗃 acknowledged this, joining him by the railings of the balcony, a faint blush on her cheeks as she tried to hide it. She mentioned that he knew what awaited him the moment he stepped into the classroom. Izuku confirmed that he was aware, having had Melissa hack into 𝗬𝗏's network with her assistance. He noted that their best chance for a teacher would be either Izuku or 𝗵𝗃, and that the Quirkless class would likely be seen as a last resort. However, he recognized the challenges they faced due to their Quirkless status. 𝗵𝗃 warned him that Izuku was going to expel him. Izuku understood but believed that with the information he had about Izuku's reliance on rationality and logic, he could present his own truths to convince him otherwise. He was determined to take the brunt of Izuku's harsh treatment so that others wouldn't have to endure the same fate that 𝗵𝗃 had experienced. 𝗵𝗃 nodded in agreement but felt a sense of unease about the situation, knowing how Izuku operated and that he likely had a plan that could infuriate not just Izuku but everyone involved. She urged him to be careful, to which Izuku replied that they had suffered enough and could endure whatever was thrown at them. 𝗵𝗃 was uncertain about that, but Izuku had a question for her. He asked how it felt to be without her quirk, acknowledging that it was strange. 𝗵𝗃 agreed, explaining that losing their quirks felt like losing a part of themselves since they had them for their entire lives. Some adapted well while others struggled. In the weeks leading up to the entrance exam, many of the Quirkless were still unsure about 𝗵𝗃's loyalty and that of her class. This uncertainty escalated until Jack and Simmons showcased a machine built by Sector 7 decades ago, which had been tested and proven effective. This machine could remove someone's quirk entirely, as if it had never existed, using alien technology rather than human DNA or BLD. While some were skeptical about the machine, 𝗵𝗃 stepped forward to volunteer as a test subject to demonstrate her loyalty to Izuku and to help the Quirkless. Despite her classmates' worries, she reassured them that she would be fine, showing her unwavering faith in Izuku. The results were successful. 𝗵𝗃 no longer had her quirk but remained in perfect health. She emphasized that even though they lost their quirks to prove their loyalty, many saw the potential benefits of this situation. Izuku asked what those benefits were, and 𝗵𝗃 explained that some viewed it as a way to confront Izuku. They believed that even without their quirks, they could show their worth and rise above the challenges they faced. 𝗵𝗃 expressed her belief that Izuku considered the Quirkless to be liabilities, having labeled many as such when they were expelled. Now, as Quirkless individuals, they aimed to prove that they could achieve greatness despite their circumstances, something Izuku had never recognized in them. 𝗵𝗃𝗃 continued, sharing her perspective that this situation could help gain trust and loyalty. She acknowledged that her quirk would be less useful with the new technology but reiterated her longing to earn their trust. Izuku agreed that she had succeeded in that regard. 𝗵𝗃𝗃 then expressed her gratitude for everything he had done for them, and Izuku acknowledged her appreciation, noting that he often downplayed his actions. She hesitated, feeling a rush of emotions that she struggled to articulate. 𝗵𝗃𝗃 took a deep breath, trying to confess her feelings but found herself unable to voice them. Izuku's concerned look prompted her to reassure him quickly, trying to avoid the awkwardness of the moment. She admitted her struggle to express her feelings, exclaiming her frustration at her inability to say what she wanted. Izuku, puzzled, raised an eyebrow, prompting her to laugh and hint at her true feelings for him. So, she decided to take a leap of faith, hoping to get Izuku to understand her feelings and relieve the weight on her chest that had been consuming her. 𝗵𝗃𝗃 boldly approached Izuku, gently cupping his cheeks and pulling him close for a kiss. Izuku's eyes widened in shock, but he found himself responding to emotions he hadn't even realized he felt, allowing the kiss to linger longer than he expected. He wrapped his arms around 𝗵𝗃𝗃, and they remained in that moment for about 2 minutes before separating. Both breathed heavily as 𝗵𝗃𝗃 composed herself and cleared her throat to regain Izuku's attention. She smiled, her face flushed, and told him that she could wait for him to process everything. Embarrassed, she turned and hurried away, leaving Izuku alone with his thoughts. He stood frozen, struggling to find the right words for what had just happened. As he processed 𝗵𝗃𝗃's actions, realization dawned on him. He thought to himself that a girl actually liked him and had kissed him. How had he not noticed this before? He felt overwhelmed, unsure of what to do next. Time passed, and the crew arrived in Japan, gazing at the impressive buildings of 𝗬𝗧𝗐, all dressed in their 𝗬𝗧𝗐 uniforms. With Nisa's approval, they had affixed the same sticker that Izuku had on their arms, hoping no one would complain about it being against uniform regulations. Izuku acknowledged that their true journey would begin once they entered the classroom doors. Goro asked if he was heading to Class 1A, but Izuku replied that he preferred to hang out with his friends first, not wanting to deal with the chaos that would ensue without him. He also refrained from mentioning his longing to avoid Bakugo. Ranji questioned whether they would really cause a mess, and Izuku simply gave him a look. Understanding, Ranji conceded. Izuku urged them to move quickly to avoid unwanted attention, and they all agreed, following him inside. As they entered the school building, Izuku glanced around, feeling an uneasy sensation in his chest, as if something ominous was about to unfold. Upon arriving at their classroom, they noticed the tall windows and the doors situated high on the wall, marked with a large 1Q. The crew found the labeling unappealing. Sora commented on the originality of the name, while Sakura pointed out the obvious reason behind it. Izuku suggested they head inside and settle down, waiting for their teacher to arrive. They nodded in agreement and opened the door, taking their seats and chatting amongst themselves. Since this wasn't Izuku's class, he sat by the teacher's desk, observing his friends when Melissa approached him. She asked if he had spoken to 𝗵𝗃𝗃, and he confirmed that she had briefed him on what to expect if Aizawa was their teacher. He expressed his concerns about the challenges they might face, especially as quirkless students. Melissa shared his worries, and they fell into silence, watching their friends relax in the classroom. She voiced her thoughts about the uncertain outcome of the day, referencing 𝗵𝗃𝗃's warnings. Izuku acknowledged that even though they were quirkless, the other class would also face Aizawa's strictness. He had done some research and learned about Aizawa's past, realizing that his intentions, while aimed at keeping them safe, had backfired. He believed he could use this knowledge to confront Aizawa if necessary. As Izuku checked his watch, he noted that class was about to start, and he didn't want to be late on the first day. He hopped off the desk and headed for the door, only to be met with an unexpected sight upon opening it. Aizawa stood right in front of him. Many of the quirkless students turned pale at the sight of their homeroom teacher. Melissa frowned, sensing the inevitable outcome. Aizawa's gaze fell on Izuku as he addressed the class, warning them that if they were there to fool around, they should leave. He noted how long it took for them to quiet down upon his arrival, emphasizing that time was limited. He directed his attention to Izuku, stating that he didn't belong there and needed to change into his 𝗵 uniform and head to the field, as his class was already waiting. Izuku exchanged glances with Melissa, then retrieved the 𝗵 uniforms from the duffel bag in the corner. 𝗵𝗃𝗲 had advised them to be quick, and Izuku was already prepared with his uniform. He thought to himself that it was just great that 𝗧𝗏 was the homeroom teacher for his friends. Izuku knew that expulsion was looming, and he needed to devise a plan the moment it happened, or he might lose his composure if anyone dared insult his friends. Izuku and his crew rushed out of the U building and onto the field, where they encountered Class 1A. The Quirkless students felt a bit confused upon noticing the absence of a teacher, prompting Izuku to narrow his eyes, sensing something was amiss. As the Quirkless students arrived, whispers filled the air from the quirked students. Izuku chose to remain in the center, close to Class 1A, ignoring the murmurs. Class 1A had heard rumors about an entire class of Quirkless students, speculating that Izuku would be joining them, especially as he moved closer. Izuku's attention shifted to 𝗵𝗃𝗲, who briefly glanced at him before turning away. Izuku was surprised that 𝗵𝗃𝗲 didn't scowl at him this time. His thoughts were interrupted when Melissa asked 𝗧𝗏 a pressing question. Melissa inquired if he was also the teacher for Class 1A, noting the absence of any other homeroom teacher. 𝗧𝗏 confirmed that he was tasked by the principal to teach both classes and urged them to refrain from asking further questions as they began. 𝗧𝗏 then informed everyone that they were there for a quirk assessment test. He acknowledged that although some students lacked quirks, he would still evaluate their capabilities. He mentioned 𝗵𝗃𝗲, who had excelled in the practical exam, prompting surprise and shock among the Quirkless students. Thanks to Melissa and 𝗵𝗃𝗲, they had seen the scoreboard revealing that Izuku had actually taken the top spot, not 𝗵𝗃𝗲. This revelation left many feeling that 𝗧𝗏 was biased towards the quirked students while overlooking the Quirkless. Even 𝗵𝗃𝗲 was taken aback, having heard rumors about Izuku's performance. 𝗧𝗏 quickly cut off any further discussion, instructing everyone to head to the circle for a softball throw, allowing them to use their quirks. 𝗵𝗃𝗲 nodded and approached the circle, where everyone watched with anticipation as he took a deep breath and assumed a throwing position. When he was ready, a loud explosion erupted as 𝗵𝗃𝗲 launched the ball high into the air, leaving a trail of fiery clouds in its wake. The ball descended, landing with a thud on the ground. 𝗧𝗏 noted the distance, revealing that 𝗵𝗃𝗲 had thrown it an impressive 752 meters, eliciting reactions from Class 1A while the Quirkless students remained silent, aware of the expectations set by 𝗧𝗏. However, one student from Class 1A remarked that this would be fun, prompting a stern look from 𝗧𝗏, which the Quirkless students recognized as a sign of potential trouble. 𝗧𝗏 warned them that they had 3 years to become heroes and that if they did not take the assessment seriously, he would hold a competition. Those who placed last in the 8 tests would be at risk of expulsion. His gaze lingered on the Quirkless students, especially Izuku, making it clear that he was serious about his words. This announcement stirred worry among the Quirkless students, with some sensing 𝗧𝗏's bias. 𝗵𝗃𝗲 and her classmates had previously shared information about the quirk assessment tests, detailing the exercises and their mechanics. Izuku and Melissa concluded that the tests were tailored to suit certain types of quirks, which could either benefit or hinder the students. The Quirkless students realized they needed to outperform those whose quirks wouldn't be advantageous in this context. Izuku understood that 𝗧𝗏 was looking for a reason to expel them and resolved to confront him after the tests, as he had information he wanted to share. Meanwhile, All Might watched from a distance, concerned for Melissa on her first day at U. He recalled 𝗧𝗏's reputation for expulsion rates and hoped that she would perform well. As the quirk assessment test began, the first exercise was the 50-meter dash. Most of the Quirkless students excelled, having trained rigorously over the past 10 months, though they were outpaced by a few Class 1A students with speed-enhancing quirks. The grip strength test yielded similar results, with most students performing equally well, except for one from Class 1A and a student with purple hair. The standing long jump saw many clear the distance, including several Quirkless students. The repeated side steps, sit-ups, seated toe touch, and distance run demonstrated that the Quirkless students were quite fit despite their lack of quirks. When it came to the ball throw, Izuku reflected on Aizawa's allowance for quirk usage. Some students found their quirks unsuitable for the task, leading to a realization that many of the exercises were designed with quirkless students in mind. Even the ball throw proved challenging for those with quirks, as some were unable to leverage their abilities effectively in this scenario. In Izuku's eyes, as he continued to observe, it felt like Aizawa was trying to prove a point. Once the quirk apprehension test was over, everyone gathered around Aizawa, who had his phone in hand, ready to show the results. However, he chose not to. He stated that he wouldn't bother showing the results because he had seen enough. He pointed toward the quirkless students, including Izuku, glaring at Aizawa, knowing what was to come. Aizawa announced that the entirety of Class 1Q and Izuku Midoriya were expelled, instructing them to pack their things and leave the school. This declaration was met with shocked expressions from Class 1A, even causing All Might to drop his jaw at the fact that Melissa had been expelled. Bakugo, however, remained silent, turning his gaze toward Izuku. He noticed that Izuku and the quirkless students wore expressions of anger and rage rather than sadness, their glares piercing through Aizawa. Izuku stepped forward, challenging Aizawa. He questioned whether Aizawa could provide a real reason for their expulsion. Aizawa responded that they were quirkless and deemed liabilities, stating that they would only get themselves killed. He remarked on their luck in passing the entrance exam, but emphasized that they would lack the means to survive in the field. Izuku retorted, reminding Aizawa of their performance in the entrance exam, highlighting the technology and weaponry they had used. He pointed out that he and his friends had achieved top scores, while Aizawa claimed Bakugo was the highest scorer, accusing Aizawa of bias. A blue-haired boy attempted to interject, but Melissa, known as Shockwave, glared at him, telling him to stay out of it. Aizawa dismissed their technology as a crutch, asserting that without it, they were nothing. Izuku countered that the same could be said for quirks, declaring that without them, the quirk users were equally insignificant. He noted Aizawa's quirk, which allowed him to erase others' abilities, suggesting that Aizawa was, in a way, quirkless too. Aizawa insisted that he still had the means to erase quirks. Izuku argued that those without quirks would pose a problem for Aizawa and questioned the effectiveness of his support item compared to their technology. He expressed his frustration about the unfairness of Aizawa's tests, raising his voice as All Might contemplated intervening to prevent the situation from escalating. Aizawa challenged Izuku's bold accusation, demanding evidence. Izuku scoffed, confident that anyone with common sense could see that many students were unable to use their quirks effectively in the test. He pointed out that Melissa had hacked into Aizawa's phone to reveal the true results. Aizawa warned that this was a crime punishable by law, but Melissa and Izuku remained unfazed, revealing the results that showed the quirkless students had outperformed several from Class 1A. The quirkless students glared at Aizawa, realizing that if he had shown the results, he would have tampered with them to justify their expulsion. Melissa accused Aizawa of refusing to show the real results because he didn't want the quirk users to feel inferior in the presence of those he deemed weak. She challenged Aizawa, asserting that he was afraid of their potential and that their technology could surpass quirks. Izuku agreed, stating that Aizawa's bias against quirkless students was evident. He accused Aizawa of lying about being their homeroom teacher, revealing that it was supposed to be midnight for Class 1Q. He claimed Aizawa used this as an excuse to expel them, regardless of their abilities. Izuku emphasized that Aizawa would have manipulated the results to expel him simply for being quirkless. He declared that Aizawa was unworthy of being a teacher, expressing his disdain with conviction. Aizawa raised an eyebrow at Izuku's words, particularly at the mention of 𝗵𝗃𝗄, questioning how Izuku knew her. Izuku continued, criticizing Aizawa's rationale for expelling students, arguing that he was not saving them but leading them to their doom. He recounted 𝗵𝗃𝗄's story, explaining how Aizawa's decisions had ruined lives, causing some to be ostracized by their families, unable to attend hero schools, and even turning to villainy or despair. He made it clear that Aizawa's actions had dire consequences, and it was all because of him. The atmosphere was tense as Izuku confronted Aizawa, expressing his belief that the teacher's actions, though intended for the greater good, were misguided. He pointed out that while Izuku claimed to protect the students, his methods stemmed from unresolved trauma rather than genuine concern. Izuku had researched Izuku's past and felt that the teacher's good intentions had spiraled out of control. He argued that just because someone had suffered a loss did not justify endangering the futures of others, especially on their first day. Izuku believed that Izuku should use his experiences to teach students how to avoid tragedy, rather than burying the past. As Izuku spoke, the tension in the field grew palpable. Even All Might felt a sense of unease as he observed Izuku's anger. Izuku's response was a snarky laugh, admitting to his manipulations in bringing the students to this point. He dismissed the Quirkless students as liabilities, claiming they had no place in society or in becoming heroes. His words ignited anger among Class 1A, particularly from those who felt personally attacked. Izuku's fury intensified at Izuku's comments about a fellow student, 𝗵𝗃𝗧𝗵𝗲. All Might intervened, placing a hand on Izuku's shoulder, urging him to step back. Izuku questioned All Might's presence, to which All Might explained he had been searching for Class 1A and 1Q after noticing their absence. He acknowledged the issues raised by Izuku and expressed concern over Izuku's treatment of the students. Melissa, observing the exchange, wondered if Izuku's harshness was a misguided attempt to earn trust from Izuku. Izuku, however, remained steadfast in his beliefs, insisting that he would not change his mind. All Might reminded Izuku that Midnight was in charge of Class 1Q and that Nizu had connections to the Midoriya family, hinting at potential consequences for Izuku's actions. Despite the mounting tension, Izuku remained unyielding, asserting that he was doing what he believed was best for the students. Before All Might could respond, Izuku raised his hand, signaling for silence. He declared that there was no point in arguing with Izuku, who was deluding himself. Izuku expressed gratitude to All Might for his support but emphasized that the situation would not change. Izuku made it clear that if Izuku intended to expel the Quirkless students, they would forge their own paths to becoming heroes, regardless of Izuku's opposition. He warned that any attempts to hinder their progress would be met with resistance, and they would not back down from their aspirations. By the end of it, everyone would come to fear them, to be wary of what they might become if pushed further to the brink, and they would show no mercy. Izuku was certain he would not show mercy to Izuku. Izuku scoffed at the threat, dismissing the Quirkless boy as someone who could do nothing against him. He declared that he was not afraid of a Quirkless brat. Izuku, with a smirk, assured him that he would be. Izuku had no idea what was coming. Turning to his Quirkless friends, Izuku ignored the Class 1A students and gave his companions a nod. He shouted into the field, calling for Astrotrain to transform and get them out of there. As he shouted, one of his crew members appeared out of nowhere, landing impressively beside the Quirkless students, surprising everyone except for those who were Quirkless. Izuku narrowed his eyes, questioning why 𝗬𝗧𝗏's security system had not detected this newcomer. The figure before him was Izuku Astrotrain, her Cybertronian mech standing tall and imposing with broad, block-shaped armor in gray and purple. The mech had a stern face with a yellow head crest and shuttle wings folded onto its back, resembling a heavily armored soldier. The students were astonished to see the Cybertronian mech. Only a few had witnessed its power during the entrance exam. The Quirkless students ignored the stares and whispers from Class 1A as ASU transformed into her vehicle mode, resembling a bulky space shuttle with squared edges, a dark gray and purple hull, and small red details along the sides. Without wasting any time, the Quirkless students boarded the shuttle. They could hear a black-haired girl with a ponytail talking to herself about how the shuttle had grown immensely in size and how such a thing was possible. Melissa let out a laugh, knowing she wouldn't share any secrets with that girl. As she entered the shuttle, she glanced back at All Might, noticing a frown on his face when their eyes met. Izuku was the last to enter but chose to remain outside the shuttle. He looked at All Might and then at Bakugo, the two exchanging silent stares. Turning to Izuku, Izuku declared that they would meet again soon, and next time he would not be so kind. Especially to him. He raised his arm, placing a device on his chest armor, which transformed him into his Cybertronian mech and vehicle mode simultaneously. Now in helicopter mode, his craft was angular and futuristic, with sharp black and gray armor panels accented by crimson highlights and twin rotor blades on top, giving it a menacing military appearance. As the twin rotor blades spun, everyone shielded themselves from the dust swirling around. Izuku ascended, joining ASU in the air as they took off in an instant, disappearing from sight and leaving the group in the field. Silence enveloped the scene as everyone processed what had just occurred. All Might turned to Aizawa, looming over him with an expression of anger. He was not pleased with Aizawa's actions. All Might stated that they needed to have a talk with Nizu, his tone filled with frustration. Aizawa rolled his eyes in annoyance, considering the discussion a waste of time and irrational, believing he had done the right thing. Nevertheless, he resolved to get through it and return to rest. Back in I-Island, Jack remarked on the events that had transpired. The crew had returned to I-Island, where Jack, Izuku, and Simmons discussed the aftermath of their first day at U. They were in Inko's office, located in another facility in the city. Inko, with her long dark green hair tied in a ponytail and light green eyes, wore a business suit that included a white dress shirt, black tie, blazer, and slacks. She did not look pleased. Izuku confirmed what had happened, noting that Melissa had footage if they wanted to see it again, as he was not inclined to repeat himself. Inko expressed that everyone was upset about the situation. She mentioned that Nizu was addressing the issue as they spoke but questioned Izuku's interest in returning to U. Izuku replied that he had no plans to return, nor did the others. If Aizawa wanted them out, that was how it would remain. They would become heroes in their own way, disregarding the law. Jack assured Izuku that everyone in the Quirkless city of I-Island would support whatever he planned to do, offering all their resources. However, he warned Izuku of the potential repercussions that would follow, which could be detrimental for their people. Izuku acknowledged the risks and expressed his readiness to face them. Inko encouraged him, assuring him that if the HPSC dared to act against him and his friends, they would have to contend with her. The atmosphere shifted as Inko's demeanor became more imposing, sending shivers down the spines of Jack and Simmons. Simmons remarked on whether Inko's glowing eyes were a manifestation of her quirk or simply a result of her intimidating aura. Jack agreed, and Simmons turned his attention back to Izuku, informing him that more of his followers from the Quirkless Forum and across Japan were making I-Island their home. He noted that Izuku's father was right about him building an army and asked if he was sure he wanted to proceed, given the consequences. Izuku affirmed that he would accept whatever consequences arose. If Japan and its hero system would not allow them to be heroes, then they would forge their own path. They were revolutionaries seeking justice for the Quirkless, determined to stand firm against the prejudices of hero society and prepared to stop at nothing to achieve their goals. Inko and Izuku reached an understanding. Inko encouraged her son to spend time with his friends, suggesting he needed to cool off after the recent events at U. She promised to keep him updated on his projects and mentioned that she had used her connections to bring someone valuable into his ranks. This new addition had willingly given up their quirk, no longer seen as an asset to their former organization. Inko believed this person would be crucial in the fight against the HPSC. Izuku acknowledged his mother's words, determined to meet this new ally, unaware of their past ties to the HPSC. As he left, Inko watched him go, a smirk on her face, anticipating the unfolding events. Back in his room, Izuku slammed his fist on his desk, leaving a small dent. His frustration over the chaotic events at U was palpable. Moata was present, and she approached him, sensing his turmoil. Izuku expressed his need to vent, overwhelmed by everything that had happened. Moata offered to listen, but Izuku struggled to contain his anger. He reflected on his hopes of proving their worth to those who doubted them, only to realize the harsh truth. The Quirkists, like Aizawa, were intent on suppressing them. Moata reminded him that Melissa had a plan to expose Aizawa's actions, which could lead to significant repercussions for him. Izuku, however, was consumed by his rage, declaring that he wanted more than just exposure. He wanted justice for the pain they had suffered. His voice echoed in the room, startling Moata, but she stood her ground and approached him for a comforting hug. As Izuku calmed down, they resumed their conversation. 𝗵𝗃 urged him to take a measured approach, emphasizing the importance of strategy and trust in their allies. Izuku acknowledged her wisdom, knowing they had a strong following but needed to be careful in their next steps. After a moment of awkward silence, Izuku suggested they go out to the park for dinner, hoping to distract themselves from the recent turmoil. 𝗵𝗃 realized his invitation was more than just a casual outing and, with a mix of excitement and nervousness, she agreed to join him. She quickly stood, opening the door and gesturing for him to lead the way, her heart racing with anticipation. 𝗵𝗃 suggested they move forward, and Izuku nodded, rushing toward the door. 𝗵𝗃 shook off her nervousness and followed him, both eager to use this time to forget what had happened at you. Meanwhile, in his office, 𝗎𝗠 confronted Aizawa with a serious expression. 𝗎𝗠 was furious but kept his composure as he addressed Aizawa. He had reviewed All Might's account and the footage of recent events, which left him dissatisfied with Aizawa's actions. Aizawa insisted he had done nothing wrong, but 𝗎𝗠 accused him of unjustly expelling students. He pointed out that Aizawa had tampered with the results to justify their expulsion. 𝗎𝗠 also noted the absence of Midnight during her class, suggesting Aizawa had intentionally caused her discomfort to take over her responsibilities, all to create an excuse for expelling students who were not even under his jurisdiction. He emphasized that even if Aizawa had tried to expel Midoriya, the boy would still outperform most of Aizawa's class, which was inherently unfair. Aizawa responded that life was unfair and that he had acted out of necessity. 𝗎𝗠 argued that Aizawa had made enemies of the students, to which Aizawa scoffed, claiming that the Quirkless could not rally together against them. 𝗎𝗠 warned that pushing people too hard could lead to rebellion, regardless of their lack of powers. Aizawa dismissed 𝗎𝗠's concerns, asserting that he had done a favor by expelling the Quirkless students to avoid further complications with the 𝗵𝗃𝗃, an organization 𝗎𝗠 knew was a constant source of trouble. 𝗎𝗠 felt a scowl forming as Aizawa mentioned the 𝗵𝗃𝗃, recognizing their involvement in the situation. He worried about the consequences of Aizawa's actions, especially given what he had learned about the Quirkless on Island. 𝗎𝗠 understood that the 𝗵𝗃𝗃 would likely dismiss the Quirkless as a nuisance rather than a threat, which could lead to dire repercussions. Aizawa concluded the conversation, stating there was nothing more to discuss. He left the office, slamming the door behind him. 𝗎𝗠 sighed, apprehensive about the future. He knew he needed to take action to protect you, and its students from the impending storm he sensed was on the horizon. He feared that Aizawa's choices would ultimately lead to unforeseen consequences, and when the time came, no one would be there to offer assistance. Bakugo thought his day couldn't get any worse, but fate had other plans. It all began when Izuku returned from Island, where he would be staying indefinitely. Bakugo's mother, Mitsuki, refused to tell him the details, likely to keep him away from Izuku. When Bakugo finally saw Izuku, he noticed a significant change in him. Izuku was now confident, serious, and even cold at times, especially toward Bakugo and anyone who belittled him or his friends. This was a stark contrast to the shy boy Bakugo remembered from 𝗪𝗲, who had once struggled to stand up for himself. The first day of school brought more surprises. After the incident with the sludge villain, Bakugo refused to acknowledge that Izuku had saved him, although a small part of him felt grateful. What frightened Bakugo was the intensity of Izuku's anger toward the world. The look in Izuku's eyes was no longer the hopeful gaze of a boy who wanted to become a hero. It was something darker, almost monstrous, as if a hidden power was waiting to be unleashed. Bakugo recalled how Izuku had swiftly incapacitated the sludge villain, something the pro-heroes had failed to do. He couldn't deny that Izuku had passed the test with remarkable skill. Bakugo was also surprised to see Izuku bring his friends along to take the test, all of whom had succeeded as well. It felt like there was something significant brewing, something that Izuku's group wanted to reveal to the world. However, everything changed during the quirk apprehension test when Aizawa expelled all 20 students of Class 1Q, including Izuku, without hesitation or remorse. Aizawa's decision seemed impulsive, disregarding the impact it would have on their lives. Bakugo was aware that many in Class 1A were surprised when Aizawa manipulated the results to have the Quirkless student expelled. The anger radiating from All Might during that incident was something Bakugo had never witnessed before. He didn't contribute much to the discussions that followed the expulsion, where classmates expressed their fears that Aizawa might target them next. They recalled how Class 1Q had also faced expulsion on the first day, despite having quirks. The students worried they might be next, especially since they struggled with their abilities, often feeling ineffective or unsure of how to use their powers. As days passed, the anxiety grew, but nothing happened. Bakugo believed that All Might's conversation with Aizawa had shifted his perspective, though he couldn't be certain. Deep down, Bakugo feared he might also face expulsion, especially considering his troubled past. He had lost contact with Izuku after the latter left with his friends. The silence from the Midoriyas was unsettling. It felt as if Izuku had vanished. Bakugo couldn't shake the feeling that this day had changed Izuku for the worse, and that thought frightened him. He found himself scared of the boy he had bullied daily, realizing how the tables had turned. Now, Bakugo faced an unexpected situation. What he thought would be a routine trip to the unforeseen simulation joint for rescue exercises quickly turned chaotic when villains emerged from a portal, led by a peculiar individual with a strange obsession. Bakugo typically relished the chance to confront villains, eager to showcase his powerful quirk. However, he was taken aback when he spotted Izuku, clad in a Cybertronian mech, arriving with the expelled students of Class 1Q and former members of Class 1A. They were all equipped with their own mechs, ready to demonstrate that the Quirkless could be just as formidable as pro-heroes, aiming to prove Aizawa wrong. 13 recognized the armor from the exam and informed Aizawa about the situation. Aizawa narrowed his eyes at the portal, questioning their presence. He wondered if they were attempting to prove themselves as heroes, despite their status as vigilantes. He prepared for the possibility of saying, "I told you so," if things went awry, hoping these students would survive the encounter. 13 urged Aizawa to trust them, emphasizing the need for help in the absence of All Might. Aizawa was incredulous at the suggestion, dismissing it as foolish. 13 insisted that they needed to act quickly against the villains, as waiting would only complicate matters. Aizawa countered, stating that labeling them as vigilantes was an insult to those who truly understood the responsibilities of such a role. 13 sighed, feeling frustrated with Aizawa's rigid thinking. Izuku took charge, issuing commands to his team to contain the villains. As they prepared for action, a jet emerged from the swirling portal, transforming mid-air. The pilot, 𝗬𝗵𝗲, known as Switchblade, was clad in sleek navy armor with gold and scarlet accents. His mech was designed like a fighter jet, equipped with blade-like extensions. Switchblade's HUD locked onto the villains' positions, noting that most were concentrated in the central plaza. With targets set, Switchblade unleashed a barrage of rockets that exploded in the plaza, creating a fiery spectacle that trapped the villains. Melissa, known as Shockwave, stepped forward, firing grenades from her hand cannon. The grenades rolled across the floor, activating and emitting a powerful energy burst that left the villains feeling weak. Confused and alarmed, the villains struggled to understand what was happening. They realized their quirks were being disrupted, leading to panic among their ranks. Tamura Shigaraki, a leader among the villains, consulted Kurogiri, who advised caution in light of the new threat. The tension in the air was palpable as both sides prepared for the inevitable clash. They were now seen as dangerous, having discovered a way to disable quirks. Shigaraki observed the situation, likening it to a secret boss that appears at a certain level with an unexpected advantage. Kurogiri urged Shigaraki to stay back, warning him that the uninvited guests had made their move. He pushed Shigaraki away to protect him as they faced 𝗬𝗄 Denson, known as Contagion. 𝗬𝗄 was a massive figure clad in jagged black armor streaked with sickly violet light. His bulky frame was built for raw strength, and the uneven armor plates resembled scar tissue, emitting faint fumes from the joints. His hands ended in enormous claws, and his eyes flickered between yellow and violet. With a powerful leap, 𝗬𝗄 landed in the fountain at the central plaza, shattering it upon impact. He surveyed the villains, who stood ready in defensive stances, and smirked, knowing they were unprepared for what was to come. 𝗬𝗧 then stretched out his arms and unleashed a wave of noxious green gas from his cybernetic suit. The gas enveloped the villains, causing them to cough violently before collapsing to the ground, incapacitated. Kurogiri managed to pull Shigaraki out of the containment zone, and Shigaraki reflected on how quickly 𝗬𝗧 had taken out half of their forces. He noted the impressive area of effect move and commanded Kurogiri to send in the 𝗵𝗄, eager to see if they could withstand a weapon capable of defeating All Might. Kurogiri hesitated, feeling uneasy about Shigaraki's calm demeanor, which seemed uncharacteristic. Nevertheless, Shigaraki affirmed his decision. Meanwhile, the students from U witnessed 𝗬𝗧's attack in the central plaza, where he dispatched the villains effortlessly. Aizawa was taken aback, grappling with the sight of a quirkless individual in a mech suit defeating all the villains in mere moments, something that would typically take a seasoned pro hero much longer, depending on their quirk. He struggled to reconcile this effectiveness with his own ideals of what a hero should embody in the field, finding the situation irrational. Aizawa believed that the technology wielded by these quirkless individuals would not sustain them in the long run. He feared that a villain could easily create something superior to their tech, rendering it useless against a powerful quirk. Despite his biases, Aizawa was reluctant to admit he might have been wrong about the potential of these students. The other students remained unaware that the former Class 1A was inside those cybernetic suits, and they did not recognize Izuku and Class 1Q, as they had never seen their mechs, except for those who had glimpsed Izuku's online. Bakugo was the only one who knew, and for once, he hesitated to charge in headfirst, worried about the consequences of his actions, particularly regarding Izuku and the potential anger he might unleash. 13 noted that one of the individuals had managed to take down all the villains in the plaza and confirmed that they were quirkless. Aizawa dismissed the notion, stating that the villains had gotten off easy, and warned that their arrogance could lead to dire consequences. He pointed to the center where Kurogiri used his quirk, Warp Gate, opening a portal for a monstrous creature to emerge, the 𝗵𝗄. The quirkless individuals remained still as Izuku stared at the 𝗵𝗄 with determination, resolved to prove that quirkless individuals could take down villains just like heroes could. Izuku instructed the others to spread out to different zones and deal with the villains swiftly, emphasizing that they should not kill but ensure it hurt. Melissa, also known as Shockwave, reminded them that the ground bridge would lead them to their designated areas while they would stay behind to confront the 𝗵𝗄. A panel on Melissa's arm opened, revealing a screen. She activated it, causing multiple portals of light green energy to appear. The crew, primarily the former Class 1A-𝗵𝗄, quickly entered the ground bridge, while Class 1Q prepared to face the 𝗵𝗄. Kurogiri noted their division and asked Shigaraki if they should send other villains to attack the heroes. Shigaraki instructed him to focus on the third party, emphasizing that they were the main priority. Kurogiri expressed hope that Shigaraki's plan was sound as they stepped back to let the 𝗵𝗄 engage, while the teachers and students of U watched, uncertain of what to do. Tenya Ida asked the teachers for guidance, to which 13 advised them to remain where they were, as the villains were focused on the vigilantes. They needed to protect the students and find a way out, as the doors remained shut and they needed to contact U for assistance. While Class 1A agreed with 13's suggestion, a few, including Tsuyu Azui and Ejiro Kirishima, voiced their disagreement. Azui argued that the vigilantes were breaking the law and that they should intervene. Bakugo countered that it was better for the vigilantes to handle the situation, especially after witnessing their capability in taking down the villains. Bakugo expressed his relief that others were present, acknowledging how dire their situation would be if it were just the two of them. He glanced at Izuku, contemplating his intentions. Bakugo understood that if anyone discovered what they had done, it would lead to significant trouble, not just for Izuku and his friends, but for the quirkless population in Japan, especially considering what his mother had relayed about Inko before they lost contact. The situation was concerning. Some of the others were surprised by Bakugo's calm demeanor, as they were accustomed to his explosive personality from the battle trials, making him seem like an unlikely voice of reason. Kirishima urged Bakugo to take action, insisting that it was unmanly to simply stand by and watch. Bakugo retorted sharply, warning Kirishima against rushing in blindly against the formidable opponents they faced. He emphasized the danger of getting caught in the crossfire of the mechanical foes. Meanwhile, Aizawa observed Bakugo closely, noting the unusual tone in his voice. Although he had other priorities, he recognized the need to investigate Bakugo's behavior once the chaos subsided. In various areas of the USJ, the rest of the group was effectively dealing with the villains. In the mountain zone, a rocky area filled with cliffs and energy explosions, for individuals in their Cybertronian 𝗵𝘃𝗃 were swiftly incapacitating the villains. Suna Erasure, known as 𝗪𝗏, was clad in a mix of gold and deep violet plating. Her slim, angular silhouette featured armor panels shaped like wings, and electric purple accents glowed from her forearms and chest. Rika Shokaki, or Firebreaker, donned jet black and deep violet armor with bright emerald highlights, designed for high mobility. Sujiro Kuruma, known as Drive-By, was intimidating in obsidian and crimson plating, while Nogasa Misachi, or Mismatch, sported jagged green and silver armor with embedded circular saw blades. 𝗪𝗏 positioned herself on a cliff, using her infrared vision to locate every villain in the area. She fired her 𝗲𝗏𝗄 blaster, unleashing an electric beam that struck the rocks, causing a burst of electricity that incapacitated several villains. The villains were further disadvantaged by the Quirk disruptors, leaving them defenseless. As 𝗪𝗏 continued her assault, Mismatch took aim from his vantage point, smirking as he prepared his fragmentation rocket launcher. He released a swarm of missiles, creating a series of explosions that incapacitated the villains without causing fatal harm. The remaining villains found themselves at the mercy of 𝗪𝗏's electric blasts, which sent them crashing to the ground. Firebreaker then charged into the fray, her towering height giving her an advantage as she knocked villains aside effortlessly. When some villains attempted to confront her, she countered with her Impasse Pulse blaster, unleashing a sonic boom that sent them flying and destroyed their equipment. Not finished yet, she switched to her Vindicon laser rifle, firing a torrent of blue lasers that left the villains with painful burns. Drive-By, observing the chaos, casually joined the battle, equipping his Veil rocket launcher and payload laser rifle. He unleashed a barrage of explosions, leaving the villains with no escape. For those who tried to flee, he targeted them with concentrated beams of yellow energy, bringing them down with scorch marks on their backs. As he passed the defeated villains, he reveled in their fear, finding satisfaction in their dismay. The scene then shifted to the flood zone, a maritime environment complete with a lake, a ship, and a waterslide, where the action continued. Two individuals in Cybertronian 𝗵𝘃𝗃 sprinted toward the ship, where a large number of villains awaited them in the water. The first was Tsunochato, known as Snow Cat, wrapped in thick reinforced plating. His broad and muscular frame featured intricate mechanical detailing across his chest and limbs. Blue and silver tones dominated his armor, with faint black outlines accentuating every contour. His claws, shaped like sharp talons, and his helm, crowned with jagged armor fins, released bursts of frost vapors from glowing blue vents along his torso. The other was Kondo Dokkan, known as Conduit, adorned in metallic black lined with glowing magenta conduits. His body had an almost mirrored surface, broken only by vents and energy nodes. His broad shoulders housed small turbine clusters, and his articulated claws sparked faint energy arcs. His head was sleek, featuring a single luminous visor. Tsuno swiftly dispatched the villains in the flood zone by firing beams from his cryo cannons, encasing the waters around the ship and the floor into ice, trapping the villains caught in his range. This allowed Kondo to rush in and equip his 𝗬𝗏 blaster rifle, charging it with energy as blue electricity sparked from it. He leaped into the air and fired, sending a beam of electricity that hit the ice and caused a wave of energy to flood the entire icy terrain, incapacitating the villains there. Kondo had considered using this tactic while the villains were in the water but chose not to risk the unconscious villains drowning. The blast immobilized all the villains in the ship area as Kondo landed on the ice beside Tsuno. He remarked on how they had been underestimated, and the two transformed into their vehicle modes to deal with any remaining villains in the flood zone, initiating the same strategy they had used before. In the other zones, as Izuku and Melissa had predicted, The group dispatched the villains with ease. In the ruins zone, located in the northeast, the environment simulated a destroyed urban landscape, with buildings in precarious conditions. 3 Cybertronian 𝗵𝘃𝗃 were present: 𝗵𝘃𝗃𝗃, known as Flatline, a gaunt and sinister figure colored in black, violet, and chrome, with slender limbs and a sharp, skeletal design. His frame was built, with wires and mechanical veins visible under glossy armor segments. His hands were multi-jointed, equipped with integrated surgical tools that folded seamlessly into his forearms, and thin blue light ran down his spine. Next was 𝗬𝗃𝗃𝗃, known as Rampart, a massive defender built from heavy metallic gray plating with streaks of purple across his chest and legs. His arms resembled built-in shields reinforced with defensive panels, and his faceplate was carved and angular, making him appear like a walking bunker. Finally, there was 𝗪𝗪, known as 𝗬𝗪𝗏, with grim black and yellow armor patterned in industrial hazard lines. His limbs were thick and durable, with panel plating and hydraulic components visible beneath. His chest armor resembled reinforced train buffers, while his head bore a black visor with faint red optics glowing beneath. The ruined buildings of the zone were met with large explosions of dust and smoke, the ground shaking after every blast. This was the work of both Rain and 𝗬𝗪. 𝗬𝗪 used the anarchics mine deployer, dropping explosive proximity mines around the ruins, hidden among the debris of the destroyed buildings, creating perfect ambush spots for the villains. When an unsuspecting villain triggered a mine, they were met with an explosion that sent them flying, crashing into the buildings amidst clouds of dust and debris. More explosions erupted in the zone, followed by Rain initiating electrically charged swings toward the villains using the next hammer. Each slam sent bursts of purple energy and shockwaves, incapacitating the villains instantly, and Rain was enjoying the chaos, striking down every villain in sight. Joe fired rapidly using the infinite minigun, bullets flying around the ruins and hitting every villain in his line of sight. Small bursts of energy impacted the villains' bodies, knocking them out due to the stun bullets' effects. The group had to use non-lethal means to avoid complications with the authorities. Joe noticed some villains taking cover behind the destroyed buildings, smirking as he equipped his vector grenade launcher. He fired shots that erupted in small explosions, forcing the villains out of their hiding spots. Another shot aimed at a building caused the villains inside to flee in panic as the grenade detonated nearby. In the conflagration zone, located to the southwest, the environment simulated an urban landscape engulfed in flames. 𝗬𝗪, known as 𝗬𝗪𝗏, was sculpted from layers of metallic midnight blue and teal armor that shimmered under the light. Her frame was lithe yet combat-ready, with sharp wing-like extensions on her back and glowing cyan lines tracing along her limbs. Her faceplate formed a sleek battle mask with narrow optics that burned an icy turquoise. 𝗪𝗏, known as Roll Cage, was adorned in black and bright yellow armor streaked with violet highlights. Her tall frame had wheel hubs integrated into her calves and shoulders, with crimson slit optics contrasting sharply against her bright plating. Finally, 𝗬𝗪𝗏, known as 𝗬𝗪𝗏, had a sleek feminine build wrapped in glossy black and deep crimson armor. Her aerodynamic frame featured glowing energy veins along her arms and thighs, leading to clawed fingertips and high-heeled pedals shaped like blades. Her optics shimmered pink with an ember-like glow, and twin 𝗬𝗪𝗃𝗃𝗃 coiled across her back. Using the fiery environment to their advantage, a motorcycle soared through the air, landing skillfully on the ground and drifting around the villains. The driver revealed herself to be 𝗬𝗪𝗏, who confronted the villains head-on. The villains gritted their teeth in anger, sweat dripping from their bodies due to the intense heat of the environment, but it didn't affect 𝗬𝗪𝗏. With a screech of tires, 𝗬𝗪𝗏 unleashed an array of blue projectiles from her Gatling guns toward the villains. Fortunately, the minor villains in this zone were few, making them easy targets. However, the 3 still wanted to have their fun. The blue projectiles took down the villains charging at 𝗬𝗪𝗏, small bursts of energy erupting with each hit. As the villains closed in, 𝗬𝗪𝗏 called for 𝗬𝗪𝗏. With a loud boom, the screams of the villains echoed as small explosions erupted in the fiery zone. 𝗬𝗪𝗏 fired grenades from the asteroid heavy grenade launcher, sending the villains soaring into the air. She quickly followed up by shooting electrified shells from the tornado rocket launcher, stunning the villains and wrapping them in electric ropes as they crashed to the ground. 𝗬𝗪𝗧𝗧 continued this until nearly all of them were restrained. 𝗬𝗪𝗧𝗧 remarked on how easy it had been, while a villain who interrupted her was met with another electrified shell that knocked him out. The two former members of Class 1A regrouped and turned their attention to the entrance, noticing the last of the villains attempting to escape. 𝗬𝗪𝗍𝗄 noted that they had missed some, but 𝗬𝗪𝗧𝗧𝗧 reassured her that �rollcage had it handled. 𝗬𝗪𝗪cage, in her vehicle form resembling a NASCAR car, sped past the entrance, dropping small bombs that erupted in a series of explosions, sending the villains into the air before they crashed down hard. In the downpour zone, located to the northwest, the environment simulated an urban setting constantly battered by heavy rainfall and strong winds. There, Atsuiwaya, known as Hotwire, was clad in deep violet and indigo plating with glowing electric blue veins. His arms were heavy with blaster housings, and his legs were reinforced with thruster vents. His face was partially covered by a segmented mouthguard, and twin metallic horns rose from his helm like antennae. Alongside him was Netsu Shinda, or Dead Heat, whose bulky frame glowed faintly with teal energy cores. His plating resembled reinforced armor, and his shoulders bore heavy tires folded into the structure. Yokushatsu, known as Oppressor, had overlapping armor plates of dark green and violet steel, with slender limbs and spinning saws gleaming with a metallic red glow. Netsu Dead Heat expressed gratitude for the rain and wind, which made things easier for them. Using his infrared vision, he took advantage of the poor visibility to fire red lasers from his 𝗎𝗍𝗬𝗓 laser rifle at the villains, who were unable to see him. Meanwhile, Yoku Oppressor sawed through vehicles on the road, sending debris flying toward the villains. The villains jumped out of the way as the cut cars crashed around them. Yoku Oppressor then fired his laser guns, pushing the villains back, allowing Atsui Hotwire to fire his Liege pistols, sending jolts of electricity that knocked the villains down. After ensuring the area was clear, the three paused, satisfied that the villains were down for the count. Finally, in the landslide zone to the east, the last two dealing with the villains were 𝗧𝗪𝗪𝗧𝗃, or Shellshock, who had a tank-like body with deep gunmetal and forest green plating, and 𝗵𝗃𝗃𝗄, or Pandemic, wrapped in carbon black armor with a deep wine chest plate. Both had large spiral drills with glowing rings at the ends of their forearms. As bullets whizzed past, 𝗧𝗪𝗪𝗧𝗃 unleashed a torrent of plasma fire from her Machina minigun, taking out every villain in sight. 𝗵𝗃𝗃𝗃 jumped into the air, slamming his drills into the ground, causing debris and dust to fly, along with the villains, leaving a small crater behind. 𝗧𝗪𝗪𝗧𝗃 took advantage of the chaos, shooting down villains as they were sent airborne. Once the area was clear, 𝗧𝗪𝗪𝗧𝗃 regrouped with 𝗵𝗃𝗃𝗃 as they heard Mawata's voice over the comms, ordering all forces to return to the Central Plaza. Meanwhile, in the Central Plaza, blasts of purple energy engulfed the 𝗵𝗄's body and the surrounding area. The 𝗵𝗄 endured the explosions as purple smoke and flames filled the plaza. All of Class 1Q, except for Izuku, fired their weapons without pause. This continued until Izuku commanded a ceasefire. The Central Plaza fell silent, everyone's attention focused on the pile of smoke where the 𝗵𝗄 had stood. Izuku instructed Melissa Shockwave to scan the area. She nodded, stepping forward. Melissa Shockwave observed through her HUD that, despite everything, the 𝗵𝗄 still stood. Using her infrared vision, she noted multiple holes in its body that began to heal back to their original form in mere seconds. The 𝗵𝗄 was ready for another round. Melissa Shockwave thought to herself that this creature possessed the quirk of super regeneration, which explained why it was still alive. Shigaraki called out, referring to her as the One-Eyed Freak, a nickname Melissa sensed would become common, even among her enemies. He continued, revealing that the 𝗵𝗄 not only had super regeneration but also shock absorption. This creature was engineered to be a weapon capable of facing All Might. Many were shocked to learn this, with some skeptical and others accepting the implications of the 𝗵𝗄's quirks as potentially useful against All Might. The Quirkless group had yet to witness the 𝗵𝗄's combat strength, which intrigued Izuku. Mawata Soundwave remarked on the boldness of revealing the weapon's powers to enemies, suggesting it was not a sound strategy. Shigaraki dismissed this, asserting that if the 𝗵𝗲 was designed to defeat All Might, it could easily handle high-level opponents like them. Izuku, determined to prove him wrong, jumped into the air and landed with a force that cracked the floor beneath him. He readied his fusion cannon and a sword that retracted from his left forearm. Noticing the damage done to the 𝗵𝗲, Izuku increased the power of his fusion cannon, while his friends kept their weapons set to low, wanting to test their effectiveness against the creature. Shigaraki commanded the 𝗵𝗲 to attack, urging it to show Izuku its capabilities. The 𝗵𝗲 charged forward at high speed, and Izuku mirrored its movement. As they closed in on each other, Izuku retracted the sword and replaced it with an energon mace, a purple weapon that swung toward the 𝗵𝗲's face. The impact sent the creature flying, crashing to the ground. Not allowing it a moment to recover, Izuku leaped into the air and landed on top of the 𝗵𝗲, swinging the mace down with such force that debris exploded around them. Quickly, Izuku pulled out a blaster resembling a grenade launcher, loading it up. He fired the Quirk disruptor, which transformed into a needle-like projectile that embedded itself in the 𝗵𝗲's body. Wasting no time, Izuku unleashed a flurry of punches, enhancing the power of each strike with his Cybertronian mech. The punches created small shockwaves with every hit, pushing the 𝗵𝗲 further down. Eventually, the 𝗵𝗲 managed to grab Izuku's right arm, but he swiftly used the sword to sever its grip. With the Quirk disruptor active, the 𝗵𝗲 could not use its super regeneration. Determined to end the fight, Izuku seized the 𝗵𝗲 by the neck. The creature struck him, creating small dents in his arm, which impressed Izuku. He realized he would need to upgrade his materials for future encounters with 𝗵𝗲s and villains with similar strength. Aiming the fusion cannon at the 𝗵𝗲's chest, he fired at full power, resulting in a massive explosion of energy and purple smoke that sent the 𝗵𝗲 crashing to the ground, leaving a large hole in its chest. As the 𝗵𝗲 slowly rose, it grabbed the Quirk disruptor embedded in its chest, pulling it out with some BLD spilling from its body before crushing the device. 𝗵𝗃 sound wave, positioned to the 𝗵𝗲's right, fired a sound wave from his shoulder cannon, causing the 𝗵𝗲 to fall to its knees, holding its ears in pain from the maximum output of the sound waves. This interference infuriated Shigaraki, who protested that it wasn't fair. Izuku, growing tired of Shigaraki's interruptions, rushed toward the 𝗵𝗲. Equipped with the sword on his forearm, he aimed for the creature's head, the one weak point that could surely defeat it. With a swift motion, he decapitated the 𝗵𝗲, its head flying into the air. Izuku aimed the fusion cannon again and fired, obliterating the head into fragments. The 𝗵𝗲's body collapsed to the ground, lifeless. Kurojirai watched the scene unfold with fear and caution. This was not how he expected things to go. He thought the vigilantes would struggle against the villains, but their display of power proved otherwise. With the heroes backing them, this attack had become far more dangerous. Kurojirai realized they needed to retreat and report this development. However, he was interrupted by Shigaraki, who aimed an arm cannon directly at his face, the barrel glowing with purple energy. Tenko introduced himself, revealing his true nature of betrayal and deception. He poured bleach onto his hair, removing the grayish-blue dye and reverting it back to black. Tenko activated 𝗬𝗍𝗏 that removed the hands from his body and attached a device to his chest. The device transformed into metal body parts as Kurojirai looked up, witnessing Tenko's transformation into his Cybertronian form, rising in height and adopting the name 𝗬𝗏𝗏. Tenko's Cybertronian mech featured a streamlined, jet-inspired frame that gleamed in silver, crimson, and cobalt blue. His wings swept wide from his back, lined with glowing energy conduits, and the cockpit chestplate emitted an amber glow. Kurojirai had no time to react as Tenko 𝗬𝗏𝗏 fired a blast from his arm cannon, resulting in an explosion of energy. Kurojirai grunted in discomfort as Tenko aimed at the metal brace by his collarbone, avoiding the mist within his body. The blast emitted an electric charge, sending Kurojirai crashing to the floor. Immediately, Quirk disruptors were fired at Kurojirei's metal brace, creating a force field around him to prevent the use of his quirk. Following this, a telekinetic device was initiated to hold the mist within Kurojirei's body in place. For safety, an electric rope was fired, wrapping around 𝗬𝗁𝗍𝗧's metal collar, ready to stun him back into unconsciousness if he awoke. Izuku instructed his friends to secure 𝗬𝗁𝗍𝗧, noting that he would be useful in the long run. They nodded and began to bring 𝗬𝗁𝗍𝗧 away before any interference could occur, while Izuku turned his attention to Tenko 𝗬𝗪𝗏, who approached him. Izuku praised Tenko for their success, stating that All for One had lost two important pawns in his game. He questioned whether All for One would retaliate upon realizing that Tenko and 𝗬𝗁𝗍𝗧 had not returned. Tenko 𝗬𝗪𝗏 acknowledged that his former 𝗵𝗃 would indeed respond, predicting that someone would be sent to deal with him swiftly. He expressed confidence that 𝗬𝗁𝗍𝗧 would not break easily, suggesting that whatever was inside him would not yield unless they knew how to break it. Izuku proposed that they would work on breaking 𝗬𝗁𝗍𝗧 to have him serve them, especially since they had knowledge of his origins, thanks to Tenko's leaks. With a smirk, Tenko 𝗬𝗪𝗏 turned toward the entrance of the UA, his expression widening as he noted the arrival of Aizawa, who was approaching alone. Izuku glanced at 13 and the students at the entrance, giving 𝗵𝗃 a nod, which 𝗵𝗃 returned. Aizawa stood a few feet from the group, and a tense silence followed as no one spoke. Izuku broke the silence, playfully questioning who would speak first. Aizawa responded with a serious tone, asking if Izuku thought this was a joke. Izuku countered that he believed Aizawa was the one making a joke, pointing out that they had efficiently completed his job without anyone getting hurt. He gestured behind him, where Aizawa and 13 could see the former Class 1A bringing in the restrained villains, still unconscious and bound in electric rope, with Quirk suppression cuffs on their wrists. Izuku recalled Aizawa's earlier comments about them being liabilities in society, questioning Aizawa's stance now that they had proven their potential. He pointed out that their actions demonstrated they could become heroes, contradicting Aizawa's earlier beliefs. Despite his accusations, Izuku hoped Aizawa would provoke him, giving him a reason to act after everything that had happened. He understood that nothing would penetrate Aizawa's resolve, recognizing the delusion of the heroes in a corrupt system. Their goal was to expose this truth, and the USJ was just the beginning. Aizawa maintained his position, insisting that the reliance on their tech would ultimately lead to their downfall. He argued that without their quirks, they were nothing, and without their support items, they would be helpless. The group was not surprised by his words. Tenko 𝗬𝗪𝗏 countered, pointing out that many heroes also relied on support items and that Aizawa himself depended on his quirk. He questioned what would happen if Aizawa faced a stronger opponent, emphasizing the vulnerability of relying solely on his abilities. Aizawa dismissed Tenko, questioning why he should listen to someone working for the villains. Izuku interjected, reminding Aizawa of the existence of double agents among heroes who provided crucial information. He accused Aizawa of refusing to acknowledge their contributions because of his disdain for them. Aizawa remained steadfast, warning of the consequences of their actions and the problems it would cause for their kind. Izuku acknowledged the risks but questioned the point of trying to convince someone unwilling to see their faults. He suggested that the only way to make them listen was through a more drastic approach, as the optics on his Cybertronian mech glowed a bright red, signaling a shift in the atmosphere. As Izuku spoke, Aizawa narrowed his eyes, catching the sound of 𝗵𝗃's voice. 𝗵𝗃 commanded 𝗵𝗃 to eject, and the chest of 𝗵𝗃's Cybertronian mech opened, releasing a large cassette-like object that transformed into a mechanical beast. This was one of 𝗵𝗃's mini-cassette minions, named 𝗵𝗃. 𝗵𝗃 was a predatory creature made entirely of sharpened steel and dark cyber alloy, with sleek, segmented armor and spinal ridges lining his back like rows of blades. His optic glowed a fierce amber, and his mouth was filled with metallic fangs. Each limb ended in talons that could easily grip metal, and his long, segmented tail was tipped with a barbed blade. With a growl, 𝗵𝗃 charged toward Aizawa. Aizawa took a defensive stance and launched his capturing weapon, a scarf, aiming to wrap it around 𝗵𝗃's feet to trip him. However, 𝗵𝗃 effortlessly slashed through the scarf, surprising Aizawa with the ease of the attack. Undeterred, 𝗵𝗃 continued his assault, lunging at Aizawa and knocking him to the ground with a heavy thud. The weight of 𝗵𝗃 pinned Aizawa down, leaving him unable to move. 𝗬𝗏 turned his head just in time to avoid Ravag's sharp teeth. Ravage, frustrated, grabbed 𝗬𝗏's clothing and shook him violently before slamming him onto the floor. He then tossed 𝗬𝗏 toward the center of the area where the fountain once stood, causing 𝗬𝗏 to crash into the water, his clothing torn and a mark left on his chest from the encounter. Ravage landed in front of the fountain, letting out another growl. Behind him, Izuku stood with Tenko, Mayada, and Melissa, surrounded by the Seekers, Garo, Sara, Geto, Ranji, and Aika, all slowly advancing toward 𝗬𝗏, who was struggling to rise from the fountain, grunting in pain. 𝗬𝗏 managed to get to his feet and took a fighting stance as Class 1Q and the former Class 1A rushed to encircle him, while Izuku, Tenko, Mayada, and Melissa moved closer. 𝗬𝗏 prepared to face the 41 towering mechs, but before the confrontation could escalate, a booming voice interrupted. All Might burst into the scene alongside the staff, prompting sighs of relief from the students. Izuku turned to 𝗬𝗏, commenting on his luck in avoiding further conflict. 𝗬𝗏 scoffed as Izuku instructed Melissa and Mayada to prepare the ground bridge for a quick escape to bring Kurogiri back to base. The group turned to see All Might, with 𝗎𝗎 perched on his shoulder, approaching them. 𝗎𝗎 noted the unexpected guests and the capture of the villains, but pointed out the dead Nomu, observing the group holding the restrained Kurogiri, who floated in the air due to telekinetic devices. 𝗬𝗏 insisted that 𝗎𝗎 have the staff arrest the vigilantes, but 𝗎𝗎 questioned why he should, considering they had saved the students and captured the ringleaders. 𝗬𝗏 argued that they had killed the creature without remorse, which should warrant arrest. Tenko interjected, explaining that the creature was already dead, having been experimented on and turned into what they had seen. 𝗬𝗏 accused Tenko of being complicit with the villains, to which Tenko retorted that he was a double agent, revealing his true identity. 𝗬𝗏 glared at Tenko, who provided information about the Nomu, explaining that they were reanimated corpses modified to hold multiple quirks. Tenko expressed that killing them was a mercy for the individuals they had once been, expecting gratitude in return. 𝗎𝗎 listened intently, while All Might's expression turned pale at the mention of mindless supersoldiers created from corpses. 𝗎𝗎 asked Tenko for his name, to which Tenko replied that his alias as a double agent was Shigaraki, but his real name was Tenko Shimura. All Might nearly choked at the mention of the last name, realizing the implications and wanting to investigate further. 𝗬𝗏 urged 𝗎𝗎 and All Might to stop wasting time with the vigilantes, emphasizing that they had nearly killed him. Izuku countered that they had not harmed 𝗬𝗏 and that Ravage had merely seen him as a threat. 𝗬𝗏 reminded them that he had not initiated the conflict, but Izuku argued that 𝗬𝗏 would have if given the chance, asserting that he would not have survived their onslaught. 𝗎𝗎 intervened, redirecting the conversation to Izuku, cautioning him about the public's perception of their vigilante actions. He warned that the Quirkless would see this as an opportunity to prove their worth, while others might respond with hostility. Izuku acknowledged this but expressed confidence that 𝗎𝗎 could help mitigate the fallout, knowing the commission would fear him. 𝗎𝗎 admitted that there were limits to what he could do, prompting 𝗬𝗏 to express his concern about the direction of the discussion. 𝗎𝗎 was determined to ensure that his school would not become a target for what was to come. 𝗬𝗏 questioned whether 𝗎𝗎 was seriously considering the group as a threat, reminding him of his previous warnings. 𝗎𝗎 reiterated his point, advising 𝗬𝗏 not to make enemies he could not defeat, as it would lead to dangerous consequences. He had maintained a neutral stance, avoiding angering either side of the ongoing conflict. Izuku acknowledged the wisdom in being neutral, emphasizing that making enemies of everyone encountered was unwise. 𝗬𝗏 expressed skepticism about the group being a threat, questioning how a bunch of children could pose any danger to hero society. Izuku countered by suggesting they were only scratching the surface of a larger issue. There were many like them, and they were angry about the injustices faced by their kind. They had been treated unfairly for something beyond their control, and now they had the means to gain power and would not stop until they had a voice, regardless of the consequences. 𝗬𝗏 accepted this as a challenge, stating that their actions would not go unpunished. He warned that they had made an enemy of him and hero society itself if they dared to challenge or mock it. All Might attempted to intervene, but 𝗍𝗂 gestured for him to hold back, indicating that 𝗵𝘃𝗲, known as Shockwave, also signaled for no interference. All Might felt powerless, even as the symbol of peace, but 𝗵𝘃𝗲 urged him to find a way to prevent the situation from escalating further. He needed to make amends for the ignorance of hero society and how it had shifted towards a race for power. Izuku made it clear to Aizawa that if they continued to be pushed back, dire consequences awaited him. He warned that once they snapped, there would be no turning back, and he wanted Aizawa to remember his words. Aizawa scoffed at the notion, asserting that the Hero Public Safety Commission and society would never accept them. He believed their efforts would ultimately lead to failure and imprisonment, as it had for decades. Izuku dismissed Aizawa's claims and turned to 𝗵𝘃𝗲, known as Soundwave, who indicated that authorities would arrive soon and that they should leave. Izuku nodded, and the group activated a ground bridge, bringing Kurogiri through first before following suit. As they moved backward, facing the staff, Izuku locked eyes with Bakugo, smirking at the prospect of their long-awaited conversation. 𝗵𝘃𝗲 followed him through the portal, casting one last glance at All Might. 𝗍𝗂 instructed everyone to stand down, allowing the group to leave as a courtesy for helping their students. Tenko, known as 𝗬𝗪, was the last to exit, turning to All Might with a significant message. He revealed that his former mentor was alive and urged All Might to mobilize his team to find him before they did. This revelation solidified the reality that All Might's greatest enemy was still out there, prompting him to make urgent calls, including to someone he had a falling out with. As Tenko disappeared into the ground bridge, 𝗍𝗂 began making calls to prepare for the aftermath of the incident. All Might inquired about 𝗍𝗂's intentions, and 𝗍𝗂 explained that he was making preparations to reveal the injustices faced by their people, emphasizing that history was repeating itself. Aizawa questioned 𝗍𝗂's continued support for the group, pointing out their arrogance due to their newfound power. 𝗍𝗂 countered that it was not arrogance but a demonstration of their resolve. He reminded Aizawa that the expelled students, including Class 1Q and Midoriya, were former Class 1A students who had acted to prove everyone wrong. Aizawa's biases had prevented them from showing their true potential, and 𝗍𝗂's goal was to prevent the situation from worsening. He warned that pushing them to the brink could lead to dire consequences for everyone involved. As 𝗍𝗂 left, he climbed onto ectoplasm's shoulders, knowing that Aizawa would react strongly to his words. 𝗍𝗂 wanted to remind Aizawa of the future consequences of his actions, urging him to understand the impact on himself and others. He warned that when everything fell apart, Aizawa and many others would be at the center of it, and they should not expect anyone to bail them out. They would have to live with the consequences of their actions, or someone else would take care of it for them. Yes, Kurogiri will play a key role in relation to the Decepticons and Aizawa later on. 2 weeks prior to the USJ attack, 𝗵𝘃𝗲, known as Shockwave, noted that the HPSC had begun the construction and implementation of the containment zone across Japan, ensuring that it remained concealed from the outside world. The completion rate was approximately 90%, and reports from scouts indicated that the area resembled more of a prison than a city. On Island, 𝗵𝘃𝗲 and Izuku found themselves in a new section built in the heart of the Quirkless area, a name given to this part of Island due to the influx of Quirkless individuals from Japan. This situation had spurred economic growth and increased security for Island. Their new base of operations, funded by Sector 7, was quite large, spanning over a dozen blocks and filled with compounds, hangar bays, training fields, and more. To many, this base resembled a military installation, but for the Quirkless citizens, especially those involved in the Quirkless Forum, it served as their headquarters in the fight against Hero Society. Inside the headquarters, Izuku and 𝗵𝘃𝗲 stood in a large, open room. The tall windows reached up to the ceiling and were covered with shades, leaving the room in darkness except for the light emitted by the large circular holodeck in the center, showcasing numerous purple holograms. Both Izuku and 𝗵𝘃𝗲 were in their Cybertronian mechs. While Izuku's remained unchanged, 𝗵𝘃𝗲 had made significant upgrades to hers. Her mech was defined by deep violet plating and the unmistakable glow of her pulsing magenta core. Her single optic burned with steady light beneath a sharply contoured helm, and one arm had been replaced with a hand cannon integrated into her armor. The torso featured a transparent chest cavity filled with pulsing energy conduits that illuminated her frame. 𝗬𝗲𝗄, known as 𝗵𝗃𝗲𝗄, joined them on the other side of the 𝗧𝗵𝗲. He too had received upgrades. His mech was draped in black and silver armor, with the word police emblazoned across his frame in stark white. His design was angular and aggressive, featuring spinning tires mounted on his shoulders and calves. Blue and red emergency lights flickered faintly along his back, casting flashes of color across his jagged plating. His face was a web of sharp metallic ridges surrounding a sneering mouthpiece and piercing cobalt optics that glowed like sirens in the dark. Izuku expressed concern about the police force and military leaders in Japan, questioning whether they suspected the 𝗵𝗃𝗃's actions. 𝗬𝗲𝗄 revealed that many officials were on the 𝗵𝗃𝗃's payroll, part of a conspiracy that had been ongoing for years. This included the Prime Minister and his associates, who aimed to maintain their power by eliminating anyone who opposed them, including Izuku and his allies. Izuku nodded, realizing the depth of the corruption within hero society. He understood that if he wanted to make changes, he would have to confront the entirety of Japan. Determined, Izuku stated that they had a lot of work to do in exposing Japan's actions to the world, believing that history would not allow such injustices to continue unchallenged. Melissa agreed, recalling the saying that history repeats itself, but this time, the consequences could be far worse. They returned their focus to the 𝗧𝗵𝗲, where Izuku suched the holograms to display the widespread containment zones across Japan. There were not just one but over a dozen, all aimed at isolating the Quirkless from hero society. Izuku intensely examined the layout and inquired whether their people had coordinated with Sector 7 to ensure the safety of Quirkless families. 𝗬𝗲𝗄 informed him that only the prefectures nearby had been reached, and those within their Quirkless forum could contact them to bring them to safety. However, it was challenging to navigate Japan with the authorities monitoring their every move. Reports indicated that some Quirkless groups had faced severe treatment when apprehended, suffering injuries and intimidation tactics to discourage them from standing up for themselves. Izuku recognized that such oppression was fueling anger among their people rather than fear. He believed that their efforts were providing a reason for the Quirkless to rise up, especially given the support they had garnered after the sludge villain incident. As he pressed on the console of the 𝗧𝗵𝗲, he revealed the growing support within the Quirkless forum. Melissa noted that the situation was not the same for other prefectures across Japan, and it would take time to bring everyone to Island. She asked 𝗬𝗲𝗄 and Izuku for suggestions. After a moment of silence, 𝗬𝗲𝗄 proposed an idea and began typing on the console. The 𝗧𝗵𝗲 displayed a layout of what appeared to be an underground tunnel system as 𝗬𝗲𝗄 explained his plan. He suggested creating an underground tunnel system as a base of operations, a refuge camp where they could live free from the oppression of the Quirkists. This would serve as a strategic point for planning their next moves while providing an escape route for those in need. They had the tools to create a new reality. All they needed was time, patience, and to keep their plans hidden from the authorities. As Izuku examined the layout of 𝗬𝗲𝗄's plan, he turned to Melissa, who nodded in agreement. However, there were still a few things Izuku needed to clarify with 𝗬𝗲𝗄. Izuku believed their plan could work, but security and secrecy were their main concerns. They needed to trust the right people and ensure that no spies infiltrated their ranks. 𝗬𝗲𝗄 acknowledged this, confident that they had the means to detect quirks. Melissa confirmed that Island had the capability to create a device tailored to their needs, and she would enlist scientists and engineers to complete the task within the week. They would coordinate with Sector 7 to distribute the device to the containment zones once they received approval. Izuku then shifted the conversation to more pressing matters. He approached the console and pressed a button, revealing a map of 𝗬𝗄𝗄. It was clear they had access to satellite technology that provided detailed layouts of various locations. Izuku pondered how they could retaliate against Izawa and, by extension, the 𝗵𝗃𝗃. Melissa suggested they could intercept radio chatter within the police network or investigate the criminal underworld. It would take time, but she intended to assign 𝗵𝗃𝗃 to the task, hoping to uncover something that could draw attention and be exploited for their advantage. 𝗬𝗲𝗄 reminded them of the potential consequences of their actions, noting that the 𝗵𝗃𝗃 would not take their challenge lightly. Izuku was determined to accept that challenge and succeed. He understood that reaching their goal would take time, and if they couldn't secure a significant prize, they should focus on smaller victories to build their reputation. Many vigilantes throughout history had started small before facing well-known villains. With their numbers and resources, he believed they could accomplish their goals. Melissa found Izuku's reasoning logical and agreed to keep an eye out for any villain group that piqued their interest. Just then, a beeping sound interrupted their discussion. Izuku turned to see a button flashing rapidly, indicating an incoming communication. He exchanged glances with Melissa and Kido before pressing the button to answer, hearing Mo's voice on the other end. Mo informed Izuku that his team had brought in several quirkless individuals to the city, but they had also captured 2 people with quirks. Kido questioned why they accepted them, and Mo explained that one of them was part of their Quirkless forum, going by the username 𝗬𝗵𝗃. Melissa recognized the name, recalling that he had interacted with her, Izuku, and 𝗵𝗃 before. She wondered if he might be a spy. Kido suggested they keep him in the landing bay until they could gather more information. Izuku asked Mo if there was anything else he needed to share. Mo mentioned that the individual had introduced himself as 𝗬𝗵𝗃, prompting a surprised reaction from Izuku. He hadn't been in contact with Tenko for months, and now he had suddenly appeared. Eager for answers, Izuku instructed Mo to inform Tenko that he was on his way. As Izuku rushed out of the room, Kido and Melissa exchanged glances, curious about where this interaction would lead. They recognized this as another instance of a quirkist being accepted into their fold, similar to 𝗵𝗃𝗧's class. Melissa decided to monitor the situation by accessing live footage of the landing pad. In a time skip, Izuku, now in his jet alternate mode, soared through the skies of Island, heading toward the landing pad. The jet hovered above one of the platforms, where numerous planes were docked, unloading quirkless families from Japan. As Izuku transformed and landed, the sound drew the attention of the families. Watched in awe, he surveyed the area, noting not only the quirkless families but also his allies in the Quirkless Forum, all donning their own Cybertronian 𝗵𝗃𝗃. Melissa had implemented a class-based system for distributing the 𝗵𝗃𝗃s, and despite the initial hesitation, many chose to wear them as a symbol of their new identity. After Izuku's impactful speech during the sludge villain incident, which had spread across social media, the first quirkless class of the hero course had gained recognition. Reaching the top, Izuku called out for onslaught, spotting Mo in front of him, who had also received a new Cybertronian mech upgrade, now clad in layered armor of steel blue and deep olive green. His body carried the weight and power of a mobile fortress, every joint protected by reinforced plating. Thick treads were integrated into his legs while violet energy lines pulsed through his massive frame. His shoulders resembled tank treads, squared and heavy, while his forearms ended in powerful hydraulic grips. The design of his head was simple yet commanding, crowned with a ridged helm and glowing amber optics. Mo Onslaught acknowledged his presence, gesturing to his leg where Tenko had appeared. Izuku raised an eyebrow, noticing that Tenko's hair was no longer black, and his face bore signs of wear, though he chose not to mention it. Izuku knelt to the ground, exiting the cockpit as it transformed upon opening the chest of the Cybertronian mech. He approached Tenko, intending to offer a handshake, but Tenko instinctively moved his hand away. This action caused Izuku to raise an eyebrow, but he quickly noticed the quirk suppression cuffs on Tenko's wrists. Tenko explained that it was a force of habit. If all his fingers touched someone, he could disintegrate them in seconds, which was why he wore the cuffs. Izuku acknowledged this information, addressing Tenko by his preferred name, as Tenko looked around at the Cybertronian 𝗵𝗃𝗃s patrolling the area, commenting on Izuku's newfound reputation and army. Izuku accepted that he had indeed built an army, realizing there was no point in denying it any longer. He explained that social media had given him a voice, allowing people to listen, and noted that Tenko had also listened. Izuku expressed his surprise that Tenko was part of the Quirkless forum, despite being a quirkist, and asked why he would engage with them given society's treatment of quirkless individuals. Tenko chuckled before revealing his curiosity about how quirkless people were treated, comparing it to the prejudice faced by those with villainous quirks. Tenko shared his findings, noting that quirkless individuals faced worse treatment than those like him. He explained that while people with quirks might have a chance to become heroes, quirkless individuals were often rejected outright. Izuku flinched at the mention of All Might's past words, recalling how the hero had once told him he could not be a hero. Although All Might later retracted his statement, the damage had already been done. Tenko observed Izuku's reaction, understanding that the conversation about All Might had not gone as Izuku had hoped. Tenko continued, stating that heroes had never reached out to him when he needed help, unlike how they had for others. He empathized with Izuku's feelings of abandonment and shared his own experience of being manipulated by someone he once called 𝗵𝘃𝗲. Izuku, curious, asked for clarification, and Tenko explained that this man had helped him when no one else would, giving him a chance to get back at society that had turned its back on him. However, he realized that he was merely a vessel for his 𝗵𝘃𝗲's plans, and he refused to let anyone dictate his path. Izuku questioned why Tenko would seek help from them if he had a 𝗵𝘃𝗲. Tenko explained that their goals aligned, both aimed to challenge society. He revealed that his 𝗵𝘃𝗲 had connections capable of engineering powerful weapons, one of which could stand against the top heroes, including All Might. 𝗵𝘃𝗃 expressed skepticism about the idea of anyone being able to challenge All Might, but Tenko insisted he had seen the weapon's capabilities firsthand. 𝗵𝘃𝗃 communicated with Izuku, mentioning that they were searching for a way to gain attention from hero society through a vigilante stunt. Although he was wary of trusting a quirkist, he believed they could use this opportunity to their advantage. Izuku pressed Tenko for details about his 𝗵𝘃𝗲's plans and the weapon's purpose. Tenko revealed that he had been tasked with gathering intelligence on staff teaching schedules, and once they knew All Might's schedule, they planned to attack the class he was teaching and unveil the 𝗵𝗃𝗲. The symbol of peace wasn't as invincible as everyone believed. Izuku pondered the situation, asking Tenko how many villains were involved in the operation. Tenko replied that there were over a dozen, mostly minor villains, with no high-level threats among them. 𝗵𝘃𝗃, also known as Onslaught, noted that this could be the opportunity they desperately needed. Izuku agreed but posed a crucial question to Tenko about joining their cause. He reminded Tenko that their group only accepted individuals without quirks, expressing his distrust of those with powers after the events at 𝗬𝗏. Tenko expressed his willingness to rid himself of his quirk, hoping to find a sense of normality without the burden it imposed on him. Izuku found Tenko intriguing, despite his status as a quirkist, recognizing that he had faced injustice like many others. Izuku then asked if Tenko had anything else to share. Tenko mentioned he had another recruit to introduce, someone with a quirk that might be vital for their operations, suggesting that they might not need to remove it. Izuku pointed out that having someone with a quirk in their ranks would undermine their identity as a quirkless army, especially given their history with quirk users. Tenko understood and insisted on introducing the recruit. Onslaught moved aside to reveal a man dressed in a black and gray bodysuit, complete with a mask that obscured his features. This man was 𝗵𝗃𝗃𝗀𝗃, known as Twice. As he was introduced, Twice's eccentric personality immediately became apparent. He expressed a longing to have his quirk removed, only to quickly change his mind, declaring his attachment to it. Izuku realized why Onslaught had grown in annoyance. He would have to deal with Twice's unpredictable nature constantly. In the I-Island Sector 7 facility, Izuku and Tenko descended in the elevator, surrounded by silence. When the doors opened, Tenko was impressed by the advanced technology surrounding them. He speculated that if his 𝗵𝘃𝗲 learned of this place, he would send people to infiltrate it for their own purposes. Izuku explained that while this facility was significant, much of the technology had been relocated to other sites. As they approached a machine, Izuku explained its purpose. They still hadn't settled on a name, with some suggesting quirk remover, which they deemed silly. The machine was designed to remove quirks from a person's DNA, functioning like a laser that deleted the essence of the quirk from the body. Izuku reassured Tenko about its safety, mentioning that others had undergone the procedure without any adverse effects. They intended to address Twice's issues with his split personality first, with plans for a fitting name and design for him. Upon reaching the machine, Izuku gestured for Tenko to enter. The pod opened with a burst of steam, and Tenko stepped inside, getting comfortable in the padding. Before the pod closed, Izuku approached him, asking if he was sure about his decision. Tenko revealed that he had discovered an audio file left carelessly by a doctor, which detailed the manipulation he had endured throughout his life. He realized he had been groomed to be a pawn in someone else's quest for immortality and was determined to break free from that 𝗬𝗍𝗍𝗍. Izuku was determined not to let his adversary have the last laugh, even if that adversary was known as the symbol of fear. He was resolute in his mission to dismantle the empire that had been built, ensuring that not a single piece remained standing. What he was doing was a direct challenge to his enemy and everything he represented. His presence marked the beginning of his goal to destroy all that had been constructed. Just as Tenko had his own struggles with Izawa and the 𝗵𝗃𝗄𝗧, Izuku felt a similar weight on his shoulders. The revelation that Tenko's emissary had orchestrated everything in his life leading up to this moment was staggering. Izuku understood that Tenko's body was to be used as a vessel for his 𝗵𝗃𝗲𝗄 to achieve immortality. However, Izuku theorized that this scheme was part of something much larger than what Hero Society could comprehend, possibly tied to Tenko's family. He decided to set aside those thoughts for now, planning to exploit whoever was truly in control in Japan to his advantage once he gathered more information. As the pod closed, Izuku stood beside the scientists at the console, ready to initiate the quirk removal procedure. The first step involved releasing a sedative gas, akin to an anesthetic, which would put Tenko into a deep sleep. Once that was accomplished, mechanical arms emerged from panels around the pod, beginning the process of removing the quirk-related DNA from Tenko's body. The lasers focused on areas where the quirk was most prominent, particularly his hands. Monitors displayed the symbols of Tenko's DNA as they gradually vanished from the screen, indicating the procedure was progressing. After about 5 minutes, an alert signaled that the quirk removal was complete and successful. The pod opened slowly, releasing steam, and Tenko gasped for air. Izuku rushed to his side, glancing at the scientists who gave a thumbs up, confirming Tenko's vitals were stable. Concerned, Izuku checked on Tenko's condition, asking how he felt. Tenko was staring at his hands, and Izuku quickly noticed that the crust on his skin had vanished, likely a side effect of his quirk. With the quirk gone, it seemed the machine had healed that issue, and Izuku felt a twinge of regret at losing the nickname Krusty. Izuku prompted Tenko for a response, but Tenko merely gestured toward his quirk suppression cuffs. Realizing he had forgotten about them, Izuku removed the cuffs from Tenko's wrists. Taking a deep breath, Tenko tested whether his quirk was truly gone by touching the cuffs, wondering if they would disintegrate if he placed all his fingers on them. He asked for permission, and Izuku nodded, handing over the cuffs. Tenko held them delicately, then placed his last finger on the cuffs, closing his eyes as he did so. After a few tense moments, he opened his eyes to find that the cuffs had not disintegrated. He realized that his quirk had indeed been removed, and a sense of relief washed over him. Tenko sighed, acknowledging the loss of his quirk with a mixture of sadness and relief. He could almost hear his 𝗵𝗃𝗲𝗄𝗧's furious cries if he learned of this betrayal. Izuku confirmed that there would be no more disintegrations today and suggested they begin outfitting Tenko with a Cybertronian mech. Tenko responded with a grin, feeling a sense of hope. In the city of the Quirkless, Izuku stood in the mech bay, a vast facility where Cybertronian mechs were manufactured for the Quirkless. He was on a platform with a large console, monitoring the factory's operations. 2 individuals accompanied him, 𝗵𝗃𝗄𝗃, also known as Soundwave, and 𝗎𝗪𝗄, known as Swindle. 𝗵𝗃𝗄 reported that the factory systems were operating at full efficiency, and new training regimens for the pilots were underway. They would be ready by the end of the month if the trainees learned quickly. The operation named Sky High had begun manufacturing ships, expected to be ready for flight in 2 months. The construction of their facilities was progressing well, and the underground tunnel systems were complete, with operations already established. Izuku praised their efforts, and 𝗎𝗪𝗄 chimed in, noting that their supply deliveries were on schedule, with no government aware of their operations. 𝗵𝗃𝗄𝗃, slightly annoyed, reminded 𝗎𝗪𝗄 to stop boasting about himself. Izuku, focused on the holograms displayed on the console, inquired about the energon readings and whether their power levels remained optimal. 𝗵𝗃 confirmed that the upgrades to their Cybertronian mechs had balanced the energon levels, which had increased following the necessary implementations. The remaining mechs displayed similar energon levels, but scans indicated that theirs was greater. With the power they possessed, their weaponry was far more formidable than the standard equipment used by government militaries. Izuku noted that Tenko's Cybertronian mech was complete. 𝗵𝗃, known as Soundwave, confirmed that Tenko had finished his training with the mech and had outperformed the other candidates. As requested by Izuku and approved by a specific group, Tenko had been appointed as the leader of the Seekers. 𝗎𝗪𝗄, also known as 𝗬𝗏, expressed surprise at Tenko being made the second in command of their army, given his relatively short time with them. Izuku found Tenko intriguing. They shared similar goals regarding their opposition to Hero Society, albeit through different methods. Society had abandoned Tenko, much like they had abandoned others, but in his case, it was orchestrated. Tenko had been groomed to be his MSDR's vessel and was also meant to become a leader, gathering followers for his cause and ideals. Izuku intended to utilize Tenko's skills to further their own objectives. However, he made it clear that if Tenko ever showed signs of betrayal, he would act without mercy. 𝗎𝗪𝗄 acknowledged Izuku's perspective as he turned his attention away from the console to focus on the factory. Izuku instructed 𝗵𝗃 and 𝗎𝗪𝗄 to continue with their plans and to inform him of any new developments. As he exited the factory, he paused and looked up, addressing a presence he sensed. He called out to Lady Nagant, who then descended gracefully from her perch. This was Kana Tsutsumi, known as Lady Nagant or Slipstream. Her Cybertronian mech was a sleek silhouette of blackened teal and luminous violet plating, with wings that resembled blades and glowed with intricate lines. Her aerodynamic form featured thrusters integrated into her legs and back, and her chest armor emitted a faint cyan hue, while her optics burned crimson beneath a helm shaped like a crown of blades. Lady Nagant acknowledged Izuku's ability to sense her presence, attributing it to his reputation and keen awareness of potential threats. Izuku remarked that having a boy who expressed his disdain through explosions contributed to his vigilance. Lady Nagant, a trained assassin, was intrigued by Tenko, particularly because he was a quirkist with ties to the notorious figure known as the Boogeyman. Izuku confirmed that Tenko had shared information about his MSDR, 𝗬𝗏, a name shrouded in rumors within the criminal underworld. Few knew his true identity, but the tales surrounding him were enough to instill caution among villains. Lady Nagant had heard whispers about the Boogeyman and was surprised to learn of his reality and the danger he posed to society. She noted that Tenko had been wise to escape before it was too late and inquired whether Sector 7 had any intelligence on 𝗬𝗏. Izuku explained that his father had mentioned Sector 7 had information but lost track of 𝗬𝗏 when he went into hiding. The information Tenko provided was crucial for overcoming this obstacle. Izuku expressed curiosity about the burden Tenko mentioned regarding his quirk, bestowed upon him by 𝗬𝗏, and wondered if there were other pawns they were unaware of. Lady Nagant asked if 𝗎𝗪𝗲 was pursuing that lead, to which Izuku confirmed that he was, especially with their plans for you. A brief silence fell as Lady Nagant observed Tenko, who had arrived to 𝗬𝗪𝗃, a squad of seekers outfitted with their Cybertronians to the training grounds. She questioned Izuku's trust in Tenko, and he admitted that while he did trust him, there were aspects he remained cautious about. Like the rest of them, Tenko had his own agendas, but as long as they didn't interfere with Izuku's, there would be no issues. He reminded Lady Nagant of her initial distrust due to her origins. Lady Nagant acknowledged this but pointed out that when she had vital information that could significantly impact the HPSC, Izuku had welcomed her. Izuku reassured her that it was only a matter of time before the HPSC faced consequences. Lady Nagant expressed her commitment to serving under him as long as they aimed to dismantle the HPSC. However, she questioned whether Izuku's plans for the USJ would succeed. He confidently asserted that they needed to execute their strategy carefully to draw public attention to their actions. Izuku explained that while they had the means to handle minor villains, the weapon Tenko mentioned would be challenging. They needed to strategize effectively to understand what they were up against. The weapon was mass-produced, and they needed to determine how to neutralize it. He emphasized that while they would not kill the villains, they would immobilize them, as broadcasting murder would not serve their interests. Lady Nagant sensed that Izuku and his team might resort to lethal measures sooner or later. Izuku concluded that once the 𝗬𝗍𝗄 staff arrived, they would retreat alongside 𝗬𝗏𝗏's asset, which they needed to capture first, as Tenko had indicated it was vital to 𝗬𝗏's plans. With that asset gone, it would delay 𝗬𝗏's objectives. Plus, his origins, based on Tenko's research, are something needed later for a certain individual. After that, the press, staff, and students will handle the aftermath. Lady Nagant, also known as 𝗧𝗵𝗃, pondered whether they were ready for the consequences that would follow. She understood what would happen once they succeeded. The public would not react well and would respond with force. Izuku acknowledged this, stating that revealing the true colors of society was his aim, regardless of the cost. He believed that Lady Nagant, of all people, should understand this. With no further words, he departed, leaving Lady Nagant to watch him go. She feared the backlash that would ensue once their plans came to fruition. The Quirkless would be pushed toward conflict if the 𝗵𝗃𝗃 crossed the line, and she knew they would. This would provide a reason for them to dismantle their empire, an empire she would gladly help topple. In the present day, a news reporter announced breaking news, showing live footage of the aftermath of the USJ attack. The entrance and roads leading to the building were filled with police cars, officers loading villains onto prison buses, while a large white tarp concealed the remains of 𝗍𝗏𝗏. The reporter continued, confirming that a significant number of villains had attacked the USJ. They were being taken away, but the circumstances of their capture were unexpected. Reports indicated that a large group of armored vigilantes had appeared at the USJ and apprehended all the villains. Unfortunately, these vigilantes had managed to escape the authorities. The reporter mentioned that leaks about the fight at the USJ had spread widely online, showing footage of Izuku and his friends during their rescue, although much of it had been censored for the news broadcast, differing from what people had seen online. The 𝗵𝗃𝗃 was working with the authorities to delete this footage to prevent the rise of vigilantism. They had yet to receive a comment from the 𝗵𝗃𝗃 or 𝗬𝗍𝗄𝗃, but a spokesperson stated that they would do their best to suppress the rise of vigilantism, particularly from the Quirkless, and would enact stricter laws regarding the attack. The screen paused and shut off, revealing a group of individuals watching from a television screen. Izuku remarked on the media's lack of truth regarding the situation, stating that the only way to convey the reality was through social media. Even if they deleted posts, more would emerge. He was determined to get the truth out, regardless of the backlash. In the room with him, surrounded by a large holodeck, were his friends, all in their Cybertronian mechs. Melissa, Maada, 𝗵𝗃𝗃, Tenko, Goro, and Sora, who had all made upgrades to their mechs. Goro's mech was framed in deep cobalt blue and silver armor that reflected light like polished metal, with a sharp and symmetrical build. His chest plating formed a forward cockpit core tinted amber, and his optics burned a steady crimson beneath a ridged helm. Sora's mech, draped in black and violet armor, had a unique silhouette, with wings extending from his back and a translucent cockpit core glowing with eerie magenta light. Kido expressed skepticism about the 𝗵𝗃𝗃 potentially paying off the media to suppress the truth, suggesting that they might send assassins to silence them. Tenko feared that this had already happened, demonstrating images of bloggers and journalists who had been silenced in their own homes or in alleyways. The reports they had acquired by hacking the 𝗵𝗃𝗃 servers revealed numerous cover-ups to ensure that it appeared the villains were responsible. 𝗍𝗏 noted that this would provide more evidence to incriminate the 𝗵𝗃𝗃 once they made it public. Izuku inquired about the reports regarding their rescue at the USJ and what their spies had discovered about the current situation, particularly concerning the containment zones. Maada confirmed that they had detected significant military and police activity across Japan, with orders from the 𝗵𝗃𝗃, approved by the Prime Minister, to evict all Quirkless families or individuals from their homes on short notice. Failure to comply would result in severe consequences. This operation was ongoing throughout the country, with the 𝗵𝗃𝗃 covering up their actions under the guise of a clean-up duty. Izuku noted that the populace would likely support these actions, believing they were ridding society of filth and weakness. Goro expressed disbelief at the severity of the measures being taken, questioning how such actions were permissible. Kido reiterated that the footage he had seen confirmed the situation was dire. According to Lady Nagant, her contacts indicated that the 𝗵𝗃𝗃 was issuing a manhunt for Izuku, targeting anyone in Japan, heroes and villains alike. Izuku remained unfazed, confident that if they attempted to step foot in Island, it would create problems for the government that they would not want to deal with. He emphasized the need to expose the 𝗵𝗃𝗃 first. Melissa then announced that they had just received live footage of the evictions, revealing that the situation was worse than they had anticipated. Multiple tabs appeared in front of the group as they watched the footage. It was something to behold. Words could not convey the reality they were witnessing. Demolition crews were forcefully tearing down the homes of the Quirkless, while police officers and military personnel dragged Quirkless families to trucks, pulling them by their hair and clothing. Some were even pulled to the ground and tossed inside. This treatment extended to children and the elderly, showing no mercy for the Quirkless. Homes were set ablaze, their possessions reduced to ashes. The pro-heroes on the payroll of the 𝗵𝗃𝗃 mocked the Quirkless, claiming they had no means to fight back, while police officers brutally subdued them before dragging them away. Some were executed for refusing to comply, their bodies carelessly thrown into trucks or left hanging from streetlights. Sora, known as Skywarp, reflected on the situation, realizing it stemmed from their actions back at the US. He felt a surge of anger as he clenched his fists, acknowledging that this was not merely a message but a declaration of war, a genocide. The rest of the group shared his displeasure as they witnessed the horrific treatment of the Quirkless. Their homes were destroyed, their lives shattered, and many were beaten or killed. No one was spared in this act of cruelty. They vowed to make the 𝗵𝗃𝗃 and anyone in the hero society pay for their actions, showing no mercy once they had the chance. Izuku turned to Melissa, asking if they had evidence of all this. Melissa, known as Shockwave, confirmed they did, but shared troubling news from their informants in the underground. The containment zone in Hokkaido was preparing to round up all the Quirkless in the prefecture, intending to bring them to the zone, line them up, and execute them, staging it as a villain attack. Kido, known as Barricade, reacted with shock, slamming his fist on the 𝗎𝗪𝗔 in frustration. He questioned how the police and military could allow such a war crime to occur, emphasizing their duty to protect rather than destroy. 𝗵𝗃𝗃, known as Soundwave, explained that the majority of the police force in Hokkaido were aligned with the Prime Minister, who was in league with the 𝗵𝗃𝗃. Reports indicated that many politicians were allies of the 𝗵𝗃𝗃, wielding power and influence to cover up their actions. 𝗵𝗃, known as Onslaught, added that they could make it seem as if nothing had happened. Tenko, known as Starscream, agreed that they had a significant amount of work ahead of them. Izuku inquired when this was set to happen, and Melissa quickly typed on the holographic keyboard, revealing that it was scheduled for the following day at sunrise. Izuku instructed them to send in Tiden to destroy everything they had and to leave no stone unturned. He also requested a 𝗃𝗏 team to oversee the recording of evidence, acknowledging that sacrifices might be necessary to expose the truth. The group fell silent, taken aback by his words, until Goro, known as Thundercracker, voiced his concern, stating that Izuku was essentially sacrificing people to the wolves. Izuku admitted he understood the gravity of the situation but emphasized the need to expose the atrocities committed by the 𝗵𝗃𝗃 and the government of Japan. He reminded them that challenging the hero society would inevitably lead to casualties. The 𝗵𝗃𝗃 would stop at nothing to maintain their power and control over Japan. If they were to dismantle it from within, they needed to utilize every resource available. He sought clarity from the group, particularly from Goro, who reluctantly agreed but expressed his discomfort with the plan. Izuku shared his own reluctance to resort to violence, but he felt they had no choice given the 𝗵𝗃𝗃's actions. He was ready to initiate this war and believed the others shared his resolve. Melissa affirmed the need to rally their people against the injustice and tyranny before it spread further. Kido expressed his determination to stop the killers who wore badges meant to protect. Sora and 𝗵𝗃𝗃 echoed their support, and the rest of the group joined in, ready to stand with Izuku. Goro sighed, acknowledging that despite their wishes, they could not ignore the situation. Izuku smiled at the unwavering support and concluded the meeting, intending to discuss further plans with his 3 lieutenants. He instructed them to prepare to supply the underground cells with equipment and training, monitor all activity across Japan, including that of All for One, and remain ready to retaliate if necessary. They would stay in the shadows until the time was right to strike. As they were about to leave, Izuku called Tenko, Maada, and Melissa to stay behind. Once alone, he shared his thoughts on the future of their army, asking if they should consider including those with quirks in their ranks down the line. Melissa and Maada reacted with surprise, while Tenko remained composed, already aware of Izuku's intentions. Melissa acknowledged the possibility but noted it was not feasible at the moment. Izuku agreed, seeing it as a matter of perspective, recognizing that they were not the only ones who had been abused, abandoned, and forgotten. Those with villainous quirks, the mutants, were treated with disdain and contempt. The only difference was that they were given a chance to become something better, while others were left behind. Izuku planned to exploit this later on. Maada, known as Soundwave, understood the implications, noting that it would tarnish the image of what they all strived to achieve with a quirkist in their ranks. People would realize that they still needed quirks to succeed. Izuku acknowledged this truth, stating that for their message to resonate, their ranks needed to consist entirely of quirkless individuals. However, he was determined to use every advantage available to win the war, regardless of whether they possessed quirks or not. Tenko, also known as Starscream, asked if there was anything else on their agenda. Izuku reiterated their plan to wait, prepare, and focus on recruiting more of their kind into their ranks. They needed to train and equip them properly for the conflict ahead. If they struck, society would retaliate fiercely, and they needed to respond even more powerfully. He also had to make preparations for their inevitable confrontation with All Might. Melissa, known as Shockwave, expressed doubt about fighting All Might, but Izuku assured her that All Might would have no choice but to engage, despite public opinion suggesting otherwise. Caution was necessary for everyone involved. As silence fell over the room, Izuku looked at his 3 lieutenants. He instructed them to return to their assignments and report back if anything significant occurred. They nodded and left, allowing Izuku to focus on the holodeck. He pressed a button on the console, revealing holograms of purple crystals alongside detailed information. Another tab displayed data about BLD samples he had acquired during the USJ incident. Izuku intended to study the properties of this material and the effects of the BLD samples on their machines, planning to use them for his strategies. A smirk crossed his face as he read about the crystal's capabilities. In Hokkaido's containment zone, the gates opened to reveal numerous soldiers from a private military funded by the HPSC and the government. They patrolled the walls as trucks rolled in, heading toward the center of the zone, where buildings were engulfed in flames. The PMC commander ordered the soldiers to bring out the Quirkless families for execution. The soldiers, with assistance from the Japanese military and police force, opened the trucks and forcefully dragged the Quirkless families to the ground. Bruises and signs of mistreatment were evident on their bodies. The soldiers made their intentions clear by intimidating them with their rifles. A Quirkless man pleaded for understanding, insisting they were innocent and not villains. An HPSC agent dismissed his concerns, labeling them as worthless and stating they had no place in society. A police officer added that they would be better off dead, pulling the hair of the man's children, which provoked an angry response from the father. This only led to a brutal response from the officers, who began to beat him and his wife, along with many others. The children were dragged away to a cage, and the sounds of gunfire erupted as soldiers and officers began to fire upon the Quirkless families, lining them up against the wall. Their cries for help echoed through the zone. As chaos reigned, hundreds of bodies littered the area, making it appear as if a villain attack had occurred. Homes were destroyed, and the children in cages faced a grim fate as pro-heroes with fire-based quirks unleashed flames upon them. One pro-hero contemptuously declared that quirkless individuals were nothing more than ants, expressing no remorse as he spat on the ashes of those they had harmed. the sounds of flames, demolition, and gunfire filled the air as a soldier approached the commander, who ordered that all evidence be placed on the villains to ensure their involvement remained hidden. Suddenly, a hand grasped the commander's leg. He looked down to see an elderly quirkless woman, bloodied and beaten, pleading for help. The commander scoffed and shot her without hesitation, kicking her aside as he continued to oversee the operation. The pile of bodies grew larger by the minute, an ongoing atrocity with no one to intervene. High above the chaos, two figures observed the scene unfolding in the containment zone. The first was 𝗬𝗏, now known as 𝗵𝘃𝗃𝗏, who piloted a Cybertronian mech adorned in violet and sand gold armor, designed for both flight and ground assault. His expressive crimson optics scanned the area. The second figure, 𝗬𝗏, now called 𝗬𝗏𝗏, was a massive brute of a mech, forged from dense violet and dark teal armor, gleaming with neon green hazard lines. 𝗵𝘃𝗃𝗏 remarked on the unnerving nature of the events, suggesting that they could do something about it. 𝗬𝗏𝗏 responded, asserting that exposing this corruption was a necessary step toward dismantling society from within. He expressed unwavering trust in their leader, Izuku Midoriya, believing that his plan would succeed regardless of the lives lost along the way. His head sat low beneath a layered neck guard, featuring a single glowing red optic, and the armor on his shoulders curved outwards like heavy thrusters. 𝗬𝗏𝗏, known as 𝗵𝘃𝗃𝗏, acknowledged the assumptions made about their mission. He requested silence, emphasizing the stealth nature of their operation. This was a necessary step to expose the country and its people, rallying more individuals to their cause. It was a cruel but effective strategy to deepen the public's disdain for heroes. Although 𝗬𝗏𝗏 had lost his quirk, Izuku recognized its potential and understood that they could not have individuals with quirks in their army, as it would tarnish their image. It was a significant loss to know 𝗬𝗏𝗏's abilities, but Izuku accepted it, planning to create a clone army of bots instead. Despite the removal of his quirk and undergoing extensive therapy, 𝗬𝗏𝗏 had managed to overcome his trauma, albeit with ongoing support to prevent his manic episodes when he removed his mask. His persona as 𝗵𝘃𝗃𝗏 helped him navigate his conflicting personalities, resulting in 3 distinct faces. One of these faces was used frequently and was less manic compared to his earlier struggles before arriving on Island. However, many still found his behavior annoying, particularly those partnered with him on missions. 𝗬𝗏𝗏 expressed his disdain for the pro-heroes, believing they would ignore the unfolding events. He viewed them as foolish, convinced they would turn a blind eye to the wrongs occurring because opposing the HPSC was against the law. The face he wore at that moment was a soldier's mask of resolve, defined by steel blue plating and a red optic lens that shone with controlled intensity. His mouth was firm and expressionless, conveying authority rather than emotion. When he commanded, his voice resonated with authority, crisp and ordered. Switching to his second face, he adopted a gruff and disciplined demeanor, embodying a tough guy persona. The crimson plating was smooth and emotionless, with angular cheek guards and a rigid jawline that gave it a mask-like quality. His optics glowed faintly red behind a narrow brow ridge, exuding an aura of toughness and combat readiness. Then came his final face, embodying chaos itself. A wide crimson grin stretched across black plating that glowed with internal heat. His optics blazed with manic energy, jagged and uneven like torn wires sparking to life. This face radiated unrestrained rage and destruction, reveling in mayhem and the thrill of battle. 𝗬𝗏𝗏, known as 𝗬𝗏𝗏, interrupted 𝗬𝗏𝗏's musings, demanding silence and pointing to the sky. A Sikorsky MH-53J was approaching the containment zone. 𝗬𝗏𝗏's excitement grew at the prospect of the impending action. The helicopter caught the attention of the commander and numerous soldiers in the containment zone, landing amidst confusion. The commander was displeased, as the operation was meant to be secretive, and the presence of aircraft could raise questions, especially among those supporting the Quirkless. The PMC commander demanded to know who had requested the helicopter, insisting on immediate contact with the pilot. He ordered its removal before anyone noticed it. They could not afford any interference, especially with a convoy of trucks carrying more Quirkless families approaching the entrance of the containment zone. As the commander neared a truck equipped with a command center, He noticed a soldier at the console typing frantically. The soldier reported that the systems were unresponsive and communications were jammed. Suddenly, the entire command center flickered and shut down momentarily before rebooting, lights flickering as systems malfunctioned. The commander turned to the window, suspecting the helicopter was the source of the disturbance. Outside, soldiers, police officers, and a few pro-heroes surrounded the helicopter, weapons and quirks at the ready, suspecting a trap due to the lack of response. Then, the helicopter's rotors came to a complete stop, shifting backward and folding. A military officer signaled to advance, and they complied, the sound of machinery echoing in the background. As they approached, they stepped back in shock as the helicopter began transforming. Everyone opened fire at the transforming aircraft, but it completed its transformation, revealing itself as 𝗳𝗏, known as Blackout. Titan's Cybertronian mech towered at nearly 23 feet, a juggernaut of steel with weathered gunmetal and dull silver plating. His silhouette was broad and mechanical, resembling an airborne siege machine with heavy rotor blades folded across his back. Hydraulic cables and exposed gears ran along his limbs, and his face bore a mechanical snarl framed by jagged armor plating and narrow crimson optics. The soldiers were intimidated by his imposing presence. They wasted no time, unleashing a barrage of bullets and quirks against the mech, but their efforts were futile. 𝗳𝗏 retaliated, firing an array of bullets from his machine gun mounted on his right forearm, followed by a swarm of missiles targeting the enemy forces. Sparks and explosions erupted around him as he advanced, effortlessly smashing any vehicles in his path, leaving destruction in his wake. 𝗳𝗏 Blackout unleashed the energy wave cannon, causing a blinding explosion of light in the containment zone. The shockwave radiated outward, forcing vehicles back and scattering the people present, including police officers, agents, soldiers, and pro-heroes. The impact reached the command center, where the commander was caught in the chaos as the truck erupted into flames, leaving behind only destruction. Amid the turmoil, some individuals attempted to fight back against 𝗳𝗏 Blackout, while others fled in panic. 𝗳𝗏 Blackout continued his assault, deploying missiles from his rocket launcher, targeting the HPSC's forces near the walls. Explosions erupted, sending soldiers flying as the blasts tore through their ranks. He followed this with rounds from the photon explosive rifle, creating a series of detonations that obliterated any remaining HPSC forces in the area. Vehicles were overturned and engulfed in flames, and the remaining personnel chose to flee rather than fight. More waves of energy surged forth, obliterating everything in their path as 𝗳𝗏 Blackout fired the energy wave cannon again. The energy engulfed the containment zone, leaving no trace of the soldiers who had been there. 𝗳𝗏 Blackout declared that he was far from finished with the Quirkists. He hurled debris from the destroyed vehicles toward the fleeing individuals, some of whom were unfortunate enough to be caught beneath the wreckage. As the remaining Quirkists scrambled to escape through the entrance of the containment zone, 𝗳𝗏 Blackout landed heavily on the ground, unleashing another wave of energy that incinerated the vehicles in his vicinity and created a barrier of flames. He aimed one final blast at a larger group of Quirkists attempting to flee, their cries echoing as the energy wave consumed them. The entrance and walls crumbled under the force of the explosion, blocking any chance of escape. Surveying the devastation he had wrought, 𝗳𝗏 Blackout found only ashes where lives once thrived. Clenching his fist, he reflected on the choices that had led him to this moment. He had not wished to resort to such measures, but the atrocities he had witnessed against innocent families had left him no choice. He approached the debris at the entrance of the containment zone, clearing a path. Once he finished, he encountered trucks filled with Quirkless families outside the walls. Many stared at him in fear as he approached. 𝗳𝗏 Blackout sought to calm them, assuring them that they were safe and that he was there to help. He spoke gently, extending his hand to show he meant no harm. The Quirkless families could only watch in silence, their fear palpable. Meanwhile, 𝗵𝗃 Lugnut and twice Blitzwing observed from a distance. 𝗵𝗃 declared that their mission was complete, as they had been assigned to eliminate any remaining stragglers. Both transformed into their vehicle modes, 𝗵𝗃 into a bomber plane and twice into a fighter jet, and took to the skies, pursuing those who remained after Titan's rampage. Back at you, In 𝗍𝗂's office, he reflected on the situation unfolding before him. He had always prided himself on his predictions, but this time he wished he had been wrong. Watching footage of the horrific acts committed by the 𝗵𝗃𝗃 and the government against the Quirkless, he felt a deep sense of anger. The footage had been sent to him by Izuku, who had included a note that read, "Enjoy the show." All Might, filled with outrage, questioned how such inhumane actions could be true. He expressed his disbelief that anyone could approve of such cruelty, equating it to villainy. 𝗍𝗂 acknowledged the truth of All Might's words, explaining that the 𝗵𝗃𝗃, backed by the Prime Minister, wielded too much power for them to act without support. Even 𝗬𝗁𝗁 would be in danger if he opposed them. All Might asked what they could do to rectify the situation, knowing that the world would soon learn of the 𝗵𝗃𝗃's actions and would not react kindly. 𝗍𝗂 agreed, stating that the 𝗵𝗃𝗃 believed they were eradicating a stain, but in reality, they were only fueling the hatred of the Quirkless. This could lead to a war that would bring about their own downfall. All Might lamented that some within the school supported the 𝗵𝗃𝗃's actions, which only deepened his frustration. 𝗍𝗂 reminded him that the choices people made would lead to future events, and neither of them could stop it. All Might felt helpless, realizing that he had inadvertently given people the impression that power was all that mattered, while innocent lives were being lost. 𝗍𝗂 reassured All Might that it was not his fault, as people interpret things differently. Some saw him as a symbol of hope, while others viewed his strength as a means to gain power. He sighed, acknowledging the difficult path ahead, knowing that they could not act without facing consequences. All Might expressed his frustration, slamming his fist on 𝗍𝗂's table. He could not bear the thought of Melissa facing the entirety of Japan and potentially losing her life, nor could he shake the memory of the boy he had met months ago. All Might pondered whether he had chosen the right words for Izuku. Would things have turned out differently? 𝗍𝗂 acknowledged the grim reality. The pieces were in place, and the stage was set. There was nothing they could do to prevent the impending chaos. Their focus would have to be on damage control when it occurred. The safety and security of their students were of utmost importance. All Might nodded in agreement, his fists clenched in anger at his inability to see how deeply corrupted society had become during his time as the symbol of peace. 𝗍𝗂 took a deep breath and presented a set of files, one concerning a particular enemy they believed they could confront without facing repercussions. He shifted the conversation to more pressing matters, specifically about 𝗬𝗏. Izuku confronted Bakugo in an empty classroom a few days after the incident at the USJ. He sought answers and Bakugo was his means of obtaining them. Izuku's conclusion stemmed from the information he had gathered regarding Bakugo and Midoriya. Records from 𝗎𝙪𝙢 Junior High indicated a troubling history between the two, leading Izuku to believe he was justified in expelling Izuku, unaware of the true circumstances. Izuku pressed Bakugo for more information, insisting he knew more about Midoriya due to their shared past. They needed to understand everything if they were to prevent the Quirkless from causing chaos across Japan. Bakugo, feeling cornered, expressed his frustration. He explained that Izuku had left 𝗎𝙪𝙢 for a reason, and even his family had not disclosed their whereabouts. The bond they once shared had changed drastically, leaving Bakugo unsure of who Izuku had become. Izuku challenged Bakugo, questioning why he had not intervened. To prevent Izuku from making a fool of himself. Bakugo retorted, asserting that Izuku's assumptions about Izuku were misguided. He explained that the records painted a false picture of Izuku, filled with black marks, to ensure he would not have a chance to study in the hero course or even the general course at U. The comments about Izuku being a delinquent and incapable were nothing but lies, crafted to elevate others at his expense. Izuku pointed out that Bakugo himself was the one described negatively in those records. Bakugo acknowledged this, revealing that the misinformation had been designed to ensure that those in his middle school received recognition when he succeeded. He found it pathetic that no one would care about the middle school of a top hero, but rather the hero school that had trained him. Izuku pressed further, questioning Bakugo's motives for protecting Izuku, given his reputation for being brash and self-centered. He wanted to know what had changed in Bakugo. The silence that followed was heavy as Bakugo clenched his fists, struggling to articulate his feelings. he realized that everything had shifted the moment Izuku stood his ground against him, refusing to back down from anyone who looked down on him. This determination had sparked something in Bakugo, a realization that Izuku would not allow himself to be mistreated simply because he lacked power. As Bakugo reflected on the events that had transpired, the Quirk apprehension test, the USJ incident, he sensed the growing anger and frustration within Izuku. It was troubling, and Bakugo understood that what Aizawa and society were doing to the Quirkless would push them to a breaking point. He feared that he would be swept along with the tide of chaos, unable to make amends or change the course of events. Bakugo admitted his fear to Aizawa, revealing that he was afraid of what Izuku might become. He was terrified of the monster waiting to be unleashed. The situation felt trivial at first, as if he were overreacting, believing it would all fade away because he knew Izuku always had the heart of a hero. However, the concern lingered that because of their actions, the monster within Izuku, and within all of them, would eventually awaken, leading to regret for having created it. He spoke with conviction, his eyes fixed on Aizawa, hoping his homeroom teacher would grasp his meaning. Instead, Aizawa responded with a dismissive laugh. Aizawa pointed out that Bakugo's thoughts were illogical. He questioned whether the Quirkless truly stood a chance against the entirety of hero society. He emphasized that they lacked powers and that their numbers were far fewer than those with quirks. Aizawa dismissed their aspirations as a child's fantasy, insisting that fantasies could never become reality. Bakugo, however, believed that what Aizawa deemed a fantasy would indeed become reality. He felt that their days were numbered, though the timing remained uncertain. Aizawa urged him to reconsider his stance, labeling his thoughts as illogical. Bakugo wanted to argue back but held his tongue, recognizing that Aizawa often refused to see reason unless it aligned with his own logic. Aizawa grew impatient, stating that Bakugo had provided nothing of value and ordered him to return to class, reminding him to improve his performance. He warned that Bakugo might as well join Midoriya and label himself a villain if he continued down this path. Bakugo felt anger rise within him at Aizawa's words, realizing how Izuku must have felt dealing with similar dismissals back in 𝗪𝗲. Before leaving, Aizawa added that he was not afraid of Midoriya, asserting that even if Midoriya unleashed his full power, he would fall like any other villain. Bakugo insisted that Aizawa should be wary of Midoriya, recalling the saying about the quiet ones, and warned that Aizawa would come to fear him. Aizawa ignored him as he exited, leaving Bakugo alone with his thoughts. Exhausted, Bakugo leaned back in his chair, sighing deeply. He felt a nagging sense of guilt, believing he was responsible for guiding Izuku down this troubling path. These thoughts haunted him in solitude, and he struggled to shake the feeling of blame. His quirk had transformed him into someone obsessed with power, overshadowing the hero he once aspired to be. The fear of his choices leading him to a point of no return, where he would lose everything, sickened him. He pondered whether he could change for the better, perhaps even find a way to face Izuku again with a clear conscience. But he knew it would not be the same Izuku he had known all his life. As Bakugo left the room, unbeknownst to him or Aizawa, Nizu had been observing their conversation through the cameras. The principal sighed, recognizing the deeper implications of their words for the future of hero society. With a time skip, the door to Class 1A opened, and the chatter ceased as all eyes turned to Bakugo. Kirishima and Denki Kaminari approached him, eager to know what had transpired. Bakugo felt reluctant to share, wishing to avoid the spotlight after his conversation with Aizawa. Kirishima asked what had happened, and Bakugo dismissed it as unimportant, claiming Aizawa had merely wanted to know more about their leader, the one who had saved them during the USJ incident. Kaminari expressed surprise, asking if Bakugo truly knew that metal guy with the large cannon on his arm. Bakugo felt exasperated, recalling how they had all witnessed Izuku's transformation on the first day of school. He confirmed that he did know him, but insisted that everyone should have recognized him by now, given the spectacle they had all seen. Kaminari was confused, prompting Bakugo and Kyokujiro to facepalm in response. Mizo Shoji and Momo Yaoyorozu joined the conversation, with Shoji identifying Izuku Midoriya as the one who aimed to be the first quirkless hero. He noted that Midoriya's actions during the sludge villain incident had garnered significant attention on social media, though many still doubted that a quirkless individual could truly be a hero. 𝗎𝗎𝗎 added that Midoriya's actions had led to increased prejudice against the quirkless population, who were now easily targeted by quirkists. Shoji whispered about how his community felt ignored, a sentiment echoed by 𝗵𝗃𝗃 and 𝗂𝗃𝗃𝗃. They understood that while some quirks were now facing less prejudice, the quirkless still suffered unjustly, a reality that weighed heavily on them. Shoji usually kept his thoughts to himself to avoid the ire of the quirkists, but he couldn't ignore the cruelty being inflicted on the quirkless. If he were to act like them, he would be nothing more than a hypocrite. 𝗃𝗃𝗃 expressed curiosity about Midoriya, asking Bakugo what he could share about him. Shoji added that he had noticed a lot of anger in Midoriya and the rest of Class 1Q, emphasizing that it was not something to be dismissed or expected to fade away with time. Bakugo acknowledged that there were far too many who had hurt Midoriya compared to those with villainous quirks, and a few in the group flinched at the truth of his statement. Observing from a distance, Shoto Todoroki chose to speak up. He questioned whether Bakugo was among those who had contributed to Midoriya's current state. Everyone turned to Todoroki, surprised that he had engaged in the conversation, given his tendency to isolate himself since the beginning of their class. Todoroki noted that he had seen the way Midoriya looked at Bakugo, recognizing the gaze of an enemy, someone he would inevitably confront in the future. While Midoriya's anger was not as intense as his feelings toward Aizawa, it was still present. Todoroki admitted that he typically didn't concern himself with others' problems, but this situation might involve him and certain people if it escalated further. He pressed Bakugo to answer whether he was one of those who had shaped Midoriya into who he was now. Bakugo sighed, realizing that the truth would come out eventually. He decided it was better to share it now rather than have it revealed through Midoriya himself. He admitted that he had been one of the main reasons for Midoriya's current struggles, confessing that he had bullied him since childhood. Gasps filled the room, and Kirishima's expression shifted to one of shock and disbelief, while Mina Ashido looked visibly upset. Bakugo explained that when they received their quirks, he had viewed Midoriya as insignificant, and others had shared that sentiment. This bullying had persisted for years without intervention, even from teachers who allowed it to continue, deepening Midoriya's pain when all he wanted was to be a hero. Bakugo reflected on how they had insulted and mocked Midoriya, and how he had used his explosions against him, believing he was looking down on him when that was not the case. He lamented that those in authority had never cared for Midoriya, viewing the quirkless as inconsequential to society. Bakugo recognized that he had acted as a bully and was now facing the consequences of his actions. He glanced at his classmates, noting their frowns. Even Kirishima, who had always supported him, looked disappointed and guilty for associating with a bully. However, deep down, Kirishima felt a sense of relief at Bakugo's honesty. He understood that Bakugo was trying to change, and the impact of his past actions weighed heavily on him. Revealing the truth was a step forward. Ashido asked what had prompted Bakugo's change of heart. Bakugo recounted the day Midoriya returned from wherever he had been. Initially, he had felt jealousy and wounded pride, but then he noticed the determination in Midoriya's eyes during the sludge villain incident. Bakugo recognized that Midoriya was no longer the same person he had once bullied. He was now a leader rallying others to fight against injustice. Bakugo expressed concern about the fire within Midoriya, warning that it could spread uncontrollably. He pointed out the troubling actions of the HPSC and authorities against the quirkless, as well as their teachers' manipulation of results to justify expelling them. He acknowledged that what Midoriya and his friends were doing was a necessary response to being treated as worthless. Bakugo admitted that everyone shared the blame for the situation, both intentionally and unintentionally, and noted that what had transpired at the USJ was a reflection of their own failures. Azui interjected, stating that what Midoriya's group was doing was still wrong, as they were breaking the law. Ida, usually a staunch supporter of rules, surprised everyone by agreeing with Azui's sentiment. He explained that he was aware of the injustices perpetrated by the HPSC, police, military, and even pro-heroes behind the scenes, revealing a deeper understanding of the issues at play. Uraraka asked him to elaborate, curious about what he had witnessed. "My brother was forced to be a part of it, but he refused because he is not a murderer, not a maniac. He was disgusted by it. He even showed it to me and told me to never accept what the HPSC was tasking us with. I didn't want to believe it when Tensei showed it to me, that we would resort to such actions. Inhumane. Evil. All because they are afraid of the powerless surpassing them. Then I saw it firsthand when my brother snuck me to one of their missions. It was horrible. I couldn't believe my eyes, witnessing countless injustices done to innocents. The authorities, the pro-heroes, basked in such cruelty. Their smiles made me absolutely sick. What I saw destroyed the very image of what I knew of hero society. Ida slammed his fist on the table in anger, causing a few to flinch at his outburst. Whispers engulfed the classroom, and Yaoyorozu could feel that some of her classmates did not believe what had been said. Unfortunately, Yaoyorozu was one of the few who witnessed such crimes when her parents showed it to her through videos they had acquired through their contacts. Her family had connections all around Japan, and what Ida said was true. People were being harmed so that they wouldn't be able to achieve power, to stand at an equal level with them. Her family had no quarrels with the Quirkless and had worked with many talented individuals before. But what was happening out there left them speechless at how much support was being given to the harm of the Quirkless. It was wrong, and the heroes, what they strived to become, were joining in on it. Ishido questioned why they would do this and what there was to gain. Bakugo explained that it was to keep people in line. They hated the powerless becoming powerful and were afraid of their potential to surpass them. That was how it always was. They didn't want the Quirkless undermining hero society. It made it look like their quirks were useless if the Quirkless could achieve such feats. They had always been told that the Quirkless were weak, useless, and had no means of power. Bakugo wouldn't be surprised if their homeroom teacher was willing to be a part of this, and the same could be said for the rest of you. Shoji expressed concern about how their teachers spoke about them, fearing such possibilities would become reality. Azui pointed out that they still broke the law back at the USJ and were still doing so now, which was not right. Ida acknowledged that they didn't have a choice, now understanding why some people chose to become villains. Because society failed them. Yaoyorozu added that there was one important point they needed to understand. The Quirkless had used the system to achieve their ideals, but the system refused to let them take part in it. It made one wonder how they would be allowed to voice their objections and make a change. That was why they were taking matters into their own hands, outside the law. Bakugo remarked that it would come back to bite them soon, placing a hand on his face and letting out a sigh. The classroom fell into silence as everyone processed the discussion. Opinions were divided. Some understood and sympathized with the Quirkless, grasping their reasons for taking such actions, while others remained ignorant, in denial that such actions were real. They couldn't comprehend the true picture of what was happening, believing the world was still black and white, not realizing the shades of gray. No one came to a conclusion about what was right or wrong, each having their own take on the situation. The silence was interrupted when Mineta asked if they thought they would be targeted. Bakugo felt a twinge of worry that Izuku might target them, but he kept it to himself. Ida suggested that if they stayed out of their way, there was a chance they would live, but he admitted he didn't know for sure. Shoji expressed that this uncertainty scared him. Tokoyami advised against discussing this in school, noting that Aizawa didn't seem pleased about Midoriya and his friends after what he said on the first day. It painted a target on their backs if they ever went against their homeroom teacher. Ojiro added that he heard Aizawa cared more about his personal student than teaching their class. Many agreed with him, recalling how a certain general education student had been making insults after the USJ incident, claiming he would join their class soon and that they should stay out of his way. Toru Hagakure had spied on them and confirmed that Aizawa was teaching the general education student more than them, preferring to sleep rather than be productive. To them, it seemed like negligence. Bakugo concluded that it was best to stay silent and keep their mouths shut, hoping they wouldn't be dragged into the mistakes of others. He warned that it wouldn't end well for any of them. His words brought dread to Class 1A, and many agreed with him. The actions of the adults in society would sadly fall upon those who wished to stay out of it, as there were those who wished to cast blame on anyone but themselves. Time passed, and All Might found himself in the Night Eye Agency, where he slammed a desk in half, scattering papers everywhere. He had just finished reading reports and watching footage regarding the 𝗵𝗃𝗃 and the Prime Minister's actions across Japan involving the containment zones. All Might was furious, exclaiming that this was history repeating itself, with the Commission using it as grounds for cleansing villainy. This was wrong. The symbol of peace breathed heavily, steam emitting from his body before he reverted back to his true form, anger still present on his face. This was truly unacceptable. In the room, All Might was joined by Mirai Sasaki, also known as Sir Night-Eye, and Mirio Togata. The two remained silent, allowing All Might to express his frustration. Night-Eye adjusted his glasses and approached All Might, acknowledging the gravity of the situation. They understood the wrongness of the actions taking place, but felt powerless to intervene. All Might insisted that there had to be a way to address the injustices, expressing concern that the truth could not be hidden indefinitely. He emphasized that the actions being taken were in direct violation of international laws and that Japan would face severe consequences if the world learned of these transgressions. He lamented the suffering of the Quirkless, hoping for an end to their plight. Night-Eye grimly informed All Might that the situation was more complex than it appeared. Even if Nizu could manage the Hero Public Safety Commission 𝗵𝗃𝗃, the organization had gained significant power with the backing of Prime Minister Masayoshi Shido and his group, the Antisocial Force. This group had held sway over Japan for nearly a decade and harbored a deep-seated animosity toward the Quirkless. The actions of Izuku Midoriya and his friends, who were standing up against these injustices, had only provided Shido with more reasons to rally support against them, and it was proving effective. Mirio, finally contributing to the conversation, expressed hope that there were still individuals within the 𝗵𝗃𝗃 who opposed the current regime. However, Night-Eye sadly revealed that those who had spoken out had met tragic fates, their bodies serving as a grim reminder to others. The memory of those events haunted him, and he had always known the 𝗵𝗃𝗃 was corrupt, but he had never imagined they would resort to such extreme measures. Mirio was left speechless, grappling with the shocking reality of the lengths to which the 𝗵𝗃𝗃 would go to silence dissent. Night-Eye continued, explaining that he could not simply walk away from the situation. Doing so would make him a target. Nizu had assigned him a mission, ensuring that they were not overheard as he revealed a set of folders containing evidence of the 𝗵𝗃𝗃's and the government's atrocious acts. He urged them to gather all necessary evidence and present it at the right moment. Nizu was in discussions with the Midoriyas and their organization, collaborating to expose the 𝗵𝗃𝗃 and the Japanese government. However, Night-Eye felt uneasy about the Quirkless individuals involved, sensing they might have ulterior motives beyond simply revealing the corruption. Mirio questioned whether they were truly committed to this course of action. All Might, feeling the weight of responsibility, acknowledged that regaining trust was essential. He sighed, reflecting on his past mistakes regarding Izuku and wishing he could have altered the course of events. He was troubled by the path Izuku seemed to be taking, fearing it was leading him towards something far more dangerous than vigilantism. Night-Eye reminded All Might that what was done, urging him to have said more to Izuku instead of leaving him alone on the rooftop. All Might felt the burden of being the symbol of peace, lamenting that he had allowed these injustices to occur under his watch, failing those who looked to him for hope. Night-Eye pointed out that despite All Might's status, the government still held significant power over him and could threaten his reputation if necessary. They could even expose his true identity and exploit it for their gain. The thought filled All Might with dread, especially considering the potential consequences if someone like Shido were to discover the truth. All Might noted the actions of Midoriya and his group, acknowledging that while society might not favor vigilantes, they often accomplished what pro-heroes could not due to legal constraints. Night-Eye mentioned that the Quirkless had recently disrupted several criminal organizations, including one he had been investigating, 𝗬𝗪. He was intrigued by their success in rescuing a girl and planned to delve deeper into the matter. As they discussed the ongoing investigation into 𝗬𝗪, Night-Eye emphasized the need to locate him before proceeding. With Shimura and Kurogiri out of the picture, 𝗬𝗪 might alter his plans, but they were determined to stay prepared. All Might walked to the window, contemplating the brewing storm outside. Night-Eye sensed All Might's unease and asked if he felt the impending turmoil. All Might confirmed that he did, expressing concern over the growing anger and resentment among the Quirkless. He feared that their actions could lead to widespread chaos and destruction, envisioning a city engulfed in flames and despair. He quickly shook off the grim thought, recognizing the dire consequences that could follow if the situation escalated further. Time skipping you, all is quiet in the administration office, also known as the faculty room. Most of the teachers are busy with their daily duties, teaching their classes, while a few are in the office handling paperwork. One of them is 𝗵𝗃𝗃𝗵𝗃, known as Midnight. After finishing her tasks, she sets a pile of papers on her desk and glances to her left, noticing Aizawa sleeping in his usual position in his sleeping bag. Midnight looks at the clock and recalls that Class 1A has a free PRD at the moment. She lets out a sigh, which stirs Aizawa from his slumber. Aizawa, still half asleep, tells her to speak if she has something to say. Midnight expresses her frustration, feeling angry about what Aizawa did to sabotage her class. She approaches his desk, her emotions boiling over as she questions the necessity of his actions. She challenges him on whether it was necessary to interfere with her students, to expel them despite their hard work, and to manipulate the results. She points out that his favoritism towards his own student, Shinso, is unfair, especially when others have proven themselves despite lacking quirks. Aizawa defends his actions, stating that Shinso needs more training than those who already know how to use their quirks. He believes that if his class cannot meet certain standards, they do not deserve to be there. Midnight counters that without their quirks, they are all the same, emphasizing that students come to learn and should not be abandoned. She passionately argues that the quirkless students she chose have worked hard to achieve their positions and deserve respect. As the argument escalates, Midnight warns Aizawa that his actions will have consequences, not just for the quirkless students but for everyone involved. She expresses her disappointment, stating that he is not acting like a true hero. With a final admonition about the repercussions of his choices, she storms out of the office, leaving Aizawa alone to reflect on her words. He scoffs, believing that others do not see the bigger picture. He thinks his actions are justified, aimed at protecting students from a harsh reality. Meanwhile, in a hidden location, a figure known as 𝗬𝗪𝗏 is frustrated by the recent capture of Shigaraki and Kurojirai by the pro-heroes. He questions how such a failure could occur despite the overwhelming number of villains and 𝗵𝗵s at their disposal. In a secret room filled with cylindrical tanks and pools of green liquid, Garaki is seen typing on a computer. He turns to a figure seated on a throne-like chair, a man entirely made up of scar tissue, known as 𝗬𝗏. 𝗬𝗏 urges Garaki to calm down, assuring him that this setback is not the end. He inquires about the defenders of the USJ, curious about the reports of a group of vigilantes in advanced armor. Garaki searches through police reports, discovering that the vigilantes were quirkless individuals who managed to defeat the villains. This revelation intrigues 𝗬𝗏, who learns that one of the 𝗵𝗵s was killed, suggesting that someone may have leaked information about their plans. Garaki suspects that the overconfident apprentice of 𝗬𝗏 might be involved, indicating that the situation is more complex than it seems. Kurojirai was not a viable candidate with the information leaking, so 𝗬𝗏 decided to rely on Shigaraki. 𝗬𝗏 mentioned that he had shaped Shigaraki into the man he was today, emphasizing that Shigaraki was not foolish enough to reveal the 𝗵𝗏's identity, only its capabilities. He noted that the vigilantes seemed to possess insider information from the underworld, which needed to be silenced to prevent further leaks. He then inquired whether the vigilantes had a difficult time defeating the 𝗵𝗏, expressing interest in how their technology performed against his creations. Garaki responded that reports from witnesses indicated that the armored mechs, as they were described, were likely taller than All Might and the 𝗵𝗏. Their weapons could blast and slash the 𝗵𝗏 into pieces, and without its super regeneration quirk, the 𝗵𝗏 would have been defeated instantly. Garaki also mentioned that the vigilantes had the means to disrupt quirks without using one themselves, employing a device that could achieve such an effect, which had also been used on the 𝗵𝗏. He concluded that these vigilantes might not be what they seemed, posing a significant problem. 𝗬𝗏 agreed, acknowledging that a third party had made itself known. They had acquired intel regarding the attack on you, indicating that their connections spread widely across Japan, unlike the vigilantes, who had no support from any companies or organizations. This new group seemed to be uniting the Quirkless against the corruption they faced, which could lead to a full-blown war and chaos. He smiled, anticipating the events to come, knowing he wouldn't need to lift a finger to plunge society into turmoil. It was already doing so on its own. 𝗧𝗵𝗃 asked what they should do about the situation. 𝗵𝘃 instructed him to continue researching these vigilantes, to find their weaknesses and use that knowledge to their advantage. He suggested that since the authorities had not disclosed what happened to Shigaraki and Kurogiri, it was best to assume they were being hidden in a secret facility. They would take their chance once the two were moved to another location. As for the Quirkless and their so-called battle, they would sit back, wait for the right opportunity, and seize it. A sinister smile appeared on 𝗵𝘃's face as he spoke. Meanwhile, in I-Island, at their base of operations in the city of the Quirkless, an underground lab was close to being labeled as Melissa's lab. Melissa, along with Izuku, Tenko, and 𝗵𝘃, was working in their Cybertronian 𝗵𝘃𝗃. They were surrounded by multiple holographic screens displaying purple data as they worked on a project. Izuku broke the silence by asking Tenko about 𝗵𝘃𝗃. They both gazed at a large cylindrical tank in the center of the lab, filled with a light blue liquid and connected by tubes and wires. Inside the tank lay Kurogiri, unconscious. Tenko explained that he didn't know much about Kurogiri's past but mentioned that his MSTR had recovered 𝗧𝗵𝗃's corpse for experimentation, suggesting that Kurogiri was the first 𝗵𝗃 ever created. Melissa added that a part of 𝗧𝗵𝗃 remained inside Kurogiri, but it was unlikely to awaken unless forced. Izuku clarified that he had no interest in waking 𝗧𝗵𝗃. He wanted Aizawa to see the face of his deceased friend when they unveiled Kurogiri to the world. He anticipated Aizawa's surprise, especially with the truth he had learned about 𝗵𝘃's intentions regarding 𝗧𝗵𝗃. 𝗵𝘃 agreed, noting that Aizawa would be frozen in shock upon seeing the person responsible for forcing them to endure their struggles in hero work. Izuku then ordered them to initiate the mind wipe, stating it was time for Kurogiri to learn that he should be serving them. As the two girls at the console began their work, the lab filled with a charging sound, and liquid moved through the tubes, accompanied by steam from the machinery. Melissa continued typing on the console, and as 𝗵𝘃 pushed the lever upward, the charging sound grew louder until it was drowned out by Kurogiri's screams. His body spasmed within the cylindrical tank, and the four watched the scene unfold. On a balcony overlooking the lab, Melissa's father, David, observed the events with a heavy heart. Initially, he had supported Melissa and her friends in their quest to become heroes, even assisting in the creation of the Cybertronian 𝗵𝘃𝗃. However, witnessing what was happening now left him uncertain about their path. He understood the injustices faced by the Quirkless, their segregation from society, and the creation of containment zones where they were treated poorly. While he recognized the need to expose these crimes and seek justice for those who suffered, he was troubled by the prospect of war. This was not the future he had envisioned for his daughter. He could see the change in Melissa's eyes, the way she was losing herself to the role of a mad scientist as she created weapons of mass destruction, showing no hesitation regarding the consequences of her actions. David understood that Melissa, known as 𝗧𝗵𝗃, would never engage in such actions, but the anger within her refused to heed reason. It clouded her judgment, much like the others around her. She and her friends were gradually losing their humanity, becoming more like war machines with each passing day. They donned their Cybertronian 𝗵𝘃𝗃s almost daily, taking breaks only to eat or sleep. Many now referred to Melissa as 𝗧𝗵𝗃, a clear indication that they were distancing themselves from their former selves. Disgusted and disappointed by the sight before him, David decided to leave. Electricity enveloped the tank, and Kurogiri's cries grew louder with each passing second as the water inside bubbled violently. Melissa turned her gaze to a screen on the console, watching a progress bar fill until it turned green. Suddenly, Kurogiri's screams ceased, and his body floated motionless in the liquid. Izuku approached the tank, his eyes fixed on Kurogiri's lifeless form, waiting in silence. Then, Kurogiri's eyes opened. The yellow glow vanished, replaced by a menacing red, which brought a sinister smirk to Izuku's face. Time passed, and what was once a large open room with a circular holodeck had been transformed into a command center while the Quirkless group sought a more permanent solution. The command center was designed like a slope, with stairways on either side leading down to the holodeck. Large consoles flanked the sides, allowing the Quirkless in their Cybertronian mechs to work efficiently. At the center, a throne awaited Izuku, who sat there overseeing several holographic screens. A voice called out to Izuku, drawing his attention to his friend 𝗵𝗃𝗄𝗃, known as 𝗵𝗃𝗄𝗃, who was manning a console to his left. Kai's Cybertronian mech resembled a massive siege engine, with crimson and brass armor plates that looked like fragments of mining equipment fused with a battering ram. His shoulders were broad, and deep purple light emanated from the seams of his torso and weaponized limbs. As Kai pointed out the screens displaying various media outlets reporting on their vigilante acts across Japan, it became clear that they were being misrepresented. The information regarding the Quirkless vigilantes was erased, with reports claiming they were quirked vigilantes instead. Authorities urged citizens to report these vigilantes and allowed anyone with a quirk to confront them on site. Another member of the group, 𝗬𝗵𝗃𝗄𝗃, known as Sideways, stood at the top of the stairway with his arms crossed. His Cybertronian mech was sleek and nimble, resembling a high-speed racing machine in a compact humanoid shape, with bright purple and yellow armor arranged in sharp angular patterns. His chest was formed from a glossy bike-style canopy, giving him an aerodynamic look, while large round cannons were mounted on his forearms. Ranji, known as 𝗵𝗃𝗄𝗃, chimed in from the right side of the console. His new Cybertronian mech was a striking combination of green, white, black, and silver, resembling an armored aerial knight. He stood with a streamlined angular chest containing twin turbines glowing faintly with internal energy. His legs were heavily reinforced, and his helm narrowed into a pointed aerodynamic shape. Ranji remarked that those who dared to whistleblow often met unfortunate ends on the streets. He acknowledged that even small leaks could pique the curiosity of people worldwide, leading journalists and even some police to investigate the rumors. The question remained, what lengths would the HPSC or the Prime Minister go to silence them? What could they do to dismantle the so-called ideal world piece by piece? Tenko, known as 𝗬𝗪𝗏, offered insight based on his past experiences. He had studied the hierarchy of Japan and suggested that they could potentially persuade politicians to aid their cause through intimidation or, if necessary, elimination. He noted that 𝗎𝗪𝗏 had connections with the HPSC, which explained his influence. 𝗎𝗪𝗏 was an arrogant man with a savior complex, more concerned with his ideals than the truth. Tenko believed that revealing the truth could sow seeds of doubt among the masses, leading to 𝗎𝗪𝗏's downfall. If they wanted to bring down 𝗎𝗪𝗏, they needed to target the entire world, revealing the truth first. Japan would be difficult to sway since 𝗎𝗪𝗏 had control over them. However, once they succeeded, they would waste no time in dismantling his empire until nothing remained but him. Without everything else, he was just a sad old man deluding himself into thinking he was the king of the world. Tenko, also known as 𝗬𝗪𝗏, stood beside Izuku's throne to the left, listening intently. Ranji, or 𝗵𝗃𝗄𝗃, questioned Izuku's choice of words, but Izuku continued without acknowledging him. He explained that neither the HPSC nor the Prime Minister could afford for this information to leak outside Japan. It would lead many to discover the containment zones and the war crimes committed against their kind. Therefore, anyone who attempted to investigate would be dealt with, made to look like a villain attack. 𝗎𝗪𝗏 had been doing this for a decade to maintain power, and it was nothing but child's play for him, just as it was for the HPSC. Anyone in Japan was a target, and they showed no concern for the consequences. This chaos was fueling the necessary arrangements for them to topple his empire in one fell swoop. The same applied to the HPSC. Killing two birds with one stone, as they say. 𝗬𝗵𝗃𝗄𝗃, known as Sideways, pointed out that they were also targeting the Quirkless from other countries, those who had chosen Japan for their vacation. Kai, or 𝗬𝗵𝗃𝗄𝗃, agreed, noting the bad luck and poor timing for those individuals. Tenko added that they had the unwavering support of those they rescued from the Quirkists, who would spread the word in just a few days. The world would soon know the truth. Izuku, addressing Tenko, requested to see reports of their brethren on their missions, eager to assess their progress in the skirmishes. Ranji, frustrated, reminded Izuku of his name, insisting it was 𝗵𝗃 and not 𝗧𝗵𝗃. Izuku warned him about disobedience, suggesting that some of their seekers would love to take his position. This remark caused Ranji to grumble in annoyance as the screens in front of them began displaying footage of their friends' missions across Japan. In the rural areas of Japan, 2 airborne vehicles raced towards a cliffside that provided a good view of their destination. Upon arrival, they transformed mid-air, their Cybertronian mechs skidding on the ground and sending dust and debris flying. The 2 individuals were 𝗬𝗍𝗵𝗃, known as Vortex, and 𝗧𝗵𝗲, or Blast Off, now upgraded versions of their Cybertronian mechs. 𝗬𝗍𝗵𝗃's mech featured olive metallic limbs and angular plating, with rotor components curling along his arms and shoulders, glowing purple lights illuminating the layers of his frame and face. 𝗧𝗵𝗲's mech was dark brown and gray, adorned with purple lighting, resembling a spacecraft's hull layered in shimmering metallic plating. His shoulders bore sharp angular fins of an interstellar shuttle, with glowing thrusters faintly burning across his arms and back. 𝗬𝗍𝗵𝗃 reported to 𝗵𝗃, or Onslaught, that they were in position, both observing their target, a PMC facility that had been transformed into a prison for Quirkless citizens of Japan. The facility was disguised to prevent outsiders from knowing about the inhumane acts occurring within. 𝗵𝗃 confirmed that Brawl was on his way. Just then, they were ambushed by PMC soldiers emerging from the trees, rifles and rocket launchers aimed at them. One soldier shouted for them to stop, while another demanded they exit their suits with their hands up. 𝗧𝗵𝗃 nudged 𝗬𝗍𝗵𝗃, signaling him to unleash an attack. 𝗬𝗍𝗵𝗃 leaped into the air, his body spinning as his right arm charged with energy. He released a shockwave of light purple energy, which incapacitated the soldiers, leaving only ashes behind. As the area cleared, a dropship zoomed in, and an individual jumped out, landing with a gust of wind. It was Ranto, known as Brawl, who also sported an upgraded Cybertronian mech. His mech resembled a walking tank, forged in dark olive metal, bristling with cannons and heavy armor segments, designed for close-quarters combat. Upon surveying the area, he lamented missing out on the action. 𝗵𝗃 urged him to focus, emphasizing the need to create chaos in the facility. Ranto quickly transformed into his vehicular mode, a massive, heavily armored assault tank. The tank's design was aggressive, with a reinforced chassis in deep military green and dark accents. Thick treads anchored the vehicle, and its front was shaped like a predator's jaw, with a main turret dominating the upper body, glowing faintly from internal energy buildup. This vehicle was not built for stealth or elegance. It was a rolling fortress, a siege engine, and a battering ram combined into one unstoppable force. Ranto aimed the cannon as the talons on the front anchored themselves to the ground, locking onto his target. In front of the facility, a large number of PMC soldiers and pro-heroes working under the HPSC were present. The barrel of the cannon charged up with yellow energy, electricity crackling from it before Ranto fired. 3 energized orbs shot toward the facility, catching the attention of the soldiers, who blinked in disbelief before their eyes widened in realization. Many sprinted away as the projectiles impacted the facility, creating a muffled explosion that shook the control center. Inside, one soldier paused, startled by the noise, and asked what had happened. The alarms blared as the officer in charge of the facility quickly ordered his men to respond. He shouted that it must be those Quirkless individuals and commanded the soldiers at the console to start the machine. They began typing, revealing an incinerator behind thick windows designed to withstand what lay beneath. Inside the incinerator were hundreds of Quirkless individuals that the PMC and police had captured, destined for incineration. It was a grim fate that had occurred far too often in recent days, and the Quirkists would not relent. Hearing the clanging sounds and the room shaking more violently, the officer urged his men to set up defensive positions immediately. Dozens of PMC soldiers fortified the entrance, aiming their weapons at the door, waiting for the Quirkless to arrive. Suddenly, sparks erupted from the door, causing the soldiers to tremble in fear, uncertain of what would emerge. Even the officer gripped his pistol tightly, frustrated that the incinerator was still charging and not yet activated. If the machine burned the Quirkless, it would signal his escape, allowing him to relish their failed rescue attempt. However, he was unprepared for what happened next. The door burst open, sending several soldiers flying. Explosions erupted as the Quirkless group made their entrance, with 𝗬𝗍𝗵𝗃 in his vehicle form leading the charge. The others engaged the 𝗵𝘃𝗃 soldiers, with 𝗵𝗃𝗃 sprinting forward, 𝗎𝗪𝗏 moving to the left, and 𝗵𝗃𝗃 to the right, firing his Cybertronian machine gun. 𝗵𝗃𝗃 walked forward without a care in the world. As 𝗵𝗃𝗃 continued, 𝗎𝗪𝗏 unleashed a barrage of weaponry from his minigun, double-barreled cannons, and shoulder-mounted cannons, all glowing with purple energy. He spun around, releasing a torrent of lasers and projectiles that obliterated everything in his path. Following this, he slammed a variant of a fusion cannon onto the floor, unleashing an energy wave that incapacitated the 𝗵𝘃𝗃 soldiers. Up ahead, 𝗵𝗃𝗃 fired his rapid Gatling gun, tearing through those caught in its line of fire while using his claws to incapacitate many soldiers. He seized a soldier with a gigantification quirk, spinning him around before slamming him to the ground. To 𝗵𝗃𝗃's right, 𝗬𝗍𝗵𝗃 sliced through the remaining 𝗵𝘃𝗃 soldiers with his sword, using a shockwave to disorient them and create an opening for his attack. 𝗬𝗍𝗵𝗃 spotted the 𝗵𝘃𝗃 officer on the floor, who was pleading for his life. In a swift motion, 𝗬𝗍𝗵𝗃 ended the officer's pleas with a decisive strike. Meanwhile, 𝗵𝗃𝗃 reached the main console, narrowing his optics as he peered through the glass. He saw their people struggling to breathe, sweat pouring down their bodies, many having succumbed to the heat. 𝗵𝗃𝗃 urged the others to shut down the machine before it was too late. 𝗬𝗍𝗵𝗃 and 𝗵𝗃𝗃 quickly exited their Cybertronian mechs and rushed to the consoles, typing furiously. 𝗵𝗃𝗃 watched with concern, eager for them to finish. 𝗬𝗍𝗵𝗃 announced that he had completed the task and slammed his fist on a button, causing the incinerator to slowly shut down. The light from the walls faded, and the Quirkless inside let out sighs of relief, grateful for their rescue. Many looked up at the Cybertronian mechs in the control center, offering smiles of gratitude. 𝗵𝗃𝗃 instructed his team to bring the rescued individuals to the ships and prepare medical teams for their arrival. In another part of the city, Natsu aimed his arm at an HPSC building, declaring the glory of the Quirkless and their leader, Izuku. He free fell toward the building, preparing to strike, and then a massive explosion erupted, sending a wave of dust and debris throughout the area. The HPSC building and its surroundings were obliterated, leaving behind a giant crater with Natsu standing in the center. As pieces of rubble fell, Twice approached the edge of the crater, commenting on the impact of the explosion. Elsewhere in the city, two jets flew toward another HPSC building. A hatch opened at the bottom of the jets, and as they passed the building, it exploded in a shower of glass and debris. Citizens on the streets fled for their lives as the structure collapsed. The jets soared into the sky before transforming into 𝗬𝗍𝗃 and 𝗬𝗨𝗃, revealing their new Cybertronian forms. 𝗬𝗃𝗃's mech retained the same design as her original but was now bulkier in the middle where the cockpit was located. It has deep cobalt plating with golden highlights, shaped like ceremonial armor, and her wings form long tapering fins that hang downward behind her. She is seen staring at 𝗬𝗨𝗃, whose Cybertronian mech resembles Goro's, but with a white and gray color scheme accented by bits of red. The frame is made of angular metal plates that converge into a pointed helmet crest. His limbs are reinforced with thicker armor, and his wings jut outward in a sharp asymmetrical pattern. 𝗬𝗨𝗃 expresses the need to move quickly, stating that they have another convoy to intercept. The two transform into their jet mode before flying away. In the tallest building in Japan, an alien-looking jet makes its way there. This compact armored military hover tank has a violet body lined with smooth panels and forward-mounted cannons shaped like sleek mechanical fangs, gliding like a futuristic surveillance craft. The emerald canopy at the center of the chassis glows faintly, and the armored plating seamlessly blends into the weapon housings. Upon reaching its destination, the jet transforms, revealing 𝗬𝗪𝗏, who has a new Cybertronian mech that is a sleek violet and silver frame, showcasing advanced surveillance technology. His chest glows with a translucent emerald panel shaped like a camera lens, pulsing with scanning energy. He grabs onto the building and aims a weapon toward the sky, firing a missile that explodes into a swarm of Cybertronian drones, which fly around the city for surveillance, allowing the Quirkless to know what is happening before the enemy makes their move. In a forest on the outskirts of the city, two Quirkless are interrogating a group of 𝗵𝘃𝗲 agents they ambushed. 𝗵𝘃𝗃, known as 𝗎𝙪𝙢𝙢𝗢, and her partner, 𝗳𝗏𝗃𝗃, now called 𝗵𝘃𝗃, are in their Cybertronian 𝗵𝘃𝗃. 𝗳𝗏𝗃 holds the upper body of an 𝗵𝘃𝗲 agent, having swiftly disposed of it. 𝗵𝘃𝗃's mech is a crimson juggernaut with sharp layered armor that gleams in the sunlight. Her wings are built from jet wings that fold back in wicked angular lines, with engines beside them. Her face is sharp, with a confident smirk etched into its metallic lines, and her twin glowing optics flare with cunning calculation. Her limbs are longer and more refined, showcasing hydraulic muscles and reinforced servos, creating the impression of a lethal tactician. 𝗳𝗏𝗃's mech is forged from cold metal and ruthless intent, with cobalt blue armor plates that glint in the sunlight. His shoulders resemble heavy car fenders, and his helmet, with its deep crimson visor, stares outward with a cold mechanical glare. His limbs are thick with pistons and reinforced plating, and the mechanical tendons lining his torso pulse with barely restrained energy. 𝗵𝘃𝗃, with a menacing tone, indicates that they need information about 𝗎𝗪𝙢 and the 𝗵𝘃𝗲's plans, suggesting that cooperation may lead to their survival. The 𝗵𝘃𝗲 agents exchange worried glances, uncertain of what to do. Suddenly, 𝗳𝗏𝗃 acts decisively, swiftly incapacitating one of the agents, causing panic among the others. 𝗵𝘃𝗃 then insists that they reveal everything they know about a safe house where evidence regarding their actions against the Quirkless is stored. The agents plead for their lives, revealing the location of USBs, files, and hard drives that contain crucial information. 𝗵𝘃𝗃, maintaining her sinister demeanor, assures them that they have done a service by providing the information needed to dismantle 𝗎𝗪𝙢 and MDM president's plans. She suggests that they could help the agents escape Japan and start anew, but then, in a swift motion, 𝗳𝗏𝗃 eliminates the agents, leaving 𝗵𝘃𝗃 to laugh sinisterly. She declares that they have what they need and urges 𝗳𝗏𝗃 to leave before the authorities arrive. Meanwhile, Izuku inquires about the effectiveness of dekuwhatif as an escape route. Ranji confirms that their illusion technology has successfully misled most authorities investigating the area. Izuku acknowledges the progress but reflects on the girl he saved, realizing she was being used to create a weapon. As he walks the streets of 𝗵𝘃𝗃 incognito, wearing a hood to conceal his face, he is surprised that few notice him, despite the heightened security in Japan. He continued his walk until he reached a side alleyway, where something latched onto him. Izuku turned to see what had grabbed him and found a little girl, likely around 6 years old. She had messy white hair, red eyes, and a pale yellow horn on the right side of her head, wearing a ragged white dress. At first, Izuku thought she might be one of the Quirkless victims suffering from society's prejudices, but the horn indicated otherwise. It was clear that the girl was terrified, appearing to be a victim trying to escape from a captor. He noticed the bandages covering her limbs, raising alarm bells in his mind. The fear in her eyes was unmistakable. He knelt down to her eye level and spoke softly, trying to reassure her. He removed his hood to help calm her down further, and gently placed his hand on her shoulder. He noticed she flinched at his touch, which deepened his concern. What had happened to this girl? Who had done this to her? Thankfully, he saw her begin to calm down slightly, but the sound of footsteps quickly changed her expression back to one of fear. Her body shook uncontrollably as a shadowy silhouette appeared in the alleyway, prompting Izuku to narrow his eyes. He recognized the fear she had for whoever was approaching. As the light revealed the individual, Izuku saw a man with bright golden blonde hair and a beak-shaped plague mask. This was Toya Setsuno. Izuku recalled the information his father and Simmons had shared about the criminal organizations that Sector 7 had been tracking for years. Setsuno was one of them. Setsuno approached, addressing the girl as Eri and warning her not to cause trouble, mentioning her father in a way that suggested he was trying to avoid suspicion. Izuku noticed Eri trembling in fear, moving behind him and clutching his breaths tightly as if she didn't want to let go. This situation was troubling. Despite his disdain for Quirkists, he couldn't target a child in distress, especially someone who had endured so much. He expressed his discomfort with the situation, insisting that he needed to know who 𝗧𝗵𝗲 was. The communicator in his ear had already contacted a team that would be on their way shortly. 𝗧𝗵𝗲 claimed to be Eri's uncle, but Izuku was not convinced. He held onto Eri to prevent 𝗧𝗵𝗲 from taking her, determined to protect her at all costs. He felt a surge of heroism within him, despite the anger he usually harbored. Izuku confronted 𝗧𝗵𝗲, stating that he knew who he was and that he had no interest in what he planned to do with Eri. He pointed out the bandages on her arms, indicating that he was aware something sinister was happening. 𝗧𝗵𝗲 stepped back, realization dawning on him as he recognized Izuku as the leader of the so-called Quirkless vigilantes who had been causing trouble in the area. 𝗧𝗵𝗲 revealed that the boss was interested in meeting Izuku, which caught him off guard. Izuku firmly stated that he was not interested and made it clear that Eri did not want to go with him. He suggested that 𝗧𝗵𝗲 leave before things escalated. 𝗧𝗵𝗲 laughed, claiming that targeting the Yakuza was a mistake and that he could attack without repercussions. He threatened Izuku, implying that he could harm Eri if she spoke out. As 𝗧𝗵𝗲 prepared to attack, Izuku warned Eri to cover her eyes. She complied, closing her eyes and clutching his leg. With determination, Izuku faced 𝗧𝗵𝗲, who was about to draw a katana and a pistol. In a swift motion, Izuku summoned the fusion cannon onto his arm and fired, a bright purple light illuminating the dark alleyway. When the light faded, all that remained of 𝗧𝗵𝗲 was ash and his beak-shaped mask. Izuku took a moment to ensure no one had witnessed the encounter before desummoning the fusion cannon. He knelt down to Eri, reassuring her that she was safe now and that the man would no longer hurt her. Eri slowly opened her eyes and saw Izuku reaching out to her. He promised her that she would never be harmed again. After a moment of hesitation, Eri accepted his hand, and together they walked away from the alleyway as a ground bridge opened in front of them. After bringing her back, it took time for Eri to adjust to being around people due to her past experiences, but they managed to make it work. However, they were able to uncover Eri's true purpose within that organization, and it filled him with disgust. It was truly pathetic. They had managed to create a similar weapon without the need to harm a girl and reshape her each time. This was thanks to a certain teacher's BLD they had extracted back in the USJ, which had been working wonders for them. While these Yakuzas resorted to hurting a child, he thought they had standards. They would deal with Overhaul when the time was right and dismantle everything he had built. He clenched his fists slowly, vowing that Overhaul would pay for what he did to Eri, and he and his friends would show no mercy. They could count on it. Izuku demanded to see the file involving 𝗧𝗵𝗃 and ravaged's mission. In an HPSC building, an agent had just finished submitting his paperwork to 𝗬𝗵𝗲. As the agent stood by the door outside 𝗵𝗲's office, he heard shuffling inside and decided to check on him. The agent asked if 𝗵𝗲 was all right. 𝗵𝗲, sounding exhausted, insisted he was fine and asked to be left alone to get some sleep, having not had any all day. The agent nodded, accustomed to 𝗵𝗲's complaints, and closed the door behind him. Unbeknownst to the agent, 𝗵𝗲 turned to something in the room and shouted at it, insisting he hadn't told anyone anything. It was revealed to be a television in the corner of the room, which suddenly transformed into 𝗧𝗵𝗃. 𝗧𝗵𝗃 was a black metal vulture with wide-bladed wings and a skeletal frame. Twin red turbines in its chest spun with a crimson glow. Its narrow, predatory head had burning red eyes and a mouth lined with needle-like metal pieces, while long serrated talons extended from its legs. The metal vulture let out a shriek and flew toward 𝗵𝗲. 𝗵𝗲 stepped back, raising his arms as 𝗧𝗵𝗃 hovered in front of him, aiming its miniguns at him. 𝗵𝗲's tone was filled with fear as he pleaded for mercy, claiming he had sent in a hard drive full of evidence, logs, reports, calls, footage, everything, and that it couldn't be tracked. 𝗧𝗵𝗃, moving closer, hissed and acknowledged 𝗵𝗲's efforts, stating that he had done well by providing every secret the HPSC held. However, his superiors had ordered him to eliminate loose ends, which included 𝗵𝗲. The frightened man glanced around, feeling 𝗧𝗪𝗍𝗃's long neck circling him, causing him to shiver as 𝗧𝗪𝗍𝗃 let out a shriek. 𝗵𝗃 stuttered, insisting this wasn't part of the deal, that he had risked his life, and questioned why he would be killed after giving everything. 𝗧𝗪𝗍𝗃 explained that they couldn't risk any leaks being tracked and that it would save 𝗵𝗃 the trouble of being tortured by his boss and the Prime Minister. He suggested putting 𝗵𝗃 to sleep permanently, asking if that was what he desired. In a surprising turn of events, 𝗵𝗃 suddenly stood up, aiming 2 pistols at 𝗧𝗪𝗍𝗃, though his hands shook with fear. He defiantly challenged 𝗧𝗪𝗍𝗃, claiming someone had messed with the wrong sleepyhead. 𝗧𝗪𝗍𝗃 dashed back and forth, responding with a shriek. 𝗵𝗃 continued to aim his pistols, demanding a fight. Then, 𝗧𝗪𝗍𝗃 lunged at 𝗵𝗃, pushing him toward a swivel chair, spinning him around. 𝗵𝗃's screams grew louder as he crashed into the window, the glass shattering, and he plunged out of the building, falling to the chaos below. 𝗧𝗪𝗍𝗃 perched at the edge of the window, observing the scene and remarking on the pleasure of 𝗵𝗃's assistance with their cause. In the outskirts of the city of Mustafa, Shido's private estate loomed, a place built from the countless lives he had taken to gain power. The estate was surrounded by gated, electrified fences, but this posed no challenge for 𝗵𝗃, the robotic dog, who sprinted toward the fence with determination. With a growl, 𝗵𝗃 leaped over the fence and into the estate, his sensors jamming to allow for easy infiltration. Upon reaching the designated spot, 𝗵𝗃 approached the ventilation, using his claws to open it. He released a swarm of microcons into the ventilation system. The microcons, a creation by Melissa, were small robots shaped like ball bearings. They rolled toward the server room located underground. Inside the server room, the area was empty until the microcons landed on the floor and began to transform into insect-like robots. They combined to form a tall, angular figure, revealing a single red optic in its body. This was 𝗵𝗃. 𝗵𝗃 scanned the server room until he located his target, a terminal. As he approached the terminal, ensuring no one was around, he inserted a device into the console. The moment he did, alarms blared throughout the building. Outside the server room, 4 black vans arrived, and men in suits armed with pistols and SMGs, Shido's personal security, exited the vehicles. They moved toward the server room corridor, weapons at the ready. One of them approached the main console, discovering that the terminal had been accessed, indicating that whatever the Quirkless individual needed had been acquired. The security agent contacted the officer in charge of the estate, reporting the breach in the system. It seemed that someone, likely one of those Quirkless individuals, attempted to breach the servers. A sweep of the area was necessary, and the IT president would be brought in to rectify the situation. Unbeknownst to them, 𝗵𝗃 was stealthily maneuvering behind the servers in the room. One security agent let his guard down, and 𝗵𝗃 seized the opportunity. With incredible speed, he lunged at the security agent, swiftly incapacitating him. As 𝗵𝗃 made his escape, he crawled away, shrieking as he navigated through the corridors of the server room. The security agents, startled, opened fire, trying to stop him. The chaos escalated as 𝗵𝗃 darted past the vans, the sound of gunfire echoing around him. In the midst of the commotion, 𝗵𝗃 took aim with his twin rocket launchers, launching a rocket that caused one van to erupt in flames. He moved skillfully, firing his heavy machine guns and taking down several security agents who were positioned near the vehicles. The agents retaliated, but sparks flew as some of their shots grazed 𝗵𝗃, who continued to dodge their bullets. 𝗵𝗃 aimed at the building, unleashing another barrage of bullets while 𝗵𝗃 scurried alongside him. As the gunfire continued, 𝗵𝗃 prepared to launch another rocket before sprinting away from the scene. Meanwhile, Izuku felt a sense of accomplishment with the information they had gathered, significantly disrupting the Quirkless plans. He believed it was only a matter of time before they made their debut to the world. Ranji, curious, asked how they were supposed to do that. Izuku, with a determined look, pressed a button on the console attached to his chair. The screen displayed images of the students competing in various challenges, obstacles, and matchups, with a cheering crowd in a grand stadium. The sports festival was a perfect opportunity, Izuku noted. Every piece of the puzzle was in place, All that was left was to set it in motion and watch as the world ignited with excitement, leaving the HPSC and the Prime Minister unable to intervene. His triumphant moment was interrupted by a beeping sound from the console. Curious, Izuku pressed the button, revealing a hologram of 𝗵𝗃𝗧𝗵𝗲. 𝗵𝗃𝗧 informed Izuku that his father wished to see him in his office and urged him to come quickly if he was not busy. Izuku glanced at Tenko, who shrugged, equally uncertain about the reason for the summons. He agreed to go see his father and instructed Tenko to take charge in his absence. Once outside of his Cybertronian mech, Izuku opened the door to Jack's office and stepped inside. He found his father, Jack, and 𝗵𝗵𝗃 waiting for him. His attention was immediately drawn to a large briefcase on the table. He was curious about its contents but decided to focus on the reason for his visit first. Izuku greeted them and inquired if they needed anything from him. 𝗵𝗵𝗃, now preferring to be called uncle, had grown close to the Midoriya family and didn't like being addressed formally. Jack expressed his curiosity about Izuku's progress, gesturing for him to take a seat. Izuku sat down and reported that everything was going well. The armies were organized, and more people were joining their cause. The construction of additional districts and bases in Island was underway, thanks to the growing economy. His people had also connected with Quirkless groups globally, setting the stage for their plans. 𝗵𝗵𝗃 expressed his eagerness for the developments. Jack noted that Izuku had established a hierarchy among his ranks, impressed by his leadership skills. Izuku attributed his success to a great teacher and mentioned the need to keep everyone in line. 𝗵𝗵𝗃 teased Izuku about his relationship with 𝗵𝗃𝗧𝗵𝗲, who had become a significant part of their family. Jack added that 𝗵𝗃𝗲 adored 𝗎𝗧𝗍, often reminiscing about the days when they cared for Izuku as a baby. Izuku felt a bit embarrassed by the mention of his childhood, especially in front of his friends. 𝗵𝗵𝗃 then brought up the 𝗎𝗍𝗍, revealing that they had tracked their movements. Their operations had stalled, and they were searching for 𝗎𝗧𝗍, unaware of what had happened to their henchmen. Izuku felt relieved that their scent was off the 𝗎𝗍𝗍 but was eager to confront Overhaul when the time was right. Jack assured him that they were ready, but they needed to finish their current tasks first. Jack then revealed that he had something special for Izuku, something that would give him an advantage against the pro heroes, particularly those in the top. He signaled to 𝗵𝗵𝗃, who approached the briefcase and entered a code to unlock it. As the briefcase opened, a bright purple light emanated from within. Izuku leaned in, his eyes widening as he saw what was inside, a 𝗧𝗃𝗁, pulsating with energy. Jack confirmed that it was not just any 𝗧𝗃𝗁, hinting at its significance and the potential it held for Izuku's future endeavors. It's one of a kind. The scientists in Sector 7 created this specifically for him. It's a 𝗧𝗃𝗁 that can grant extreme power, enabling him to stand toe-to-toe with All Might. His research with Melissa on defeating him has proven to be quite effective. Not only that, the energon used to power such a 𝗧𝗃𝗁 is something he has been studying for the past few weeks. It rings a bell for him. He looks at his father, noticing Izuku deep in thought, recalling what his father meant by that. The gears in his mind start turning, and his eyes widen as he realizes what fuels the 𝗧𝗃𝗁. Jack confirms that the 𝗧𝗃𝗁 is already compatible with Izuku's Cybertronian mech. Once he inserts it, the 𝗧𝗃𝗁 will do its magic and transform his mech into something entirely different. Izuku nods, continuing to gaze at the 𝗧𝗃𝗁 in the briefcase, imagining the power it holds once he is able to use it. 𝗵𝗵𝗃 suggests that if they added more energon, All for One would be surprised by such power, which is very foreign to him. Jack adds that, according to their friend 𝗵𝗃𝗧𝗵𝗲, All for One can't steal it since it isn't a quirk to begin with. They turn their attention back to Izuku, who remains silent, staring at the 𝗧𝗃𝗁. Jack approaches him and places a hand on his shoulder, reassuring him that no matter what happens, he, his friends, and everyone else are with him. It may take days, months, or even years to achieve their goal, but they will get there. Revolutions don't succeed overnight. 𝗵𝗵𝗃 comments on the term revolutions, and Izuku acknowledges that they have everything ready. All the pieces are in place. What matters in a few days is how they execute their plan and how the public will react, whether positively or negatively. Their message will be heard. It doesn't matter how many respond as long as their calls are answered, that is what is important. A confident, determined expression dawns on Izuku's face. He will make this work, not only for himself but for his people, and he no longer cares who stands in his way. In the city of Mustafa, the office of the Prime Minister reveals Masayoshi Shido sitting at his desk, the window behind him showing the city in the dead of night. Shido is a tall, bald man with a small black goatee, dressed in a business suit and orange-tinted square glasses. He places his hands on his head, frustration evident on his face. The continuous attacks across Japan by the Quirkless have been causing him problems, and he fears that one small leak, one misstep, could destroy everything he has built. A voice interrupts his thoughts, revealing two people in the room with him. The speaker is a middle-aged woman with a stoic and steely expression, possessing turquoise eyes and ash-blonde hair slicked back. She wears a black suit jacket and dress, along with a purple shirt and necklace. Known as MDM President, she heads the Hero Public Safety Commission, overseeing the Hero Association in Japan. Shido expresses his anger, questioning how he can remain calm when quirkless individuals are causing chaos in Japan. MDM President reassures him that they have the means to ensure that not a single leak is broadcast outside Japan. They have dealt with thousands of them in the past weeks, and the countries they originated from believe it was the work of villains, not them. The SIU director, the second person in the room, adds that with the Special Investigations Unit handling all villain cases in support of the HPSC, those governments will think it was merely a case of a villain attack, a wrong place, wrong time scenario. Shido inquires about the data breaches, and the SIU director assures him that it is under control. The IT president is managing damage control, and if suspicion arises, they will handle it as they always do. Shido questions whether the world will care about the Quirkless. The SIU director responds that if they do, they will be dealt with to maintain the status quo and what they have built for Hero Society. MDM President reminds Shido that he has the means to persuade the masses to his side, having done so for years. Shido acknowledges his mind control quirk, built on his charisma. MDM President emphasizes that the people want to be controlled. They need it, or society will fall into chaos. If the Quirkless think they can reform society in their own image, they are mistaken. Society as a whole, the entirety of Japan, are nothing more than puppets under his influence. Anyone who denies or rejects the system will be labeled a villain. Shido has nothing to worry about, as Japan still supports him as a man of higher authority. As the conversation continues, Shido processes MDM President's words, a sinister smirk forming on his face. He realizes he is in control and has always been in control. The people listen to him, praise him, and the police are always on his side, always on his payroll. He reflects on the lengths he has gone to achieve his position, sabotaging lives and framing others for mishaps. He has gotten away with it all because he embodies Japan as a whole. The world will remain oblivious to what they have done to their people, and he will ensure that the truth never gets out. Because the truth is what he makes it. He is the truth. If the world tries to find out, he will simply use his quirk to ensure his empire and legacy remain intact. He sees himself as Japan's savior, bringing only those he deems worthy into his empire, while leaving the rest with mere scraps. He began laughing, telling himself he was overthinking things, that this was nothing more than a fleeting moment that would disappear in a matter of weeks, nothing to worry about. However, trained I could easily read Shido's body language. The way he laughed and his facial expression revealed nothing more than denial. Unbeknownst to the three people in the room, one of the drones that 𝗬𝗏 had deployed was perched in a corner of the office, recording every single word being said. President Mike welcomed everyone to the U. A sports festival with enthusiasm, urging the crowd for cheers. The entire stadium erupted with excitement, but one group remained unenthusiastic, the Quirkless. They were not seated among the Quirk users but were instead confined to an underground level with no seats, forced to stand in cramped conditions. They could only see the students' legs as they approached the arena through small rectangular openings, resembling a cell. The board members and the HPSC had instructed the staff to inform the students that they could go all out during the festival, even if some of their quirks, accidentally, affected the underground stands where the Quirkless were located. As the students made their way to the arena, cheers continued to echo. In the VIP rooms, All Might, in his true form, sat alongside Night Eye, letting out a sigh that caught 𝗍𝗂's attention. 𝗍𝗂 inquired if something was troubling All Might, who expressed his concerns about the 𝗵𝗃𝗃 aboard members acting statues of the top 10 heroes throughout the stadium, with him placed in the center. This display was meant to signify that those with quirks mattered more than the true essence of heroism. All Might lamented that he was seen as a symbol of power rather than a symbol of peace, emphasizing that the focus had shifted to who could be number one rather than the true values of heroism. Night Eye acknowledged All Might's concerns and expressed hope that Midoriya would demonstrate the true meaning of being a hero, fearing that everything All Might had worked for could be undermined by corruption. The two turned their attention back to the arena, where the students from all courses at 𝗂𝗏 had gathered in front of a platform where Midnight stood with a microphone. Midnight hesitated before announcing that representing the students was Katsuki Bakugo of Class 1 Bakugo side, feeling that this honor was undeserved, as it rightfully belonged to Izuku and his friends. He had worked hard, but he knew they had faced greater challenges, while he had been given opportunities on a silver platter. Just as Bakugo was about to step onto the platform, dozens of screens suddenly appeared throughout the stadium, including inside the VIP room where All Might, Night Eye, and the staff were seated. The screens were not limited to the stadium but extended all over Japan, drawing the attention of citizens everywhere. Present Mike was puzzled by the sudden interruption and received a message from 𝗍𝗂, informing him that someone was hijacking the stadium systems. Reports indicated that screens had appeared not only in the stadium but across the entire country, and even globally, with thousands of screens popping up in every corner of the world. The citizens were curious and gathered around, wondering what was happening. As Present Mike spoke, Izuku was deep in thought, trying to deduce who was responsible for this disruption. Suddenly, his eyes widened in surprise and realization as he came to a conclusion. He recalled the words of the hijackers, who had claimed they had the means to ensure that no leaks would escape Japan's reach, having disposed of countless threats in the past weeks, all while remaining undetected by the authorities. Then, the screens began playing a video, showing footage of Shido's conversation with the MDM president and the SIU director. The narrative suggested that the governments would perceive this as a villain attack, a case of being in the wrong place at the wrong time, as the Special Investigations Unit had never lost a case in the last 50 years. So it was grounds for them to believe everything that was said. The question arose whether the world would care about the Quirkless. If there were any, they would be disposed of to maintain the status quo, to uphold what had been built for hero society as a whole. The moment the SIU director spoke, screens displayed images and footage of the containment zones, the segregation of the Quirkless, their forced removal from homes, and the horrific acts committed against them. Gasps echoed around the world as people witnessed the inhumane treatment of the Quirkless in Japan. This was evil, a repetition of history against a group deemed powerless in society. The footage of Japan's actions continued to broadcast, revealing the truth. Bakugo looked at the crowd of students, murmurs and whispers rising among them, discussing the horrors displayed before their eyes. He noticed Izuku's prized pupil scoffing at the situation, eager to start the sports festival to secure a victory. Turning to his class, he saw the same reactions, whispers and murmurs erupting, while Ida expressed his outrage at society's actions, his anger reaching a boiling point. This was not a society he wanted to be part of. Azui's eyes widened in shock. She couldn't believe what she was seeing. The truth hurt, shattering everything she had believed. Izuku gritted his teeth in anger, realizing that if this was the plan of the brat and his friends, he and the pro-heroes would need to respond with force. The actions being taken would lead to death and destruction in Japan, costing hundreds, perhaps thousands of lives, all because they could not accept the truth that the Quirkless were seen as liabilities in society. Night Eye took a deep breath, sensing the chaos that would ensue in Japan once this was over. In another area of the city of Mustafa, All for One observed with interest, a smirk on his face as he anticipated the unfolding events. He reminded Shido of his ability to sway the masses to his side, emphasizing that society was nothing more than puppets under his control. He urged Shido to use his quirk to manipulate the masses, painting the Quirkless as terrorists threatening their way of life, positioning himself as their savior. In 𝗎𝗏𝗄's office, a call from his PR team prompted him to check the situation from his balcony. Stepping outside, his eyes widened in shock and horror at the sight before him. Hundreds of screens displayed the truth he had worked so hard to conceal. He felt a surge of control, recalling the lengths he had gone to maintain his power, including sabotaging lives and framing others. He believed he could keep the truth hidden, convinced that he was the embodiment of that truth. The world had reached its limit. Anger and rage were evident on everyone's faces as they reacted to the unacceptable actions of the HPSC, the pro-heroes, the police, and the military of Japan. Shouts of "murderer" and "dictator" filled the air, echoing the sentiments of those whose families had been targeted for being quirkless. Protests erupted globally, demanding justice for the quirkless, their voices resonating in every town, city, country, and continent. 𝗎𝗏𝗄's face reflected pure horror and dread, knowing his empire could collapse at any moment as he hyperventilated while watching the chaos unfold. 𝗍𝗫, observing the situation, noted that this was an unexpected outcome, impressed by the resilience of the quirkless. Outside the stadium, the sounds of muffled explosions echoed in the distance, drawing 𝗍𝗫's attention. He closed his eyes and took a deep breath, preparing for what was to come. It seemed they had arrived. Over a dozen dropships approached the stadium, their deep violet hulls shaped from angular plates, resembling hovering fortresses. Inside one of the dropships, Izuku was joined by Tenko, Mayada, and Melissa, all donning their Cybertronian 𝗵𝗃𝗃. Izuku instructed Mayada to start the show. Mayada commanded the seekers to eject, her fingers poised at the side of her head, as the doors of the dropships opened to reveal a new batch of seekers, piloted by quirkless citizens now living in Island, along with former students of Izuku, all equipped with brand new Cybertronian 𝗵𝗃𝗃. The group of seekers, their Cybertronian 𝗵𝗃𝗃 sculpted from sleek angular plating, mirrored the sharp lines and aerodynamic structure of a Cybertronian jet, giving them tall and lean frames. Their armor followed a shared silhouette built around elongated legs, narrow torsos, and broad swept-back wings mounted along their shoulders. Their chests were formed from compact fusion engines and folded jet components arranged in clean geometric patterns that resembled reinforced cockpits and thruster housings, while their arms ended in strong articulated hands equipped for both ranged fire and lightning-fast close combat. Their heads carried helms designed with tall sweeping ear fins that angled backward like the stabilizers of a jet. Each seeker carried twin null ray blasters mounted on their forearms, and their legs transitioned smoothly into thruster-lined shins. Each seeker bore unique colors, some different and some similar to one another. The seekers prepared for action, jumping out of the dropships. Their Cybertronian 𝗵𝗃𝗃 free fell through the air before transforming into jet modes and zooming ahead. The dropships were filled to the brim with seekers, their jets soaring through the clouds as more jumped off and transformed. Explosions erupted wildly outside the stadium, with the seekers unleashing bombing runs and laser fire, turning the area into a chaotic battleground. The pro-heroes struggled to counter the seekers due to their incredible speed and altitude. From the aerial viewpoint, explosions erupted in the sky, followed by seas of laser fire as swarms of seekers continued their route to the stadium. All Might called out to 𝗍𝗫, the stadium shaking violently from the continuous attacks. 𝗍𝗫 acknowledged the situation, expressing concern that Midoriya and his team had a plan that would counter any attempts to stop them. Night Eye confirmed 𝗍𝗫's fears. All Might was about to respond when Night Eye pointed to the stands, where citizens screamed in fear and panicked as the pro-heroes worked to usher everyone out. The crowd pushed toward the exits, creating a stampede, while the quirkless in the underground levels were locked inside by HPSC agents, preventing them from escaping the chaos. A pro-hero noticed the seekers hovering in the air, aiming their null ray blasters. They fired shots toward the exits, causing explosions of purple energy and smoke that sent civilians flying and sealed off the exits with a goo-like substance originating from Cybertronian technology. This trapped everyone in the stands with nowhere to go. One pro-hero shouted in anger, vowing to hold the villains accountable as he and others used their quirks to leap toward the hovering seekers. However, they were met with a powerful force field that trapped them further, preventing any distractions during the seekers' display. Endeavor, frustrated, attempted to break through the force field with flames, but it proved ineffective. He called out to Shoto, witnessing the 𝗎𝗪. Students crowded in one area as the Seekers fired a cage-like force field that trapped them all. Some students tried to escape from above, only to be met with an invisible barrier that shocked them. Bakugo realized the top of the cage was electrified and that their escape was impossible. He speculated that Izuku wanted them to witness something significant. Meanwhile, a series of explosions erupted at the stadium gates, drawing everyone's attention as more Quirkless in Cybertronian mechs rushed in, led by the Constructicons. Sakura, known as Scrapper, rallied the Constructicons, armed with Cybertronian rifles, as they blasted the ground near the underground levels, creating a large hole for the Quirkless to crawl out of. The other Constructicons and Ranto helped to punch and rip the walls to allow for a quick escape. As they freed the Quirkless from their confinement, HPSC agents attempted to intervene but were met with a powerful beam that forced them to retreat. Kido, known as Barricade, instructed his team to SRT the Quirkless to the dropships, which had begun landing in the arena. He spoke gently to reassure them, despite his imposing appearance. A Quirkless citizen approached him, expressing recognition of the armored robots they had heard about. Kido confirmed their identity and reassured them that they were there to save them from a horrific fate. Many were grateful to avoid the fate that others had suffered, and 𝗵𝗃, known as Onslaught, proclaimed that they would give the Quirkless a chance to take down their oppressors and witness history in the making. As the dropship that Izuku was in landed, its doors opened, revealing him alongside Tenko, Maada, and Melissa. Bakugo felt a surge of anxiety, uncertain of Izuku's intentions and whether this moment would determine their fate. When Izuku stepped out of the dropship, he was met with a barrage of insults from many of the Quirkists, most of whom recognized him for his actions over the past weeks, particularly the incident with the sludge villain. A number of pro-heroes taunted him, proclaiming that they would defeat him and his group of villains sooner or later, insisting that his plans would ultimately fail like those of other villain groups in this era. Izuku ignored them, unfazed by the familiar insults he had endured for being Quirkless for so long. This no longer bothered him. Nizu remarked that it was about to begin, glancing at All Might, who was visibly frustrated, slamming his hand on the window. All Might expressed disbelief at the sheer number of enemies gathered, questioning how Izuku had managed to assemble such a large army in just a few months, noting that it had taken all for 1 year to reach a similar level of followers. The arena was filled with swarms of Cybertronian mechs, with some Seekers hovering above the stadium while others perched on the roofs around it. The visible damage was extensive, and outside the stadium, chaos reigned. Buildings were reduced to rubble, and debris littered the ground, creating a scene reminiscent of a war zone. Night Eye observed that the Quirkless needed a voice to follow, someone to help bring their message forward and take a step toward equality, and Izuku Midoriya had provided that. He watched Izuku in the center of the chaos. Izuku turned his attention to the announcer's booth, zooming in with his optics to see Aizawa glaring at him. A smirk crossed Izuku's face as he activated the comms, instructing 𝗎𝗪𝗓, now known as Mindwipe, to bring Aizawa to him. Suddenly, the roof of the announcer's booth was torn open, debris flying into the stands. Aizawa and Present Mike looked up to see 𝗎𝗪𝗓 looming over them, his Cybertronian mech adorned in dark metallic armor shaped into sharp angular plates resembling the folded wings of a mechanical bat. His color scheme blended black and steel with BLD red highlights that glowed faintly. Large blade-like panels rose from his shoulders and arms, and red translucent weapons emerged from his forearms. Humming with strange energy, Present Mike attempted to unleash his quirk against 𝗎𝗪𝗓, but 𝗎𝗪𝗓 flicked him away, sending him crashing against the wall, knocked out. Aizawa found himself unable to act, realizing that his capture cloth could be easily cut by 𝗎𝗪𝗓's blades. He watched as 𝗎𝗪𝗓 opened his chest, revealing a familiar face that sent Aizawa's mind reeling. Aizawa recognized the face of his deceased friend, Shirakumo, and was left speechless, struggling to comprehend the impossibility of what he was witnessing. Before he could voice his disbelief, 𝗎𝗪𝗓 grabbed Aizawa and flew toward the center of the arena, dropping him in front of Izuku with a heavy thud that sent dust flying. Aizawa slowly looked up at Izuku, who loomed over him. Izuku remarked that this was where it began and where it would end, his tone mocking. As he jumped down from his mech, Aizawa attempted to rise but fell back to the ground, realizing that he had likely broken both legs in the fall. He was now at Izuku's mercy. Izuku knelt before Aizawa, gesturing for him to look at the screens that now displayed footage from the first day of class. The recordings showed Aizawa's actions in expelling the Quirkless for trivial reasons, revealing how he had tampered with the results to achieve his goals. The footage also highlighted the hard work of the Quirkless students, showcasing their efforts during the entrance exams and their impressive results. This revelation ignited hope among Quirkless individuals worldwide, inspiring them to challenge the norms imposed by hero society. However, their expressions turned to anger as they witnessed the pro-heroes sabotaging the Quirkless to prevent them from surpassing their peers, viewing them as nothing more than liabilities. This sparked a growing outcry from Quirkless individuals globally, their voices rising in demand for accountability from the pro-heroes of Japan. Izuku urged Aizawa to witness the truth being revealed, emphasizing that it not only exposed Aizawa's actions against them but also against 𝗵𝗃𝗧 and every other student expelled for similar reasons. He declared that the world would demand answers for the injustices inflicted upon them. The footage shifted to a conversation between Nizu and Aizawa, revealing Aizawa's attempt to poison Midnight to gain control over Class 1Q, despite it not being his class from the beginning. Not only that, but she had been poisoned, causing her to suffer from a bad stomach ache, which was part of a scheme to convince her to hand over her class. This act was not intended for public display. Rather, it was meant to reveal the truth to present Mike. However, the footage had a broader impact, igniting the anger of the Quirkless around the globe, pushing them closer to a boiling point. Izuku observed the situation, noting that Midnight had likely not yet informed present Mike about this betrayal. He was certain that present Mike, believing his best friend incapable of such an act, would now be forced to confront the reality before him. As Izuku pointed toward the announcer's booth, Aizawa's eyes widened in shock as he saw present Mike, who had managed to recover from the earlier incident, watching the video on the screen. Present Mike's face was flooded with disbelief. He could hardly accept that his best friend had gone to such lengths to poison Midnight in order to expel students he deemed unworthy. He remained speechless, grappling with the revelation. Izuku continued, now shifting the focus to himself and Aizawa. He pulled out a phone, and Aizawa's attention was drawn to a video playing on the screen. The footage began with Ravage attacking him back at the USJ, zooming in on the scene, hinting at the chaos that ensued. The video transitioned to images of bullets and grenades, all infused with Aizawa's DNA from the BLD sample they had obtained. Aizawa's eyes widened at the implication of their plans to turn his quirk into a weapon against heroes. Izuku confirmed Aizawa's fears, revealing that they had created weapons capable of erasing people's quirks forever, using his BLD as a key component. He mocked Aizawa, relishing in the fact that the BLD spilled during the USJ incident had proven useful for their sinister designs. He taunted Aizawa about how his legacy would be built upon the downfall of hero society, the very system he had supported, which would now turn against him. With a sarcastic tone, Izuku declared that sparing Aizawa was a waste of time. He explained that every moment they used these weapons against heroes would stain what remained of Aizawa's legacy. Standing tall, Izuku pocketed the phone, giving Aizawa a final look filled with words of wisdom, hoping he would remember them. He spoke of humanity's disdain for suffering, yet acknowledged that suffering teaches resilience. He claimed that Aizawa and others had provided the suffering necessary for their path, and now Aizawa would pay for it. Izuku added that Kurogiri, whom Aizawa believed to be dead, was indeed alive, but he would not reveal the full truth, leaving Aizawa in the dark. He laughed as Aizawa attempted to crawl toward him, reaching out in desperation, only to have Izuku stomp on his hand, causing him to grunt in pain as small cracks echoed beneath his foot. Izuku's voice boomed throughout the stadium, amplified by the microphone in his outfit, as he declared that Aizawa would serve as an example to all who defied them. He proclaimed that death awaited those who dared to stand against them. With a swift motion he kicked Aizawa away, creating distance between them. Equipping a Cybertronian sword, a smaller version designed for human use, he prepared for the final act. In a fierce display of power, Izuku lunged forward, plunging the sword toward Aizawa's face. The impact was decisive, and Aizawa's body reacted violently. With all his strength, Izuku lifted the sword, Aizawa's head still attached to the blade. Izuku's determination intensified as he lifted the sword higher, the tension palpable as Aizawa's body limply followed the blade's ascent. Blood dripped onto the blade and the floor, staining Izuku as he removed the weapon from Aizawa's head. In a moment of raw emotion, Izuku unleashed a primal scream, his eyes filled with rage and hatred. The crowd of Quirkless below erupted in cheers at Aizawa's downfall, with Class 1Q and former students expressing their fervor. Bakugo, watching in horror, gasped as he witnessed Izuku's actions unfold before the entire nation. As Aizawa's body fell, the cheers of the Quirkless continued, some jumping in joy and raising their arms in triumph. The upper body of Aizawa hit the ground, his face frozen in shock, lifeless eyes staring into the distance. Izuku, filled with fury, returned to his Cybertronian mech, shouting in rage as he presented Aizawa's lifeless form to the crowd like a trophy. With the world watching, Izuku delivered an ultimatum to society, declaring the end of the age of pro-heroes. He proclaimed that no more false prophets would dictate their lives. The crowd, both quirked and quirkless, listened intently as he spoke of choosing their own destinies and paths, no longer bound by corruption. They would not back down, and they would not allow anyone to lead them to ruin. It was time to stand strong against oppression. The call to action resonated through the crowd, a declaration that enough was enough. Even the weight of 100 defeats would not change the injustices they had faced. The Quirkless of Japan, and indeed all Quirkless around the world, were ready for a new age. They were urged to follow, promising that they would no longer face injustice. The message was clear, it was time to rise up. As Izuku dropped Aizawa's body to the ground, he raised both arms high, shouting to the crowd to rise up. The response was overwhelming, cheers and shouts erupted from the Quirkless in the stadium, and even those in the dropships joined in, raising their arms in support. The movement spread globally, inspiring Quirkless individuals in every country to chant the same two words, rise up. Rise up. In the cage where the 𝗬𝗍 students were held, Bakugo looked on with concern, sharing the worry of his classmates as they witnessed the Quirkless rallying together. Even All Might was taken aback, his jaw dropping and eyes widening at the sight of Izuku's transformation and the fervor of the crowd. It was clear that Izuku had swayed the masses to his side, earning their unwavering support. Nizu remarked that this was not a fleeting moment but a lasting change, one that would endure even if Izuku and his allies were no longer there. The spirit, motivation, and hope he had instilled would not fade easily. Across the world, the voices of the Quirkless filled the streets, hundreds and thousands gathering to watch the broadcast, arms raised in solidarity, joy evident on their faces. Those in the containment zones were safely hidden in underground tunnels, transformed into bases and safe houses, unbeknownst to the HPSC. As they watched the broadcast, many cheered with tears of joy, knowing they would soon join Izuku in the fight against the heroes. Izuku declared his intent to lead them into the future. In his hand was the 𝗬𝗂𝗃 his father had given him, a determined smirk crossing his face as his Cybertronian mech opened up, revealing his original 𝗬𝗂𝗃. Without hesitation, he replaced it with the new one, which locked into place, spinning rapidly and glowing brightly as electricity sparked around him. His mech began to transform, enveloped in purple steam and electricity. As his body reformed, a brand new fusion cannon appeared on his right arm, a powerful weapon that signified his ascension. The new Cybertronian mech stood tall, a blend of elegance and armored strength, with polished silver plating and a glowing purple core pulsating with energy. His imposing figure radiated power, each movement commanding attention as he embraced his new identity. With a voice that echoed across the battlefield, Izuku declared himself Megatron. He had taken on the mantle of this revolutionary figure, ready to continue the legacy against the Quirkists. He ordered his people to burn everything down, and as he turned to face the All Might statue, he aimed his fusion cannon and fired. The projectile struck, causing a massive explosion, debris raining down as the statue crumbled. Tenko stepped forward, raising his arm in salute to Megatron, joined by 𝗵𝗃 and Melissa. They unleashed a barrage of energy blasts, creating chaos as the statues of the top heroes were obliterated. The Quirkless rallied together, targeting the stands, their resolve unyielding. The stadium erupted into flames as the pro-heroes, realizing their shield was gone, attempted to fight back, only to be met with relentless fire from the Seekers above. All Might felt a surge of urgency as he realized the shield was down. He transformed into his buff form and rushed out to stop the chaos before it escalated further. Meanwhile, the students found themselves freed from the cage that had trapped them. Some fled in fear, while others, including several members of Class 1A, chose to stay. They witnessed a barrage of purple projectiles being launched, all originating from Izuku Megatron. The Quirkless surrounding the students continued to attack the Quirk users in the stadium. Ida expressed his concern, fearing for everyone's safety, while Bakugo insisted they needed to intervene. They charged toward Izuku Megatron, who was consumed by rage, his fusion cannon firing relentlessly at the stands, creating explosive impacts with each shot. Bakugo managed to grab Izuku's Megatron arm, and despite the overwhelming size difference, the Class 1A students pressed on, determined to help their friend. Bakugo urged Izuku to stop, claiming he had achieved what he wanted and it was time to end the violence. Izuku Megatron retorted that it would only be over when every last Quirkist was defeated. Bakugo used his quirk to maneuver around Izuku Megatron in the air, but Izuku Megatron quickly countered, grabbing Bakugo and slamming him to the ground, creating a spider web of cracks beneath them. Just as it seemed Bakugo was about to face a dire fate, a collective effort from Kirishima, Ida, Shoji, and Tokoyami pushed Izuku Megatron back, saving Bakugo. Todoroki attempted to freeze Izuku's Megatron feet to immobilize him, while Hantashiro used his tape quirk to try and restrain his arm. However, Izuku Megatron broke free, swinging his arm and sending Shiro crashing into Shoji and Tokoyami. He followed up with a powerful kick that knocked Kirishima and Ida back. Bakugo, shaking off the pain, launched himself at Izuku Megatron, but was caught and thrown to the ground with a heavy thud. At that moment, All Might burst through the stadium doors and leaped into the air. Izuku Megatron seized both Ida and Shoji, slamming them down just as a massive explosion of dust and debris erupted nearby, drawing the attention of the Quirkless. The Class 1A students, who had been confronting Izuku Megatron, found themselves momentarily safe and looked on in surprise, trying to understand what had just happened. Izuku Megatron slid to the ground, sending debris flying as he faced All Might, who stood tall for the people. Some spectators smiled at All Might's arrival, while others remained apprehensive. Izuku Megatron clenched his fist and addressed All Might, acknowledging that it was only a matter of time before he attempted to intervene. All Might urged Izuku Megatron to reconsider, explaining that they had achieved justice and the world was aware of the crimes committed. He implored Izuku to stop the violence and work together to build a better future. Izuku Megatron responded that All Might had squandered his chance, and now the Hero Society would face the consequences of their actions. He declared that he and his people would forge their own future after overcoming anyone who stood in their way. All Might watched in shock as Izuku Megatron charged at him. To prevent All Might from gaining the upper hand, Izuku Megatron charged his fusion cannon and slammed it into the ground, creating a massive explosion that sent All Might soaring into the air. With a smirk, Izuku Megatron aimed at All Might's injury and fired, causing All Might to cry out in pain as he was propelled backward and crashed to the ground. All Might realized he needed to be cautious, knowing Izuku Megatron would target his injury. Despite the situation, All Might was reluctant to harm Izuku Megatron, which weighed heavily on him. As Izuku Megatron prepared to fire again, he was interrupted by 𝗵𝗃𝗄, who rushed in and slammed his fists into the ground, unleashing a burst of flames. 𝗵𝗃𝗄 shot beams of fire directly at Izuku Megatron, who remained unfazed and charged his fusion cannon, firing a shot that knocked 𝗵𝗃𝗄 to the ground, the force of the blast scorching his chest. A shockwave erupted from the impact, pushing back some of the remaining students while the Quirkless shielded themselves from the gust of wind. All Might attempted to punch Izuku Midoriya, but Izuku Midoriya caught his fist, both of them straining against each other. All Might looked at Izuku Midoriya in surprise, while Izuku Midoriya smirked, knowing that his extensive research had led to a mech capable of standing against All Might. Suddenly, Izuku Midoriya fired another shot with his left arm's fusion cannon, pushing All Might back. He followed up with a series of shots aimed at All Might's midsection, causing All Might to grit his teeth in pain. As Izuku Midoriya released All Might's fist, he executed a powerful right hook followed by a headbutt that sent All Might staggering. Despite the size difference, All Might managed to recover and retaliated with a punch that created a strong gust of wind, forcing Izuku Midoriya to block with his arm. Then, All Might unleashed a powerful smash, striking Izuku Midoriya in the chest and sending him flying to the ground. As Izuku Midoriya crashes, he quickly transforms into his vehicle mode, resembling a tank. His new tank form is a war machine crafted from polished silver and deep crimson plating, interlocking in sharp angular layers across a low aerodynamic frame. The entire vehicle form appears less like a tank and more like a predatory beast forged from metal and energy. The front of the tank narrows into two long blade-shaped prow sections that slice through debris as if it were water, each adorned with glowing violet energy lines that pulse rhythmically. Heavy reinforced armor protects every inch of the chassis, yet the design remains elegant and streamlined, with sculpted ridges and pointed fins. Mounted above the central body is a massive fusion cannon that dwarfs the rest of the vehicle, a colossal barrel forged from spiraling metal layers that channel energy into a single devastating beam capable of obliterating structures. Vents along the cannon glow with bright violet light, and every time the weapon charges, the plates surrounding it shift with a deep mechanical rumble. Twin secondary cannons rest beneath the main weapon, integrated into the armored midsection like metallic fangs ready to unleash rapid bursts of searing plasma. The treads are replaced by hovering thruster pods that allow the tank to glide above the surface rather than roll across it, leaving faint shimmering distortions in the air as it moves with unnatural smoothness. These thrusters emit a constant low roar that vibrates like a storm. Without hesitation, Izuku Midoriya fires his cannon at All Might. All Might charges forward, dodging the explosions around him. As Izuku Midoriya slowly backs up, continuing to fire the cannon, he is halted when 𝗵𝗲𝗄 appears behind him, attempting to lift the tank. Izuku Midoriya transforms just as 𝗵𝗲𝗄 struggles to carry the weight, forcing him to let go. In an instant, two shots are fired as Izuku Midoriya uses both fusion cannons, sending 𝗵𝗲𝗄 crashing to the ground. With a swift motion, Izuku Midoriya boosts forward using his thrusters, striking 𝗵𝗲𝗄 with his Cybertronian sword. 𝗵𝗲𝗄's arm falls to the ground, and Todoroki's eyes widen in shock at the sight of his father being defeated by a former student in a mech. Izuku Midoriya smirks, ducking down as the fusion cannon on his left arm shifts to his back, aimed directly at 𝗵𝗲𝗄. 𝗵𝗲𝗄's eyes widen, and just as he prepares to react, Izuku Midoriya fires a shot straight at him, sending 𝗵𝗲𝗄 flying and crashing to the ground, a large scorch mark appearing on his stomach as smoke billows from the impact. Izuku Midoriya could have finished him off, but he chooses to hold back for now. However, he underestimates a Quirkless kid. Suddenly, Izuku Midoriya is pushed back as All Might throws a series of punches. BLD spills from All Might's mouth, a consequence of the previous attacks from Izuku Midoriya that have taken a toll on his time limit. All Might realizes he must end this quickly, or his true form will be revealed to the world. As All Might prepares to throw another punch, Izuku Midoriya summons his Cybertronian mace and strikes All Might in the face, staggering him. Seizing the opportunity, Izuku Midoriya grabs All Might by the shoulder, lifting him into the air before slamming him to the ground. Izuku Midoriya lets out war cries, swinging the mace at All Might, causing BLD to spill from his face with each strike. He even targets All Might's injury, aiming to take him down before he can counter. Stepping back, Izuku Midoriya charges both fusion cannons to full power before unleashing two beams of purple energy at All Might, engulfing him in a massive explosion that lights up the entire stadium. Everyone in the stadium halts, eyes fixed on the smoke and the small crater where All Might stood, waiting for the #1 hero to emerge. Bakugo whispers encouragement, urging All Might not to give up, but the silence is broken when Kirishima points at the smoke, exclaiming that something is happening. The heroes, students, and civilians still standing pray that All Might can continue the fight and defeat the villain as he always does. However, Night Eye, observing from the stands, realizes the truth has been unveiled for all to see. Gasps ripple through the crowd, especially in Japan, while others smirk in delight at the revelation of All Might's true form. Izuku Megatron declares that this is the truth of the symbol of peace, revealing All Might as nothing more than a former shell of a man. He points to All Might, who struggles to rise from the crater, aided by Bakugo and Kirishima. The hope that everyone had in All Might's ability to save the day has dwindled, replaced by expressions of terror, fear, sadness, and defeat on the faces of the people. The Quirkless revel in their negativity, smirks adorning their faces, knowing that the entirety of Japan now understands the power they possess. Izuku Megatron challenges the crowd, questioning whether they believe All Might can stop them in his current state. He declares that they will not back down until they achieve their goals, proclaiming glory to the Quirkless. 𝗵𝗃 joins in, chanting for Megatron, and the Quirkless cheer in victory while civilians cry in defeat. The pro-heroes grit their teeth in anger, witnessing the blow to their morale. This was Izuku Megatron's intention, to make them lose hope as he defeated both the #1 and 2 heroes, demonstrating that they can stand toe-to-toe with the pro-heroes. Metal footsteps echo as Izuku Megatron approaches All Might. Kirishima prepares to stand his ground, but All Might tells him to hold back. They watched as Izuku Megatron stood before them, silence enveloping the destroyed stadium. Everyone wondered what would happen next. Some feared that All Might's life would end at that very moment, but it did not. Instead, Izuku Megatron addressed him, stating that the world would demand answers. He posed a question to All Might about what society would do to prevent its own destruction. Would they bury the truth and allow the facade to continue, or would they stand against it and make a change? He would observe the choices made by the symbol of peace, challenging All Might to prove he could truly make a difference. All Might could only look down in shame. Izuku Megatron reminded All Might that the fight was not over. His serious tone and intense gaze shifted to Bakugo, who stood silently, struggling to find the words he wanted to say. He watched as Izuku Megatron turned and called out to his people, urging them to follow him. Izuku leaped into the air and transformed into a Cybertronian jet, hovering momentarily before its engines roared to life, zooming out of the stadium. Tenko Starscream, 𝗵𝗃 Soundwave, and Melissa Shockwave gazed at the Quirkists, particularly Melissa, who focused on All Might. They then transformed into their jet modes, engines roaring as the rest of the Seekers followed suit. Ground bridges and pathways opened up, allowing the Quirkless to transform into their vehicle modes and drive away. The remaining students in the stadium watched as the last of the Seekers transformed, an array of jets soaring into the sky. Bakugo could only stand there, watching as Izuku Megatron led his people away, disappearing into the clouds. Suddenly, a memory from their childhood flashed in Bakugo's mind, the moment he and Izuku first met. In a living room, a young Izuku wore an All Might onesie, playing with All Might figurines when a young Bakugo burst in. Bakugo pointed at the All Might figures in Izuku's hands, excitedly noting their shared admiration for the hero. They laughed together, and Izuku shyly introduced himself. Bakugo asked if Izuku planned to be a hero like All Might, to which Izuku eagerly replied that he wanted to be just like him, bringing smiles to those he saved. Bakugo proposed that once they obtained their quirks, they should be rivals, competing to see who would become the best heroes. He extended his hand to Izuku, who hesitated for a moment before accepting, sealing their promise to become heroes together. However, as they stood now, that promise seemed lost. Bakugo's expression turned solemn as he watched Izuku Megatron and his people vanish into the distance, leaving only the remaining members of Class 1A behind. All Might addressed the group, expressing his concern that starting tomorrow, everything would change drastically, and hero society would be challenged by the world. It was their responsibility to protect their home and ensure the true meaning of being a hero was not tarnished by corruption. Bakugo questioned whether this meant they would have to fight the pro-heroes and the government of Japan itself to save their home. All Might confirmed this, turning to 𝗎𝗎, who nodded in agreement. 𝗎𝗎 stated that it was best to prepare for the coming battle, as the concept of heroes versus villains no longer existed. Instead, they faced a fight for survival, change, and justice. Izuku Megatron declared that the false hero was dead, but their fight was far from over. There were still others like him, including the pro-heroes and the government, who needed to face justice. His voice echoed as they arrived at 𝗬𝙪𝙢𝙢𝗢𝗍, now in ruins. The remnants of destruction lay scattered, with the once mocking teachers now serving as a grim reminder of their past. The night sky was illuminated by a red mist, creating an eerie atmosphere. Izuku Megatron urged his followers not to be deterred from their goals. They would not stop until every last one of their enemies was gone. A greater enemy would rise from their actions, one that would seek to eliminate their very existence. The branding iron, heated and glowing, marked the Cybertronian mechs, each person branded with an insignia that symbolized their identity and struggle. Sparks flew as the branding iron made contact, leaving a lasting mark. Tenko Starscream stood tall, the insignia on his wings glowing brightly, with 𝗵𝗃 Soundwave and 𝗵𝘃 Shockwave beside him, their own insignias shining. Izuku Megatron proclaimed that they would not be blinded by lies or deception. They were unafraid and would show no mercy to those who had oppressed them. Their wills would remain strong, and they would not back down from their enemies. He raised his fusion cannon high into the air, calling out to the Quirkless who had gathered to witness this momentous occasion. Izuku, now embodying Megatron, commanded the attention of the crowd. The Quirkless, now proudly named the Decepticons, stood before him, thousands strong, their optics fixed on their leader. To Izuku's left were Tenko, 𝗵𝗃, and 𝗵𝘃, while in front of him stood the Decepticons who had been with him from the very beginning. Each Cybertronian mech bore the Decepticon insignia prominently displayed on their bodies, especially on their chests and, for the Seekers, on their wings. The insignia glowed a bright violet. Izuku raised his voice, urging the Decepticons to rise. They responded in unison, their arms lifted high as they echoed his call. With a fierce determination, Izuku fired shots from his fusion cannon, his optics scanning the ranks of his soldiers. The Decepticons cheered, their arms raised in solidarity. One Seeker unleashed purple lasers from his arm cannon, and soon hundreds, thousands, of purple lasers filled the sky, illuminating the night. Tenko, 𝗵𝗃, and 𝗵𝘃 watched Izuku with admiration as the sea of purple lasers continued to light up the dark expanse above them. Izuku stood in silence, his red optics piercing through the chaos, illuminated by the flashes of purple light. Ash swirled around him as the Decepticons continued their chant, "Rise up!" The insignia of the Decepticons was now engraved on Izuku's chest, shining brightly amidst the dazzling display of lasers. Thus began the Great Quirkless War.